Welcome to Book 4 of the Crosspenny series, written by me, Linda L. Calberth, and also narrated by me. In the previous books, we've walked alongside characters who have learned that faith is rarely a straight path, and that God often works most powerfully in the waiting, the wrestling, and the surrender. In Book 4, Kisses of Mercy, the journey deepens. Old wounds resurface, new challenges emerge, and the cost of obedience becomes impossible to ignore. As doubts press in and relationships are tested, one truth remains constant. God is faithful even when His plans are hard to understand. This story is a reminder that redemption doesn't always come the way we expect, but it always comes wrapped in grace. So settle in, open your heart, and prepare to continue the journey. This is Kisses of Mercy. Come on, come with me. You'll be safe. I know you must be hungry. Gwen softly spoke to the sobbing girl and patted her on the shoulder. I am, but I'm a mess. It's okay. I have a shower, and I'll fix you something to eat, Gwen replied. But you don't understand. I've started my period, and I don't have anything to take care of it. There's plastic on the station wagon seats. They've had way worse on them. Believe me on that. Come on. Okay, I guess I really don't have many other choices, she answered. By the way, my name's Gwen Whitaker, and I work at the nursing home. My boss lets me drive the Sunny Hills Nursing Home station wagon. It's just over there. Gwen pointed to the station wagon. What is your name? She asked. Patricia Todd, but most folks call me Trish, the girl answered as she picked up the suitcase with her things. Trish it is, then. Gwen drove the short distance to her apartment and parked. Wonder what those are, Gwen said out loud as she saw two boxes in front of her apartment door. She unlocked the door and shoved them inside with her foot. Trish followed her. Oh, man, I'm a worse mess than I thought, Trish muttered as she looked down at her clothes in the brightly lit room. It's okay. We girls have all been there before. This box says Kisses of Mercy. She grabbed a pair of scissors and opened the box. Let's see. We have some sanitary items, various packages of new underwear in different sizes, several nightgowns in different sizes, and soap, shampoo, conditioner, hairspray, toothbrushes, toothpaste, combs, and brushes. Well, Trish, these are the things you need right now. Which package of undies do you want? Trish took the package of underwear in her size. Now which gown? Trish chose a pretty purple one, also in her size. She noticed the underwear matched the gown. Look, Gwen, each package of underwear has 6 in it, and each package is color-coded to the different gowns, Trish commented. Somebody was very meticulous in selecting these items. Good. See, I told you it would be okay. Here, take a toothbrush and the napkins, a comb, and a brush. I have everything else in the bathroom right over there, Gwen said as she pointed to the hallway. While you're getting cleaned up, I'll set out some sandwich fixing so you can make a sandwich. As Trish took the items and made her way to the bathroom, Gwen opened the envelope enclosed in the box. Dear Gwen, I heard you speak last week at Vizzolo Produce at the ladies' meeting. The next day, I rounded up the ladies of Mercy Church and told your story. Immediately, they all wanted to do something you could use with the next young lady. Because you may not have much storage area, we are also enclosing coupons for consumable items and the money to purchase them, as well as new packages of underwear and more gowns to keep your supply of sizes on hand. The ladies of Mercy Church send their hugs and kisses and prayers to you and to each young lady. Gwen, feel free to buy things for yourself with the coupons and the money too. We will be sending you a handful of coupons and money to go with them every month as our immediate way of helping you with faith, hope, and love. With love, the ladies of Mercy Church. The second box is for you. Several of us have completed our families and thought you might be able to use the maternity clothes. I believe they are about your size. Oh, I came through earlier to visit my great aunt. The manager said it would be okay to just leave them at your door. I wrote this note and borrowed the envelope and some tape. After a while, Trish reappeared in a pretty new purple gown. Gwen, I've not had a new gown since I went into foster care. Thank you. I've washed out my things and hung them up to dry on the curtain rod. Is that okay? Sure, that's what I would have done. Fix what you want to eat. Take a look at these maternity clothes they gave me too. I sure needed them. My regular clothes are just getting too tight. In a week or two or less, I won't even be able to wear them. Gwen, that is unbelievable. Oh, did you notice the blinking light on your answering machine? Trish asked as she started fixing her sandwich. No, I was too excited about the 2 boxes. Gwen pushed the button on the answering machine. Hey, Gwen, this is Pastor Whitaker. I just wanted to remind you that we are coming to visit tomorrow on your day off. Jackie's out of school for teacher work day. We'll take you out to lunch, so be hungry. That is real good news. Gwen picked up the phone and called the Vizzolos. Jean, the Whitakers are coming tomorrow. If I call them back, would it be okay for them to spend the night in the apartments? I would love for you and Wayne to get to meet them. Thanks so much. I knew the cattlemen were leaving tomorrow. Yes, Trish is doing okay. I had a couple of boxes in front of my door from Mercy Church with the exact things Trish needed right now. Isn't God good and gracious? Gwen said goodbye and called the Whitakers. Hi, this is Gwen. I am so looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. By the way, I've talked to Jean Vizzolo, and both of them want to meet you. They've invited you to spend the night in one of their little apartments. Great. You can stay overnight? Also, we need to talk. I want you to meet the young lady I picked up tonight from the bus station. Mark and I need to talk to all of you. Yes, he's alive. He didn't die in the mudslide. We'll talk tomorrow. Goodbye. So, Gwen, what's going to happen to me? Trish asked. Well, for one thing, you're going to finish high school, then either go to college or learn a trade. No, I mean after tonight. Good question, and I honestly don't know the answer, but God does. Obviously, I'm off tomorrow, and my in-laws are coming. They are really so wonderful. What I was going to do in the morning was to go buy a few maternity outfits, but I don't need them now. We'll go get you some clothes instead. Let me show you everything I've got. Trish grabbed her suitcase with one hand as she took another bite of her sandwich. She unlocked the suitcase with a tiny key around her neck. Of course, I now have some undies, a gown, a toothbrush, a comb, and a brush. She smiled. What's that? Gwen asked as Trish picked up a deck of For the Love of Baseball cards. Gwen, it's a game I bought for my big brother, but he never got to take them to him. May I ask why not? Of course, my big brother, Travis, was in Vietnam. He was severely injured over there and has to have round-the-clock nursing care He's about 2 hours from where our family lived. He's always loved baseball. When I was on the sleepover at a friend's house, our house caught on fire and my little brother and mom and dad died in it. I probably would have too had I been home. I haven't seen Travis since, but we do write back and forth. The foster family told me they would give me 1 stamp a week, but that the game cards were too expensive to mail. See, here are his letters to me. I always keep my things in this suitcase. I keep it locked. It's the only way to keep everybody else out. Now I'll have to write and tell him I don't have a new address. He was afraid this might happen when I turned 18. Especially when a few weeks back, a couple of my friends who were also foster kids disappeared on their 18th birthday. I will help you get an address, I promise, and I'm so sorry about the fire and losing your family. What's in the other stack of letters? Gwen asked as she saw a glimpse of a very short stack of letters. Once a month, I write to my only grandparents. They share a room in a nursing home in the area where my family lived. Mom and Dad were in the process of moving Travis to the same nursing home, but the nursing home said they had no openings. Travis told me to take 1 stamp a month and write them. He writes them every couple of weeks or so. These are the letters they have written back to me. Wow, that flower picture is really pretty. Gwen pointed to a small framed picture nestled in the suitcase. The social worker, after the fire, let me collect a few things. I got a small album of pictures that was only smoke damage. Trish picked up the album and sniffed it. See? Several years later, it still smells like smoke. See? Gwen sniffed. Yes, I see that it does. I managed to get 1 pair of jeans that belonged to Dad, 1 that belonged to Mom, 1 that belonged to Travis, and 1 that belonged to Sandy, my little brother, and also a pair of mine. All were damaged in the fire. When the social worker and I got to her office, I borrowed a pair of scissors and some big brown envelopes. I cut off the undamaged part of a single leg from each pair and put that person's name on the envelope so I could keep them separate. I also grabbed my favorite blanket, or what was left of it. I whacked out as big a piece as I could. It's the background for the pictures. I made the flowers from everybody's jeans. I made 1 for Travis. That's why I have 2 of them and 1 for my grandparents. The social worker took me to see my grandparents right after I made it. Mine is a treasure I want to keep forever. And you should. You do beautiful work, Gwen responded. Thank you. Other than that, I have a couple of outfits, socks, and my running shoes. See, and that's it. Oh, and my Bible. I hope I can get back in church. The foster parents didn't go to church, but my family did. The foster parents made me leave most of my clothes. Trish closed her suitcase and locked it again as she took the last bite of her sandwich. Thank you for the shower and things and for that sandwich. I only ate some toast for breakfast, and that was ages ago. You're very welcome. So you like to run? I was on the track team. Maybe I can get on a track team again. Maybe so. Are you ready to go to bed? There's a twin bed in the baby's room. It has clean sheets on it. Yes, I suddenly feel so very tired. Trish gave Gwen a quick hug and lugged her suitcase to the baby's room. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Good night. If you need me, just holler, okay? Okay. Trish shut the door to the bedroom. Abba Daddy, Heavenly Father, thank you for Trish. Thank you for the kisses from the ladies at Mercy, the supplies, the gowns, the underwear, the maternity clothes. Give us both a good night's sleep. And Father, thank you for Mark showing up today and for our getting back together. Give us wisdom even tomorrow as the Whitakers come, Lord. You have begun faith, hope, and love ministry today with Trish and these 2 boxes. Every other girl. You've sent here only stayed a few days before Wayne and Jean found somebody to love on them and take care of them. Lord, I know I'm not much older than Trish, so please send me the workers for this harvest, for it is ready. This field is ripe, and it is truly in the middle of nowhere. Good night, Lord. I love you. In Jesus' name, amen. Mark hitched a ride back to Sunny Hills Nursing Home with the Vizzolos to retrieve his mother's car. Your mom told me that she said for you to take off until Monday. I think that's good. Yes, sir, Mr. V. I went to see Pastor Jordan today and then Gwen. I got things straightened out between me and God and between me and Gwen. Good. Oh, Mark, any time you want to call Gwen, just use the kitchen phone. It's closer to your apartment, Jean encouraged him. Thank you, Mrs. V. I appreciate that. And yes, I have her phone number and her address. What's going to happen to the young lady we found tonight? Mark asked. We don't know. It's easy for us to put the guys up in the bunkhouse, but the girls are a different story. I'm actually out of folks who have the room and the means to take on another girl. And the last thing we want to do is be responsible for putting a young lady in danger in any shape or form, Wayne replied. But we will pray about it. We are thankful we mostly have the guys. But that means that many of the girls probably get mixed up in the wrong things and with the wrong people before they have a chance to show up here in the middle of nowhere. This is why Gwen's ministry, Faith, Hope, and Love, is so needed. It was birthed in her heart, and Matt and Jonathan took care of all the legal requirements. Now she needs a building, a place. She needs supplies, staff, funding, and other things. But we are not going to despise small beginnings, and she has begun. You are a blessed man to have that kind of woman love you, Jean exclaimed. Mr. and Mrs. V, I think, spit it out, Mark. Just spit it out, Wayne laughed. The baby's mine, not Rusty's. So, now tell us something we don't know, Wayne answered. Puzzled Mark replied, You knew? Well, we knew the baby wasn't Rusty's. Gwen told me that when she and Rusty got married. Rusty must have been a godly friend to take on that kind of responsibility, thinking you had died in the Philippines. We never met him, but we didn't know it was yours until the ladies' meeting when she gasped, He's alive. And then it was easy to figure out, especially when we saw you with her this evening, explained Jean. You guys are unbelievable. Mark, does your mom know? I honestly only found out Tuesday night. I told Mama early yesterday morning after breakfast. That's when she suggested I go talk to Pastor Jordan. That was exactly what I needed to do. Well, Mark, Wayne replied, your mom's a praying woman, and she prays for you a lot. She and Dad prayed together with me, too. It's a great thing to continue doing that for the rest of your life. Here we are. We'll see you at breakfast in the morning. Wayne put the truck in park as Mark got out. Thanks so much for the ride and the talk, Mark said. You're welcome. All three said good night as Mark shut the truck door. Gwen's phone rang as soon as she said amen. Hello, Mark. I was hoping it would be you. Yes, I so enjoyed today, too. She's gone to bed. There were a couple of boxes outside my door from Mercy Church with the exact things she needed tonight. God is so good. Oh, well, I'm thinking about it. The Whitakers are coming to see us tomorrow, and they'll spend the night at the Fazzolos. Yes, I knew the cattlemen are leaving tomorrow and called Jean, and they wanted to meet the Whitakers. I know you said you wanted to talk to them, too, Gwen continued. I'm taking Trish. Yes, that's her name. Shopping in the morning for some clothes. The Whitakers will be here before lunch and want to take us out to eat, including you two. Can you be here about 11? We'll be back from shopping by then. Great. I love you too. Yes, certainly we can pray together over the phone. Mark began to pray over the phone with Gwen and closed with another, I love you. Earlier before supper time, Gwen and Willie worked in Tony's Misfit toy shed over at Vizzolo Produce. Okay, Beth, we have moved screen after screen of dried wasabi. We have looked at every piece of equipment in Tony's shed. The cattlemen took most of the fence posts and the sacks of concrete out. They said that they would get the rest of the poles and concrete tomorrow. That just leaves the wire and the supplies. So we have plenty of room to set up everything. Now, my lady, if you would be so kind as to point me in the direction of the nearest hotel and eatery, I would be most appreciative. Willie said, Most good sir, if you will go to the same way you came in, drive by where the aliens were, and continue in that direction for about 2 hours, maybe a little more, you should find a motel and a few eateries, Beth said as she pointed in the right direction. Beth, I am too tired to be kidded. I was on a red-eye flight from a way earlier time zone this morning. Who's kidding? I'm not. She laughed at the look on his face. But I think I can come up with a better solution. Let's go eat. Supper's ready in the mess hall. I just heard the bell ring. She took the astonished man by the arm and turned him in the direction of the door and gave him a little shove. Willie had the door open as Beth entered the mess hall. Oh, man, this smells great, Willie said. Well, in this area you have 3 choices, I guess 4. Number 1, you can cook it yourself. Number 2, you can eat at the drugstore if they are open. Number 3, you can eat here in the mess hall at Vizzolo Produce. Beth stopped before she finished. And number 4 is? Willie asked. Do without. Beth laughed. Here, grab your plate and get what you want, then follow me. The steaks are courtesy of the cattlemen turned fence installers. This is their last night, so they wanted to celebrate with steaks. Okay. Beth sat down at Jean and Wayne's table with Chester and Carrie. Hey, Wayne, ma'am, Chester, Carrie. Chester and Carrie nodded their heads. Hey, back to you, Willie. So tell us, is it going to work? Jean asked. The dried produce facility? Willie asked. Yes. Yes, ma'am. The equipment you have in there is top of the line. I'll get a work crew out here next week to get it installed. In the meantime, I'll rent a forklift and start lining it up for installation. So you're staying overnight? Wayne asked with his eyebrows raised a little above a mischievous smile. Ouch! Don't kick me, Jean. Wayne laughed. I guess Beth told you where the nearest motel is. Ouch! You kicked me again, Jean. Wayne leaned over and kissed Jean on her cheek. Yes, she did, but she had the same look on her face that you have right now, Willie replied. Oh, for crying out loud, Jean interrupted. I expect it from Wayne, but from you too, Beth? Willie, I would like to personally invite you to spend the night in the bunkhouse with the teens. I would put you in the apartments, but there are literally no beds available here until tomorrow night. Come with me and I'll introduce you to your bunkmates. Jean stood up and so did Willie. She took him by the arm. You two, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. But you're probably not. She laughed as she looked at Wayne and Beth and shook her head. She took Willie over to the table with the teens. Both just looked at each other and snickered. Amigos, Willie is your new bunkmate for tonight. As you know, Jonathan and Matt left this afternoon to go back to the city. Remember to do your cleaning jobs when you get home from school tomorrow on the apartments. We never know when we might have some new guests coming who will spend the night. Yes, Jean, we will, the amigos all replied in unison. And thank you for your help this afternoon on the dried wasabi, Jean continued. Be sure to let Bobby know how many hours you've worked this week. Willie, this one is Parker. Next to him is Eli, then Colton, one of our newest fellas, and Sean, also a new guy, and Jaden. And these 2 amigos are Chester and Carrie's twins, Sophie and Sammy. Any questions, Willie, amigos? Colton asked. Did they find you at the bus station too? Willie furrowed his brow. Oh, no, I came in a rental car from the airport. Oh, Colton responded. Jean interrupted. Never mind, you guys can hash it all out later. Let's finish our supper, Willie. It's probably cooled off enough to eat. Beth, next weekend is homecoming, and we always have guys show up and stay in the apartments. Would you be okay with camping out in our spare bedroom a little longer? Wayne asked as Jean and Willie sat down. I would be glad to do so, Beth replied, knowing what was in those 200 letters that Wayne and Jean knew nothing about. Wayne, since it's so far to a motel, would you be okay with me just staying here along with my installation crew when they come in next week? Willie asked. Before Wayne could chew his bite of food and swallow, Jean answered, Sure, Willie. Right now, I'm not sure if you could get a straight answer from these two, but the answer is yes, absolutely yes, and as long as you need. The bell rings when the meals are ready. Willie looked at Jean and said, Thank you. Beth and Wayne sniggered again. Oh, I forgot to mention, Willie, one of the young men you just met, Colton, one of our new guys. Wayne said, Willie asked, so what about him? He's got a bicycle and a wooden box chained to his bunk. Do not touch it and do not go near it, please. This kid's got a bicycle chained to a wooden box in his bunk in the bunkhouse? Willie shook his head. Sure he does. I'm not kidding this time, Wayne said between bites. Yeah, I bet. Willie looked at Beth, who was nodding her head yes. And I can trust that you two are not pulling my leg again? Willie asked as he looked over at Jean. Actually, this time they're not funning you, Jean continued. It's the truth. That old rickety bicycle and the contents of that box that Beth's son, Mark, helped Colton make to hold his things are all that Colton's got in the world besides the clothes he has on his back. I'm too tired to comprehend everything right now and make sense of it all, Willie answered. After supper, Willie, the teens will take you to the bunkhouse and even help bring your stuff in from your car. Jean and I are going to the bus station a little while. Beth, do you want to go tonight? Wayne asked. Thanks, but I feel I need to go spend some time alone with the Lord right now, Beth replied in a more serious note. Jean's kitchen crew had prepped breakfast casseroles Thursday evening. Now that they were baked and piping hot, the crew rang the breakfast bell. Come on, Willie, you learn pretty quick around here to hurry when the bell rings, Parker said as the 5 teens grabbed their backpacks and headed for the door of the bunkhouse. Okay, Willie agreed as he finished tying his work boots. As they entered the mess hall, Willie asked, Is it always like this around here? Not always, but sometimes, Parker answered. The cattlemen are leaving today, so it should be quieten down a bit. The workers will be back on Sunday night and Monday morning. They don't eat breakfast or supper here, but they do eat lunch. And next weekend is homecoming for the high school. Last year that was huge. I arrived just a few days before. This place will probably be crawling with guys who at one time lived in our bunkhouse and went to our school. Maybe you guys can explain it all to me a little later, Willie commented as he got his plate and then headed toward the table where Jean, Wayne, Beth, Mark, Chester, and Carrie sat. Good morning, everyone, Willie said as he sat down. I don't see your daughter, Chester. Nope, she's been running the streets for a long time this morning. We can't control her, Chester answered very seriously while lowering his head. Willie was at a loss of words and didn't respond to Chester. Oh, goodness gracious, now you're doing it, Chester, Jean interrupted. Willie, Sophie is on the track team, and she literally runs miles most every morning. The only place she has to run is on the sidewalks by the street and in the streets. Everyone else at the table laughed. You had me going there for a minute, Chester. Jean, this breakfast looks delicious. Wayne started praying loudly, and heads all over the mess hall bowed, and then the feasting began. Willie, this is my son, Mark. Mark, this is the WS green on Tony's diagram of the dried produce facility, Mark spoke up. Beth spoke up. The two men nodded at each other and continued to eat. Willie, last night you mentioned you were going to rent a forklift today. Is that correct? Willie asked. Yes. Where's a good place to rent one? Willie innocently asked. Beth spoke up. You go past where you saw the aliens yesterday and go back the way you came about 2, maybe 3 hours, and you should be able to find a rental place somewhere, I think. She pointed in that direction with a fork. Willie sighed and tucked his head a little. Beth's telling the truth, but I believe I have a better solution locally, Wayne replied. Willie looked at Jean. She just smiled and nodded her head yes. Oh, while I'm thinking about it, Mark, Gwen called last night. The Whitakers are coming today and are spending the night here. Bring them over for lunch unless you all really want to talk at the drugstore in front of God and everybody, Wayne said. Here sounds much better. Thank you, Mr. V. I would love for them to meet everyone. By the way, may I keep the car? Mark asked his mother. Yes, we'll talk later, but it's really good to see you smiling, Beth answered. Mark, you hear me out, Wayne spoke up. Your boss gave you off until Monday morning. Now that means no working on Old Blue, especially no guard dogging the fence late at night. No, Mark interrupted him. But I will help my mama if she needs it off the clock. Okay, I guess I can't argue with that, Wayne replied. After breakfast, Beth, you and Willie need to join me and Jean for a little field trip. Who or what's Old Blue? Willie asked. It's a darling little tractor that Mark and I are going to totally rebuild, Beth answered. You? He asked. Wayne, Jean, Chester, Carrie, and Mark all answered, pointing to Beth at the same time. Yes, her. Carrie, how's the dried wasabi packing going? Jean asked. I was so glad to see the amigos helping you yesterday afternoon. Whew. Jean, we have it all inside in storage containers. The kids worked so hard and did a great job following directions. But now we have a couple of challenges, Carrie answered. Wayne and everyone else at that table stopped eating and looked at her. Go ahead, honey. They need to know, Chester encouraged his wife to talk. We ran out of the small container packaging. Even if we had more, we were also out of the moisture control packets. And, Carrie looked at Chester, he nodded, and the scale out there doesn't seem to like very small amounts. It's like it won't register anything less than a pound. Wayne and Jean both laughed. Carrie, that scale was created for pounds and ounces, not just ounces, Jean explained. Anything else? Wayne asked. Yes, and I'm afraid this is a biggie. Yes, and I'm afraid this is a biggie, because the scale won't register, the labels won't print either. Carrie shook her head and shrugged her shoulders. The table went silent. They all knew it. It is illegal to sell produce of any kind unweighed and unlabeled. Willie cleared his throat and spoke to the group. Gosh, I believe your Tony even thought of that. While Beth was on the phone yesterday afternoon, I continued to snoop. There's a pallet behind a couple of other pallets that I couldn't get to totally, but it looks like a combo weigher and labeler. And there's several cases of plastic containers and several others of these labels, which was able to grab off the outside. Willie pulled a label out of his pocket and read it out loud. Rizzolo produce dried at the peak of picking. Oh my, Tony did it again, Carrie said. They're perfect. I'm going to guess their supply of moisture packets somewhere nearby too. Wayne and Jean, I am so sorry for your losing Tony. He was one more genius and amazingly organized. I wished I could have met him. I am certain those labels were made for that combo machine. We can get that set up this morning and finish the dried wasabi. Excuse me, Wayne. A chef is on the line and insists on talking only to you or Jean, one of the kitchen crew interrupted. Wayne wiped his mouth as he got up to answer the kitchen phone. Willie, when is your installation crew coming? Chester asked. I got to call them today, but probably not until sometime next week. In the meantime, once I get the forklift, I can get all things ready to be installed. Soon Wayne was back. Guys, it might be the end of October, but I promise you it's Christmas. And we just received a big package under the tree. Wayne sat down, grinning as big as he possibly could. Come on, darling. Can we unwrap the Christmas present with you? Jean asked. Yes, absolutely yes, Wayne answered. The chef was so pleased with the young wasabi and so displeased with his current supplier who sold him stolen produce from us. He is setting up standing orders from Monday through Saturday deliveries to all of his restaurants in the city. He also is going to keep us posted on future conventions. He does both small and super large ones. We will supply all his produce for those as well. Imagine a couple of full trucks going to one area daily instead of a number of partially filled trucks running all over the place. And all of the remaining produce can come through Tony's shed, Beth added. And that will cut down on over-planning, Carrie added. "When do we start, dear?" Jean asked. "Monday." He was delighted to find out we picked during the night and shipped the next day. It won't make up for all this mess totally, but it's a good start on getting the cash flow to flow again. And he knows other chefs. Apparently they cooperate on these really large conventions, and he will be talking to them by the time they wrap this one up. Wayne lifted his coffee cup to toast everyone. Before the coffee toast was over, Parker, walking past the cattleman's table, came over to their table. "Excuse me, Wayne and Jean, but I think we forgot to tell you that we're out of school Monday and Tuesday for teachers' work days." "Thanks, son. We appreciate that. We'll find something for you to do." "Maybe like fencing," Wayne replied. "Sure. Sophie, too?" Parker asked. "When she's not running," Wayne answered. "And Sammy?" Parker questioned. "Sure," Carrie and Chester answered together. "Jean, we'll get right on those apartments after we get off the bus." "Thanks, son. We appreciate you and all the amigos." "Well, if we finished here and before we go on our field trip, why don't you and Willie give us a little tour of Tony's shed?" Wayne suggested to Beth. "Willie and I will catch up with you in a minute," Chester said as the group stood to take their dishes to the washing station. "What's up, Chester?" "Wayne and Jean don't know this yet, but we, as in Eduardo, Jonathan, Matt, and I, are mailing out 200 letters today." "I saw them in the office on Bobby's desk." "Next weekend is homecoming, and this place will be swarming with fellas, including electricians, plumbers, carpenters. Plus, and we have local access to a great welder all the time. What Jean and Wayne don't know is we've asked the guys to come early and to stay longer so they can get the fits finished and get everything else installed out in Tony's shed. We know your installation crew is coming, but everything else is on us, and, Chester hesitated. Willie laughed. "Tell you what, Chester, I'm way past due for a vacation. I'll be glad to hang around and help install everything. You know, we can get it up and running really quickly." "Like in the weight and labeled dried wasabi today?" Chester laughed. "Well, I told you quickly. Is that quick enough?" Willie asked. "It was good to work with you yesterday. You really seem to fit in here," Chester commented as the two men walked toward the door. Like a comfortable old pair of jeans. Now, don't be concerned about the installations. We'll get it all done." Willie patted Chester on the shoulder. "And quickly." They joined Carrie, Beth, Mark, Wayne, and Jean out in Tony's shed. "See, that one over there?" Willie pointed to a rather hidden pallet. "So that's where you disappeared yesterday," Beth said. "Yes, ma'am, my lady. That's where I did my magical disappearing act," Willie replied. "I will admit, most good sir, you startled me a little bit when you popped back up like a bunny from a magician's black top hat," Beth replied. Wayne and Jean looked at each other, smiled, and nodded their heads. So did Chester and Carrie. While Mark, Willie, and Chester worked together and shoved some pallets out of the way under Beth's directions, Wayne and Jean talked to Carrie. "Carrie, you have pitched in so many times in so many ways over the years, ever since you started hanging around with Chester. We know Beth is going to be great with the machinery, but we need you. But only if you want to. We need you to be over the people working out here," Wayne said. "Carrie, in short, will you be the assistant manager out here and work with Beth and Mark when he's out here?" Jean asked. "I would love it. Chester and I have been praying about that." "We have to. We'll talk to Beth in a little while. We're pretty certain it will be okay with her, too," Wayne added. "Thanks, dear." Jean hugged Carrie. "If your strong backs are finished shoving things around, we need to go on our field trip. Chester and Carrie, would you make a run through and see what all we can pick Sunday night? Eduardo's rounding up the fence guys to help finish the posts the cattlemen are putting in today. Look, everybody, we have a great meal planned for lunch and to honor best cattlemen. Man, what a godsend these fellows have been and are. Mark, you and Old Blue are also awesome. Jean and I are so very grateful. And while I'm thinking about it, Jean and I want to personally thank you, Beth, for raising a son with such integrity to return Tony's tool belt. And you, Mark, for hunting us down and doing it. Eternity alone will only show the true ramifications of that one deed. Thank you both. Our cattlemen will be leaving after lunch. We will be eating supper in the mess hall, and it will be it very well might be leftovers, plandovers. Chester reminded Warda to bring Liliana and the kids over for supper. Let's join hands in a circle and thank God for all he's done. They quickly held hands and went down to their knees. Mark held one of his mom's hand and smiled as Willie took her other hand. The only thing that would make this perfect would be me holding Gwen's hand in this circle, Mark said to himself. Mama, before you go, I want to show you something in my apartment. It'll only take a couple minutes. Go on, Beth. We'll show Willie Old Blue. You can meet up with us there, Wayne said. Chester and Carrie left to inspect all the produce fields. Willie, Wayne, and Jean went to the barn. Old Blue is rather old, isn't it? Willie commented more than asked. It was our first tractor, and it was old when we bought it. It has worked so hard for so long, Jean replied. Beth tells us the person who rebuilt it the last time took some major shortcuts. Wayne shrugged his shoulders, except on the bill. Willie looked closer. I see a few of them myself, inferior parts and some major shortcuts. The head cattleman, Bill Blankenship, Jean started. I met him. He's a good man, Willie nodded. Bill tells us both that Beth has something very special going on when it comes to machinery, Jean commented. So does Mark, but he's not as experienced as she is. But she and her late husband taught that boy well, real well, Wayne said. I believe she's the right person for the equipment in your dried produce facility. So her husband died? Willie asked. Mark opened the door to his apartment for his mother. Look, Mama, Pastor Jordan gave me this. He found it cleaning off his top shelf in his office. It's your Bible your dad and I picked out for you just after you asked Jesus into your heart. She lightly touched the leather Bible and fingered the embossed name. He handed it to her and showed her what his dad had written inside. She read it while he yanked off his bed sheets and retrieved the rest of his laundry. Remember me winning an award for memorizing scripture verses? Yes, then this Bible disappeared, she replied. Mama, I think one of the boys hid it, maybe even the pastor's son, since it was up on the back of that top shelf in Pastor Jordan's office. None of the rest of us boys went into that office. Could be. What happened to the next Bible we gave you? Mama, it got washed away in that mudslide in the Philippines. Well, Mark, I'm glad you've got this one back, and I'm glad it means a lot to you. It does. I'm supposed to meet Gwen about 11. I think until then, between doing my laundry, I'm going to relearn some of those verses. I started when I was 10. I remember my goal then was to memorize 1,000 verses. I wished I had. Son, that's still a great goal and one we believed you could do then. I know you can accomplish it now. She hugged him and he hugged her back. Enjoy your field trip, Mama, Mark told her as she opened the door. Oh, I will, son, I will, Beth laughed as she shut the door. And I think I know why, he whispered too softly for her to hear. Yep, I really do need to get to know Willie S. Green. Mark took his Bible, a pen, and a notebook over to the picnic tables and retrieved a glass of water from the kitchen. He watched as Wayne, holding Jean's hand, along with Willie and his mom, walking really close to each other, came out of the tractor barn and headed to Wayne's truck. I really must get to know this Willie S. Green. Mark watched as Willie held the door open for his mother. Mark left everything on the picnic table and took his laundry basket and detergent just across the way to the laundry room. He put his 2 loads on to wash. A field trip. I don't think I've been on a field trip in a long time, Willie said as he climbed in the seat next to Beth. But I think you will like this one. Jean laughed. Honey, I agree. Wayne leaned over and kissed his wife as he started the engine. Wayne and Jean, I've been praying about something. I'm going to need an assistant manager besides Mark. You're probably going to use him all over the place anyway, Beth started. Using Mark everywhere is what Wayne and I talked about when Tony's shed was still called Tony's Misfit Toy Shed, and the dried produce facility was not in the picture at all, Jane confirmed. What are you thinking and praying about, Beth? I would like to ask Carrie to be my assistant manager, Beth answered. Wayne and Jean both laughed. We've been praying about that too, Wayne answered. And so have Chester and Carrie, Jean added. What do you think, Wayne? I think Beth needs to ask Carrie the next time she sees her. That's what I think, Wayne laughed again. Soon they arrived at the Sunny Hills Tractor Company. Good to see you, Jean and Wayne, and this must be your new dried produce manager, Beth. Wow, your son favors you a lot, but you're much shorter. And this must be the manufacturer's rep you told me about last night, the owner said as he shook everybody's hands. Wayne, like I told you on the phone last night, we won't need this forklift until we get our next truck in it. That won't be for a few days. Who will be operating it? I will. Here are my certification card. Willie reached into his back pocket and pulled out his forklift credentials from his wallet. Great, the owner said as he handed the card back to Willie. I don't have a problem with those credentials. They're much higher than anybody's rating I've got working here, including mine. Willie and Beth inspected the forklift. Willie, what is the heaviest piece of equipment we have to move? Beth asked. Beth, I think it's going to be the ovens, and they are on individual pallets, he replied. This is rated for way more than the oven's weight. I believe it will work fine, Willie answered. Do you remember Old Blue? Wayne asked the owner. Yes, you brought that little tractor in here with Mark when you got the auger, the owner replied. Well, one of your guys rebuilt it some time back, and the owner cut him off. I know what you're about to say. He took major shortcuts, used inferior parts, then pocketed the difference. I was wondering why you hadn't said anything earlier. We didn't know earlier. Old Blue wasn't used much until Mark came. He's the first one to use it on a regular basis since it was rebuilt, Wayne explained. Well, sir, that tractor rebuilt job was pathetic. It has to be completely redone. Whoever did it had no respect for the equipment. Beth butted in with fire in her eyes and her hands on her hips. I'm sorry. I fired him after a number of similar complaints, and I filed charges against him when the accountant went over the books. He served some jail time for grand theft. He lied saying he was working as an independent contractor and told customers to make the checks payable to him instead of our business. I remember Bobby questioning me about who to make that check out to. Would he happen to be part of the group that owns another produce farm in the area? Jean asked. That's why I hired him. He had the years of experience on farm equipment, but complaints from all of their competitors, but you guys at Vizzolo Produce, happened almost immediately. Look, Wayne and Jean, you've done business with us for years, and you know our reputation, but he almost ruined it. He certainly dinged it a bunch. Let me know what parts you need for Old Blue, and I'll replace them, but I don't have anybody who can work on it because it's so old. We'll make it right, including the labor charges. And don't worry about paying me rental for the forklift, but you can maybe be finished with it by the time our truck comes in. It'll be a big truck. Beth, I believe we can get everything lined up in the next few days. Using this forklift will be perfect. Willie softly said, facing Beth. He turned and stuck out his hand to the owner. Thank you so much for letting us use it. We will take care of it, Willie said, shaking hands with the owner. Look, recently our field was vandalized and part of it destroyed, like someone was trying to put us totally out of business. I wonder if your former employee sabotaging equipment of competitors has anything to do with that, Jean asked. Might be. It wouldn't surprise me at all, the owner replied with a frown, nodding his head. 2 of our kids, now both lawyers, have been working on our situation. Would it be okay for them to talk to you about that former employee just to see? Wayne asked. I think that would be great. The more charges against him, the better. I still have sleepless nights due to the continuing nightmare he caused me. Look, sometimes you just have to forgive and keep moving, or it'll eat you alive on the inside. Wayne sat and patted him on the shoulder. Changing the subject a little, the sooner we load the trailer and get the forklift on it, the sooner we can get it back to you. The men quickly hooked the trailer up to Wayne's truck, and Willie drove the forklift onto it and secured it. Well, sir, that tractor rebuilt job was pathetic. It has to be completely redone. Whoever did that had no respect for the equipment. Beth butted in with fire in her eyes and her hands on her hips. Chester and Carrie took the clipboards from the office and went out into the fields. Back inside the office, Bobby worked on vacation payroll uninterrupted except for one phone call. Yes, this is Bobby with Fazolo Produce. Hey, Coach Ryan. You're going to what? Yes, we have an extra large mountain of sacks of the stuff. Yes, it all has to be done by hand. You have no idea what that means here. Can you tell me how many? We're going to have a surprise birthday party tonight for Parker, Sean, Colton, Sammy, Sophie, one young new lady, and whoever else might actually be close to their birthdays. Pizzas, cake, and ice cream. I'll let the kitchen know so we have plenty. You said the team bus will be here right after school? That would be fine. Oh, Coach Ryan, would you get a message to Sophie to head on over to Tony's shed when she gets off the bus? Carrie needs your help out there. Thanks, and thanks so much for this help. Sure, I can keep it under my hat till the show up. Bye. Bobby smiled and prayed a prayer of thanks to her Heavenly Father. After depositing the fence crew, Eduardo took the bus and went back across the border to gather as many workers as possible to work on putting out the soil nutrients in the new soil. Every bag had to be opened and emptied before turning under the soil. It was going to be hard labor. He and Chester needed as much help as they could get. Chester and Carrie started assessing every plot for ripeness, including the area where the cattlemen were nearly finished drilling holes in the last section. Bill came over and talked to him. Chester, my guys are about finished with the drilling. I noticed you got that new dirt in, and we know some of your plots have to be turned under because they passed ripe a few days back. Some of my guys are running out of holes to drill, and the rest of the crew and your fence crew are putting the pedal to the metal. Matter of fact, about half or more of them really need something else to do. They seem to be getting in each other's way because they're so caught up. And they can't stretch the wire into Monday. Would it be okay if some of us change out our augers and start taking care of that plowing? Bill asked. Bill, are you serious? Chester asked, stunned. Oh, yeah. A few of us even brought us smaller plows. Bill continued. I know we can get some plots plowed under. We may not get them all, but it'll be a good start for you. Bill, Carrie spoke up. I can also use all the hands you can spare moving that dried wasabi over to Tony's shed so we can weigh and label it. Gotcha. Bill stopped all the workers. You tractor guys with plows, change out your augers for the plows, and Chester will show you where to go. The rest of you tractor guys, let's go home with all the holes drilled and the post in. Those of you who are tripping all over each other, and you know who you are. Carrie needs you at the shipping building. I think you could walk there by the time Chester could go get the bus. Let's finish and get cleaned up before lunch, before the lunch bell rings. And I almost forgot, strip the sheets and pillowcases off your beds and toss your dirty towels in the showers. Wayne, Jean, Willie, and Beth were totally silent coming back with the forklift. When Wayne got to the side of the road and saw the cattlemen plowing, he pulled over, stopped, and turned to look at Beth. Well, Beth, you've done it again. First, you chewed out, in a very nice way, the guy who needed to be chewed out. He should have called us as soon as he knew of the other complaints, knowing his guy had worked on a piece of our equipment. Did he? No, he did not. He waited a couple of years. Yep, years. Not weeks or days or even months, but years until we complained. Gene and I have spent thousands and thousands of dollars with him over the years. But did he call us? No, he did not. Now he's got a chance to make things right. That alone will help him sleep better tonight. We're probably the last ones on that list, too. Now look here at this, Wayne continued as he pointed to the field. See what you've gone and done, Beth? Just look out there. Those guys are using their own equipment to plow under some overripe veggies and get the new soil ready so we can plant it. There are so many of them working, it will save us at least a week or more in time. And when we get paid for it, they will get paid for it, too. You look at that fence line and see all those poles standing straight like military guys at attention and formation. Willie, I want you to look at them too. You know who's responsible for that? Two people are, Beth Tompkins and Mark Tompkins. Willie, with what they have done, they are totally responsible for keeping the sinking ship called Vizzolo Produce from sinking, and probably responsible for saving hundreds of people from going hungry for a very long time. All four were in tears. And one more thing, Beth. Jean and I know we have the exact person God wants us to have to head up the dried produce facility, and we are grateful to him and to you and to Mark. Jean, do you have anything to add to that? Sweetheart, I think you said it all. Jean turned around in the seat and hugged Beth, sitting beside Wayne. Sweetheart, I think you said it all. Jean, Sweetheart, I think you said it all. Jean turned around in the seat and hugged Beth, sitting behind Wayne. And I thought I was in big trouble when I said my 2 cents worth back there. Beth laughed as she hugged Jean back. When they got around the corner and pulled up at Tony's shed, they saw a chain of men with Carrie passing containers of dried wasabi from inside the shipping area across the street to Tony's shed. They were stacking close to the rolls of barbed wire and supplies. Carrie stepped out of the work line to come over and talk to them. We all decided it was way easier to do this way than box and load everything, only to unbox over there. I think we'll have them all over there by the lunch bell. Carrie, will you be my assistant out here? Beth asked abruptly. Yes, I will. Now I need to get back in line, Carrie immediately replied as she turned and waved to Beth, Willie, Wayne, and Jean. Wayne quickly backed the trailer into an open area of the shipping bay. Willie removed the security straps and drove the borrowed forklift inside Tony's shed. It was official. Vizzoli's dried produce facility was now operational and even contained dried wasabi, yet not a single piece of equipment was up and running. Oh, Gwen, I had forgotten how much fun it is to go shopping. Once I outgrew my clothes, and that didn't take long since I must have been in a growth spurt, my foster parents grabbed stuff from a big closet they had with all kinds of clothes in it. If it fit, I had no choice but to wear it. Trish shared as she and Gwen came in from shopping, and my clothes that I outgrew ended up in that closet. I didn't have many clothes, but at least Aunt Petey let me pick them out, Gwen replied. This is really sweet of you to buy me some new clothes. I can't believe it, and you look stunning in that maternity outfit. Thanks, I like it and it fits, which is way more than I can say for the clothes I wore yesterday, Gwen replied, laughing. I'm afraid I'm going to get as big as a cow. Gwen, where will I stay tonight? Trish asked. Girl, right here with me, Gwen quickly replied. I have to go to work tomorrow, so maybe you can hang out with Chester and Carrie's daughter. She's your age, and she also likes to run. Maybe we can run some together then. Who's Chester and Carrie? Trish asked. They are some wonderful people who work over at Vizzolo Produce. You'll like them and their kids, Gwen answered. Vizzolo Produce, that was on the side of the truck last night at the bus station, right? Trish asked. Yes, and Mark works there too. You met him and Wayne Vizzolo last night for just a little bit. I remember. And Mark is really big, Trish answered as she took her new clothes to the baby's bedroom. The phone rang. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Fitzgerald. Good morning to you too. That's great news. Yes, I will gladly meet with the prospective new resident and her niece at 9:30 in the morning. I will take care of it. You enjoy your weekend. Thanks for calling me. Yes, if I need something, I will give you a call. Gwen hung up the phone just as there was a knock at the door. It was Mark, a little early. Good morning, beautiful. He leaned down and kissed her just as Trish came back in the room. Oops, I'm sorry, Trish said. Don't be. You'll probably see it again. Mark laughed as he reached down to hug Gwen and to kiss her again. By the way, my name is Mark Tompkins. We met briefly last night, and I'm glad you're here. I know you're safe. Mark reached out his hand, and Trish shook it. Good to meet you too, Mark. My name is Patricia Todd, but most everybody calls me Trish. Did you girls get some shopping and talking done? Mark asked. Oh, we did. Gwen is something else, Trish bubbled. That she is. Gwen, your new outfit looks really nice. I'm glad you got it. Mark looked at her. Mark, that was in one of the boxes we found at the door last night, Trish added. Oh, really? He asked Gwen. She ducked her eyes, nodded her head, and shrugged her shoulders a little bit. Immediately, Mark knew Gwen had spent the money he gave her for maternity clothes on the clothes for Trish. "Trish, your outfit looks nice, too," he said as he smiled at Gwen. "I'm glad you were able to get some new clothes." Soon there was another knock on Gwen's door. It was Pastor Russ Whitaker, Sr., his wife Barbara, and their 13-year-old daughter, Jacqueline. Gwen hugged everybody as they came in and then introduced Trish. Mark waited in silence until Pastor Russ saw him and extended his arms to him. "Son, we thought you were dead. We can't get Rusty back, but now we have you back." Pastor Russ hugged him tight like a father seeing his own son after months of absence. Speaking between tears, Barbara said, "Mark, when you moved to our area, we saw almost as much as you as we did Rusty." She hugged him like she was hugging Rusty Jr. Jackie hugged him too. "Mark, I've missed my second brother almost as much as I've missed Rusty." Gwen and Trish watched in silence. Then Jackie turned around and whispered something to Gwen. Gwen nodded her head and whispered back, "Sure, there's what you need in there. Just dig around in one of the cabinets." She pointed to the bathroom. "Pastor Whitaker, I know you wanted to take us out to eat, but the only place around here is the corner drugstore," Mark said as he saw Pastor Whitaker's countenance drop. "But the Fazzolis have invited all of us to a feast at their place. They're celebrating the volunteer cattlemen finishing the fence post, and you'll get to meet my mama as well as Wayne and Jean Fazzolo. And we can talk there until the cows come home or supper time, whichever comes first." Everyone laughed. "Gwen, you mentioned you wanted to take the Sunny Hills nursing home station wagon back. Why don't you, Trish, and Jackie ride over there? I'll swing by and get you." Looking at Russ and Barb, he added, "And you two can follow me, and we'll just have a little parade to Fazzolo produce. Their lunch bell will be ringing pretty soon. Oh, Mrs. Whitaker, Mrs. V said to tell you that your apartment will be ready after the kids get home from school and have a chance to clean it, okay?" Mark asked. "Sounds fine to me, but before we go, we've got a few things for our grandchild. Would you like to help me get them out?" Barb asked. "Sure." He nodded his head and opened the door for her. "Mark, we were a little apprehensive about this reunion," she told him on the way to the car. "Mrs. Whitaker, I was more than a little apprehensive. Gwen told me it would be fine. I need to tell you that, you and Pastor Whitaker are certainly welcome to claim Gwen's baby as your grandchild, but you must know that." Barb interrupted him and put her index finger over his mouth to shh him. "That child is yours and Rusty's, so this baby is ours, and we all feel that way, including Russ and Jackie. End of discussion." "Yes, ma'am." Mark helped Barbara unload several bags of things for Gwen and the baby and took them inside. "Gwen, where do you want me to put these things?" Mark asked. "Oh, just stack them over there for right now. Thank you. And thank you, Pastor and Mrs. Whitaker. You are both too kind to us," Gwen answered. "Everybody ready to go?" Pastor Russ asked as Jackie came out of the bathroom. "Jackie, by any chance, do you like to run?" Trish asked. "Yes, I do." "Did you happen to bring your running gear?" "Yes, I did." "Good. Then I'll grab mine and maybe we can run later on," Trish replied. As soon as Chester gave the clipboard to Bobby, he took off to the new topsoil section where tomatoes had been poisoned. He soon started opening sacks of nutrients along with Eduardo and the small crew Eduardo had rounded up. "I wish they had provided liquid nutrients to spray. This is going to be one more job and a half," Chester complained out loud. "But I am super thankful for every bag and really thankful that Wayne and Jean aren't footing the bill for these bags of nutrients or the soil removal or the replacement." "I agree, Chester. Hey, let's take a lesson from your wife. Let's line up the workers and pass the sacks down the row. The last couple of men can open them and dump them. We can have a moving line to reach the whole area," Eduardo suggested. Soon Wayne joined them and started working, passing bags down a line. "Guys, I can work until lunch. We have guests coming and I need to visit with them for a little bit, then I'll be back. But this has got to get to the ground and be turned under at least a couple of times. We need to be planning. This week has been a challenge to my faith," Wayne shared with Eduardo. Eduardo took Wayne out of the line. Another spread out a little more to take up the slack. "Now, Wayne, let's take care of this right now. You are way too busy not to pray." He grabbed Wayne's hand and knelt. Every man in the line saw them and put their bags down as they went to their knees, too. Eduardo prayed a short prayer, and so did the line of men, some in English, some in Spanish. Then they continued working. The sacks, for some reason, didn't feel quite as heavy, and progress was made much quicker. Near lunchtime, the crew Eduardo had brought in told Wayne, Chester, and Eduardo to go to lunch and meet the guest. One of them laughed and said, "Just bring us some lunch when you come back and bring your guests to help us work. We are good because of the outhouse out here, and we have all the water we need." The three men left in Wayne's truck. All the tractors had stopped plowing and drilling. The cattlemen were loading their trailers with their tractors, augers, and plows. There was no more line of wasabi pastures from the shipping building cattywampus across the street to the warehouse part of Tony's shed. The nightly thieving had also come to a screeching halt with the nightly guards and last weekend's arrest, even though the barbed wire was not up on all the poles now surrounding the entire field. Look, guys, I do not, notice the word not, want either one of you to stand guard tonight, and if you do, Gene's going to get all over your cases. I need both of you way too much tomorrow. God will provide. Vizzolo produce belongs to him anyway, Wayne said to Chester and Eduardo as they started back to the mess hall. Mark followed Trish, Jackie, and Gwen the short distance to Sunny Hills Nursing Home, so Gwen could leave the station wagon there. Then they joined Mark in his mother's car. Russ and Barb followed Mark back to Vizzolo Produce. "Barb, look at that mountain of sacks these few men are moving by hand," Russ said as he turned on the side road behind Mark. "It'll take them forever." "This is a big place, but it doesn't look like much is going on. I don't see any tractors or other workers, no pickers, no nothing. And look, the fence isn't even finished. What kind of operation is this anyway?" Barb asked. "I'm afraid Gwen and Mark are pretty sucked up in it. After seeing what we've driven by, I've got some serious doubts about Vizzolo Produce. And look there," he pointed. "A sheriff's car is parked by what looks like the mess hall. I guess we'll find out for ourselves soon enough. Maybe we can convince the kids to go someplace better. We will need to try to give them some guidance for their sake. It just doesn't add up to what I imagined," Barb agreed. "Of course, we don't even know where or what we ourselves are going to do next, but look at all these tractors on trailers parked over across the street. And besides, I know we're praying about our own future, but honestly, all I know is God wants me to stop pastoring and travel from church to church, maybe like an evangelist," Russ said as he got out of the car and opened Barb's door. And she took his hand. She said, "Russ, we simply need to hear from God on everything." "Doesn't seem to me like that he's talking right now. All I've heard is nothing. Let's go." Mark and the girls were walking inside. Mark waited and smiled as he held the door open to the mess hall for Pastor Russ and Barb to enter. "Come on in, guys. I want you to formally meet my mother and the Vizzolos." He took them to the table where Wayne, Jean, Beth, and Willie sat. "Folks, this is my former pastor, Pastor Russ Whitaker, and his wife, Barb. This is their daughter, Jackie, and our new young lady is Trish Todd." After proper handshakes, Gwen, Trish, Mark, and the Whitakers sat down. Mark whispered and pointed. "The restrooms are right over there when you need them." Russ and Barb looked around. The place was packed with men. Wayne stood up and took the microphone that he relied on only when the place was crowded. "Ladies and gentlemen, Vizzolo Produce wants to honor all of our guests. You cattlemen are unbelievable. You didn't build a barn, but you sure put up about 1 million, give or take 1 or 2 fence posts. We thank you for that and everything else you've done, and for the delicious beef you brought and graced our freezer and table with." The Vizzoli people stood up and cheered and clapped. "Thank you. Please be seated," Wayne continued. "For Officer J and his hours working on arresting the vandalizers, we thank you." Everybody stood up, cheered, and clapped again. "Thank you. Please be seated. Officer J tells me Vizzolo Produce will be patrolled by his department very closely, especially at night until the fence is finished. As most of you know, all of our crew will be in full force again Sunday night," Wayne announced. Again, everybody stood and clapped. "Our original fence crew is here. Please stand. And you too, Mark," Wayne said as he pointed to Mark and the crew. "Thank you for countless hours of hard labor." Everyone stood and clapped. Mark will be staying here at Vizzolo Produce, working everywhere, I imagine. Mark, please sit down, but the rest of you guys stay standing. We have a special guest out in the kitchen who wants to say something to my fence crew, Wayne said as the fence manufacturer representative came out of the kitchen and took the mic. Wayne, you mean my fence crew, he corrected Wayne. Wayne laughed. The fence rep continued, guys, I have seen your work and your work ethic. We are pleased to offer each of you work contracts to start. Right after our fence is finished, Gene shouted. That's it, guys. You can't leave earlier because I don't want to tangle with Gene Vizzolo. Everyone laughed as Wayne leaned over to the mic and said, that's for sure. These contracts are worth much more than if you walked in our door and filled out an application. With these contracts, you have gone way past the front of the line. See me after lunch and we'll sign them. Mark, are you certain you don't want one? I brought one just in case, he continued. Beth and Gwen both shouted at the same time, no, he does not. Well, I'm not going to tangle those two either. Everyone laughed as he handed the mic back to Wayne. And a big thanks to Willie S. Green for helping us with the dried wasabi and for operating the borrowed forklift to get Vizzolo dried produce all set up. Willie, stay as long as you want to. The apartments will be ready this afternoon. Thanks, Wayne, but I think I would like to stay in the bunkhouse with the super cool guys, Willie answered back. That's fine with me, but thank you. Next, we would like to honor Beth, Carrie, Chester, Eduardo, Liliana. Eduardo, to be sure to let Liliana know how much we appreciate her. She's not seen much of you this whole week, and you have not seen much of her or our little ones, your children, either. Give them all a big hug from us. We also want to honor our faithful, but right now pretty bored, Bobby. Bobby, I believe you won't have much time to be bored next week. The phone's bound to start ringing again soon. By the way, will you drive the bus this afternoon after the school bus comes? Thanks. Cattlemen and other guests, please. These folks are the heart and soul of Vizzolo Produce. Gene and I thank you from the bottom of our hearts. The room exploded with clapping and another standing ovation. Thank you. You may be seated. We also have honored guests that just arrived, Pastor Rust, his wife Barb, and their daughter Jackie. They will be visiting overnight with us. We want to welcome you to Vizzolo Produce. If you need something, just let somebody know, and we'll get you fixed up as quickly as possible. And you too, Trish. Now, I just heard the bell ring, which tells me our lunch is ready. I must have stalled long enough for the rolls to get hot. Everyone laughed. One more thanks before I pray. Kitchen crew, please come on out. These folks are here working during their vacations, and we'll make that up to you. They have taken care of all of us, and even this morning they decided on the lunch menu, went out in the fields and picked what they needed. Thank you. We could not have accomplished everything this week without your fabulous meals. Cattlemen, you are great cooks too, but you're leaving, and they're staying. There was another standing ovation. Now, while everybody is standing, let us give thanks to our Heavenly Father, who doeth all things well, even when we are surrounded by uncertainty and chaos and can't see the path to know where to put our foot down for the next step. Everyone, please let our newest guests, the Whitakers and Trish, go first after we pray. As Wayne began to pray, every head bowed. Afterwards, he started singing Amazing Grace, and everyone joined in. Rather amazed, Russ and Barb looked at each other as they got in line. Bobby, would you help me clean the apartments after lunch? Jean asked Bobby. I had told the amigos to do them, but Wayne needs them out there moving those sacks. Yes, I'll just have the kitchen crew get the phone. Not that it's ringing off the hook right now, Bobby answered. Barbara overheard the request and asked Jean, would it be okay if I helped you too? Barb asked Jean. Normally I would say no because you are a guest, but we could sure use your help today, Jean answered back. Thank you. About that time, Carrie made a beeline over to Mark, Gwen, Trish, and Jackie. Mark, she started, I know you're supposed to be off, but I'm about to nab these three to help get that wasabi ready to ship, and I thought you might like to be part of that crew. I think I can manage that, he replied, smiling at Gwen. After lunch, there were hugs as Beth, Jean, Wayne, and Mark said goodbye to the cattlemen. Eduardo asked the kitchen crew to fix enough to-go boxes to feed the guys out in the field, and Bobby whispered something to the head cook. "Not a problem, Bobby. There will be plenty," she responded with a smile. "We'll get everything set up, too." After everyone left, Wayne shook Russ's hand and said, "I'm so glad to meet you, but I simply must go out there and move that mountain you saw as you drove in." "Wayne, can I help?" Russ asked. "Help yourself at helping us. I don't think there's too many proud bones left in my body, only tired ones." Wayne chuckled as he, Eduardo, Chester each grabbed a tote filled with to-go boxes. Russ grabbed the remaining tote and followed them out to the truck. They paused to wave goodbye and honk as they watched the long parade of tractors and cattlemen headed back to their ranches, cows, and families. "Man, it suddenly got quiet around this place. I still can't believe all they did for us," Wayne said as he watched the cattlemen turn down the side road. "You know, Wayne, every young person you and Jean reach, every person who comes to the Lord at the mission, every place where the gospel is preached because of Azolo produce, and with every life change, the Bible says those cattlemen will have their part of the rewards. And they thought they were just helping out a neighbor," Eduardo stated as they drove back to the field next to the mountain of soil nutrients. The workers stopped working and sat down under the shade of the truck and ate. "Man, this is delicious. Thanks for bringing it out, guys," said one of the workers. The others agreed. "You're very welcome," Wayne answered. Wayne, Russ, Eduardo, and Chester started grabbing sacks and taking them out to the next spot of new soil. Quickly, they took their knives, slid open the bags, and dumped them. Wayne began to sing an old hymn, and the others joined in. "Wayne, you guys have a quartet going on, and it's good. It's really good," one of the workers eating lunch observed. "Thank you," Wayne replied, and then started the next verse with his rich baritone voice. The others again joined in and singing harmony. As the workers finished with their lunches, they grabbed a sack and joined the quartet to make it a choir. Beth followed Bobby and Jean out to the apartments. "Wow, would you look at that? The sheets are stripped and ready to wash," Bobby said as she walked in the first bedroom. "And the dirty towels and washcloths are in the showers." "Awesome," Jean agreed as she filled the laundry cart with the dirty linen from apartment 1. Soon she and Barb were over at the laundry putting in the first 6 loads of laundry. Then they helped Bobby clean every inch of that apartment. Jean and Barb went back to the laundry room and moved the clothes to the 6 dryers and then reloaded the washers with the linens and towels from apartment 2. When the first loads were dry, the 3 women put the sheets back on the beds and pillowcases on the pillows. Then they folded the towels and washcloths and put them back on the shelves. Bobby unlocked a small cabinet and pulled motel-sized shampoo, conditioner, lotion, and soap out and put them on the bathroom counters. Jean went over to the office and brought back fresh packages of toilet paper for each apartment. The 3 women worked together really well and enjoyed talking as they worked. Jean and Bobby both answered all the questions Barb asked and a few she didn't. One by one, the 6 apartments and all the laundry were ready and waiting for new guests. Some days feel ordinary until you learn how to truly see them. This book on gratitude is the best attitude, isn't about having more but appreciating what's already yours. Through simple words, beautiful pictures, powerful ideas, it reminds us that joy often lives in the smallest moments. Gratitude begins here. You will find Gratitude is the Best Attitude over at LindaLCalbreth.com. Harry, Trish, and Jackie left to go over to Tony's shed. Mark and Gwen followed holding hands. Behind them, Willie and Beth followed, chuckling at private jokes. "Okay, girls, what we need to do is run all these little boxes through the weigh and label machine. Jackie, state law says you cannot run any equipment or machinery in here because of your age. So I'm going to put you to work folding these shipping boxes, okay?" "Yes, that's fine," Jackie answered. "Show me how you want them." Okay, Carrie picked the top box and started to fold it as Jackie watched. "How many do I need to fold?" "A lot of them." "I don't know," Carrie answered. "Mark, help me move a couple of these portable conveyor belts over there," Willie said, grabbing hold of the one closest to the tiny boxes in the dried wasabi boxes. Mark nodded and grabbed the other end. They unlocked the wheels and rolled it over. "How's this, my lady?" Willie asked. "Most good sir, it's perfect, don't you think, Carrie?" Beth replied. Looks good to me, Carrie replied as she looked at it. The two men locked the wheels in place and grabbed a second conveyor belt. "My lady, are you going to want this one at the end of the weigh and label machine to feed boxes down to a table so they can be packed?" "Then Jackie will only be touching a table and not a machine," Willie asked Beth. Beth and Carrie looked at it and both nodded their heads. Willie and Mark grabbed hold of the next closest portable conveyor belt and put it in place, locking the wheels. "Guys, we need to unbury the rest of the little plastic containers and the moisture packets," Beth said. All of them, including Gwen, began looking. "I didn't find the containers, but I did find the moisture packets," and she started to move them. Mark hollered, "No, don't pick that up. I'll get that for you." "Mark, I'm pregnant, not sick," she replied as Mark picked up the top case. "But thank you for carrying." Willie, Beth, and Carrie laughed. Jackie and Trish just looked at each other, saying nothing. "Here, let me get the forklift and move the whole pallet over there," Willie said as he jumped up on the forklift and started it. Quickly, he perfectly moved the pallet to the right location near the first portable conveyor belt. "Hey, look here," Beth said as she pointed behind where the moisture packets pallets had been. "There's a pallet of the small containers." Willie looked and then shooed everybody out of the way. He climbed back on the forklift and moved that pallet close to the first pallet. Beth called Gwen and Trish over to the large containers of wasabi. "Girls, we need to pack the wasabi into these little containers. Include one moisture packet inside each, then close them." Beth grabbed a box cutter and sliced open the wrapping on both pallets and the first box on each pallet. Mark left the building without saying a word. Surprised, Beth and Gwen looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Soon he was back from his apartment next door with his 2 kitchen table chairs. "Here you go. Standing and bending over as many times as this job requires makes my back hurt just thinking about it." Both said thank you as they sat down and started packing dried wasabi, adding a moisture packet and then putting the lid on. "You girls need a table to do that better," Mark said. He looked around and picked up a board he had brought over for the office build. He grabbed several stacks of the supplies for the fence and made a makeshift table. "Now, if you get too friendly with the legs to your table, they might bite you." He laughed and winked at Gwen. "Mark, let's look at the diagram and see what we got. We need to get that pallet with the labels and weighing equipment as efficiently as possible," Willie said, with Beth standing next to him. The three of them discussed the situation and did a fair amount of pointing. Tony had it organized as he could when things came in, but he wasn't here when all this bakery equipment and things that came with the last shipment came in. "It was just unloaded but not organized," Mark said. Carrie located a metal cart peeking out from behind the pallet. She retrieved it and asked Beth, "Do you want to start with the leaves and stems or the roots?" "Which one do you have in your hand?" Beth asked. "Leaves and stems," Carrie answered back. "Then I want leaves and stems." Beth laughed as Carrie started loading up the little containers of wasabi leaves and stems that were ready to be weighed and labeled. Beth made the rounds, helping everyone as Mark, looking at the diagram, directed Willie as to which pallet to move next and where to put it. After a little while, the precious pallet with the weighing and label machine was available, and Willie moved it in between the 2 conveyor belts. Mark adjusted both conveyor belts just a little. Willie and Mark unpacked the pallet under Beth's watchful eyes. She took her box cutter and opened the box of labels. "Yes!" Beth shouted as she pulled out the operating manual. "Most good sir, do you know how to operate this particular machine?" she asked Willie. "My lady, I am so sorry," he responded as he bowed low, "but I do not. But please do not ban me from your dried produce kingdom." Jackie, Carrie, and Trish giggled at the theatrics. Mark said nothing but smiled. Beth sat down on the floor and started to read the manual. "I don't think English was the first, second, or even the third language for the writer," she observed out loud. "Possibly not," Carrie replied. In a little while, Beth got up and started fiddling with various parts of the machine and looking at the directions. Mark motioned for Willie to follow him outside. "What's up, Mark?" Willie asked as they went outside. "You'll see. Follow me." The 2 men went over to Beth's car parked next to Mark's apartment. "Is this where you live, Mark?" "Yes, and this is Mama's car. She's going to need what's in the trunk," Mark answered as he unlocked the car. "This is her toolbox?" Willie asked in surprise. The key word there is hers, Mark laughed. They pulled the wheeled base out together and then lifted the bottom section of the toolbox and fitted on the base. Finally, they lifted the top section and fitted on the bottom section. Now, Mark laughed, I'll help you roll it across this parking lot, but you can roll it in after we make the top of the loading ramp. She knows how to use all of these? Willie asked. Yep, and way more than that, Mark answered as they started shoving the very heavy box inside. My lady, I may not be able to operate that way in label equipment, but I hear from the far ends of your dried produce kingdom that you can if you have your box of magical tools. Willie laughed as he delivered her toolbox next to the machine. Methinks thee, most good sir, and thank you too, Mark. You're welcome, they both said. Willie watched as Beth took a key from a lanyard tucked inside her coveralls and unlocked each section of her toolbox. He was intrigued by the tools and their complete organization. He saw her take off her wedding ring and watch and put them in a small, empty, red, fuzzy fabric-lined compartment. It's not safe to work around moving equipment with rings, watches, and dangly things, she said as she tucked the lanyard back inside her coveralls. Willie agreed. That's why you're the boss, lady. Back to the forklift. Beth walked over to the others and explained that they had to take off all rings, watches, and dangly things off before they could get anywhere close to any of the machines, including the conveyor belts. And if your hair is long, it has to be tied up, period. No exceptions. Willie and Mark continued to shift things around while Carrie, Gwen, Trish, and Jackie worked at their assigned task. Bobby arrived at Tony's shed with cookies and drinks from the kitchen and shouted, "Hey guys, break time!" All willingly stopped. The two had been sitting still and stood, and everyone else sat down on the floor. Mark sat close to where Gwen stood. Willie and Beth sat down next to each other. They all stretched. "How's it going?" Bobby asked. "Well, Jackie's folded a lot of shipping boxes. These two were poking wasabi and moisture packets into little containers. I'm moving the ones we already packed into the conveyor belt that will feed them to the weighing machines. Beth's trying to figure that thing out," Carrie answered, "and the guys are playing, well, where does it need to go with the pallets." I tell you what, that Tony really had stuff organized in here. He bunched things together so it's easier to now line up everything. I really believe we can have most everything together by Monday. I know the tractor guys wanted the forklift back by next week, and he will get it after the installers come. I'm thankful we have use of it, Willie said as he munched on a cookie. Well, I'm about to take the fence crew and field hands back across the border. I just wanted to call break time and give you some cookies, Bobby said. Everyone tried to say thanks with mouthfuls of cookies. I saw the school bus turn down the side road. Jean put a note on the bunkhouse door of the Migos to meet up with me at the bus and for your daughter, Carrie, to come over and help you. The guys can work with the sacks out in the field. The apartments are all just about clean, so Jean and Barb will come over and help you guys when they finish, Bobby said, moving towards the door. Just about that time, Jean and Barb entered Tony's shed, also munching on cookies. Soon the boys met Bobby at one of the Vizzolo produce buses. When Sophie opened the door to Tony's shed, she screamed at the top of her lungs. There was a second scream, almost as loud. Sammy hollered, "That's Sophie!" He took off running, as did all the amigos and Bobby. When they swarmed Tony's shed, they saw Trish and Sophie hugging and crying. Sammy saw Trish and came over and hugged her too. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again," Sophie said with tears streaming down her face. "Me either," Trish replied. "You two disappeared on your 18th birthday and I had no idea where you went. It's like you dropped off the face of the earth. I've missed my best friend and her brother so very much." "That's right, your birthday was yesterday," Sammy said. "I think we three were the only foster kids in our school, at least the only ones I knew about." As Bobby loaded the boys on the Vizzolo bus, a school bus pulled up behind her. She waved at the driver and motioned for him to follow her out into the field. She picked up the fence crew working on the fence, closed the door, and drove over to the mountain of stacks that had shrunk a lot since it was first created. The remaining field workers got out on the Vizzolo bus after the amigos got off. Bobby pulled up just a little bit. "That's right, your birthday was yesterday," Sammy said. "I think we three were the only foster kids in our school, at least the only ones I knew about." As Bobby loaded the boys on the Vizzolo bus, a school bus pulled up behind her. She waved to the driver and motioned for him to follow her out into the field. She picked up the fence crew working on the fence, closed the door, and drove over to the mountain of sacks that had shrunk only a little since it was first created. The remaining field workers got on the Vizzolo bus after the amigos got off. Bobby pulled up just a little bit, stopped, and got off the bus with snacks. Wayne stopped and stared curiously. He looked over at Eduardo and Chester. They shrugged their shoulders at the entire football team in practice gear, jumped off the school bus shouting, "Go, Iguanas, go!" "Hey, Wayne, can you help us out? We need to do some weight training this afternoon, and these sacks in this field are about as perfect as it gets," Coach Ryan said to a startled and speechless Wayne. "Okay, I take that as a yes. Guys, we are going to all line up, bear hug a sack, race out in the field, and hand it off to amigos to slice and dump it. You'll need to bring the empty sacks back with you as you grab another sack," Coach Ryan instructed. "Coach," Wayne went over and whispered to him, "Sean and Colton are both already injured. I can't risk either of them as receivers getting hurt, even accidentally, out there. I know they would never say anything about the pain." "Gotcha." The coach nodded his head. "Sean and Colton, I need you guys to stay back here with clipboards and keep a record of how many sacks each member of the football team carries. Will you do that for me?" They both nodded their heads and looked relieved as they took the pencils and clipboards. "And you four old guys, sit down and rest," the coach said to Wayne, Rust, Eduardo, and Chester. "Hey, Bobby, do you have something for these guys? They look like they need it." Bobby brought over cookies and sodas for each. "I got to get the guys on the bus back home across the border. I'll drive in the morning to pick them up and the kitchen crew up," she said before she headed back to the bus. One of the fence crew also got off the bus and went over to Wayne as Bobby was getting back on. "Wayne, we are totally caught up. The braces can come down tomorrow, but we can't put any wire up until Monday," he said. "You guys have just done an incredible job. Take Saturday and Sunday off and get some rest. We'll pick you up on Monday morning," Wayne instructed. "Thank you. I'll tell the others and Bobby." He turned and went back to the bus. "Good." Wayne nodded his head and took another bite of cookie. The football team lined up in 4 rows as the remaining amigos took the knives from the 4 men, eating cookies and sitting on sacks of soil nutrients. Once the 4 receivers were in place, the coach hollered, "Ready, go!" almost as one word. The first guy in each line grabbed a sack, bear hugged it, and raced out to his assigned receiver, who then slid open the sack and dumped the nutrients on the soil. With every sack emptied, the receivers took a step or two forward or sideways to them so the nutrients would be spread out as evenly as possible. The coach, the 4 men, and the 2 scorekeepers started cheering the guys on to run faster and beat each other. Each runner had a little breather as he waited for his next turn. The coach, the 4 men, and the 2 scorekeepers started cheering the guys on to run faster and beat each other. Each runner had a little. The coach, the 4 men, and the 2 scorekeepers started cheering the guys on to run faster and beat each other. Each runner had a little breather as he waited for his next turn. 2 hours later, all the sacks were emptied and the empty bags stuffed inside garbage sacks thrown in the back of Wayne's truck. Plus, the football team had a great workout. The supper bell rang and the team and the amigos got on the bus. The 4 men, hoarse from singing and then shouting, wearily climbed into Wayne's truck. Rust asked Wayne, "Are you going to feed all these guys?" "Looks like it. We have a surprise pizza birthday party for our October amigos, and they go to school with these guys. I didn't know they were coming, but I'm pretty certain the kitchen crew knew about it, and probably thanks to Bobby. Jean would have told me had she known," Wayne answered, "but I'm sure glad they came." "Me too," the other 3 said at the same time. During cookie time, Beth repeated the safety warnings regarding rings, watches, and dangly things around any of the machines. Those with rings and other jewelry obediently removed them. After cookie time, Beth opened her tool chest and grabbed a 5/16 hex wrench and loosened 2 hex screws. "That should do it," she said as she pulled the keyboard to the weigh and label machine down into place. Then she swung the roller arm out and snapped it into place. Willie handed her the first roll of labels, which she put on the roller arm and snapped it into place. Beth reached down, grabbed the cord, and plugged it into the outlet. She typed in dried wasabi leaves and stems and adjusted for the weight of the plastic container and moisture packets per the directions in the manual. Earlier, she had adjusted the conveyor's belt fencing to allow only one package of dried spice at a time into the machine. Now she plugged the two conveyor belts cords into the outlet and powered them on. "Everybody ready?" Beth asked as everyone gathered around the label machine. "Jean, here, punch this green on switch." Jean happily complied. "Carrie, load that first container of wasabi leaves and stems onto the conveyor belt." Everyone watched as the first container fed into the weigh and label machine. It stopped momentarily and they heard a click. It then exited the other side onto the other conveyor belt. Beth hit the red stop button, reached and nabbed the container perfectly weighed and labeled. They all shouted and hugged each other. Mark hugged both his mom and Gwen. Willie hugged Mark and then Beth. Jean hugged everybody, including Barb. Sophie even hugged Carrie, much to Carrie's surprise. After Beth took the lonely container off the outboard conveyor belt, she handed it to Jean. "Jean Vizzolo, the first one belongs to you." Jean took the container, hugged both Beth and Carrie again, and cried. Mark and Willie went back to playing Move That Pallet. Soon Carrie and Jean were loading the inbound conveyor belt. Beth pushed the green button and the machine quickly spit out weighed and labeled dried wasabi containers, stopping only for a short click for each individual container. Barb helped her daughter, Jackie, pack them into the folded boxes and stack them ready for shipping on Monday. "I didn't know this machine could weigh and label so quickly," Beth commented. "And look, it has a counter. We will know exactly how many containers we run and the total shipping weight of everything." They all worked hard to keep up with the weigh and label machine. Barb started laughing. "What are you laughing at, Barb?" Jean asked. "Remember the old I Love Lucy show where Lucy and Ethel tried to keep up at the candy factory?" "This reminds me of that," Barb answered. "Well, no wasabi down your bosom," Jean laughed. Jean, Carrie, Beth, and Barb all laughed while the younger girls just looked at them and shook their heads. No one stopped working until one of the kitchen crew came over and got them for supper. Beth put on her watch, replaced her tools, and locked up her tool chest. The other gals put on their rings, watches, and necklaces as well. Gwen and Mark held hands walking across the road. Sophie, Trish, and Jackie walked over arm in arm. Willie walked very close to Beth. Jean and Barb walked together as they talked. By the time they made it to the mess hall, most of the football team and the other men were seated. There were a few stragglers coming out of the restroom. Brightly colored happy birthday balloons were tied to each table, and the distinct smell of freshly cooked pizza made the mess hall more like a pizzeria than a mess hall. The tables were set with plastic spoons and napkins, along with grated Parmesan cheese and red pepper flakes. Jean looked at her kitchen crew and mouthed "thank you" as she nodded her head. They replied, "You're welcome." Wayne took the microphone and thumped it a couple of times to get everybody's attention. "We're having a pizza birthday tonight for some of our amigos. Parker's 19, he started. The football team all cheered, "Go, Parker!" "We have some who just turned 18. Sophie and Sammy, Trish, Colton, and Sean. And our other amigos' birthdays are coming up soon, so we're just going to include Eli and Jaden too, if that's okay with everybody." The football team cheered and hollered, "Go, Iguanas, go!" Wayne continued, "Thank you, Coach Ryan and the football team, for your weightlifting workout." Everyone who wasn't part of the football team cheered and clapped. "I think all of us will sleep pretty good tonight. At Vizzolo Produce, we always give thanks to God for our meals, so bow your heads if you wish while I pray." Everyone bowed their heads as Wayne prayed a simple prayer of thanksgiving. "We're going to let our birthday guys and gals go first, then everybody else. And birthday guys, be gentlemen and allow the young ladies to go first. I'm told we have cake and ice cream, so save some room for dessert. That's what your spoons are for." Soon everyone was enjoying pizza, laughing, and having a good time, even Eduardo's 3 small children and Liliana. When everyone finished their pizza, Wayne took the mic again. Now we're going to sing Happy Birthday. Instead of all the names, we're just going to sing Happy Birthday, amigos. Ready, sing. He led, and everyone joined in. The coach got up with a box and made his way to the mic. Wayne, let me have that a minute, please. Wayne handed it to him. Birthday gals and guys, we, as in the entire football team, want to give each of you a birthday present, so come on up and get your iguana t-shirt. The front of the orange t-shirts had the head of an iguana. Go Iguanas, go, in large print. On the back was an iguana tail with the word adios in small print. You're the very first to wear these. They just came in. We'll be selling them tomorrow at the game and the next week when school starts back on Wednesday until homecoming. We hope you'll wear them to tomorrow's game. Wayne, we also have 50-yard line tickets for, how many do you need? Well, we'll figure that out in a little bit, but enough for your group. And thanks for the workout this afternoon. It was a very good and fun workout, and this pizza, wow. Coach Ryan handed the mic back to Wayne as the football team cheered and clapped. When Mark, Gwen, and the Whitakers got their cake and ice cream, Mark invited them to join him outside at the picnic tables. They sat down, and Russ started talking and asking questions, especially their plans for the future. Mark answered, Pastor, my plans are to follow God and whatever He directs for every day for the rest of my life. I believe that includes Gwen. I know it includes this baby. Gwen and I just got reacquainted yesterday. I didn't know Mark was alive until last weekend, Gwen explained. And I thought my best friend stole the love of my life while I was in the Philippines, and I was very angry at him. I so regret being angry at him. He was a great friend and a godly man who kept his word. He said he would take care of Gwen while I was gone, and he did, even assuming the responsibility for my baby. Mark continued, I don't know that I could have done that had the roles been reversed. They talked a little while longer. Mark asked them if they would like to go to the bus station when he took Gwen and Trish home. A little confused, they both agreed. Let me ask Wayne for his keys. I'll see if it's okay for Jackie to stay here with Jean and watch TV. Let me get Trish, Gwen, and we'll need to tell her what we're doing. I don't want her to think we're going to put her on a bus. Mark leaned over and gave Gwen a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Be back in just a little bit. Here, let me get these, he said as he collected trash from each of them. Soon he came out with the keys and Trish. As they walked to the station wagon, Mark explained to Trish that they go to the bus station every night just to check for other teens who need a place to go. Russ, Barb, and Gwen could hear him reassure her that the only place she was going was to get the yellow station wagon and then to Gwen's apartment, not any place else, and absolutely nowhere on a bus. Thank you, Mark. I understand. And thanks for the warning. Oh, Carrie and Chester are going to pick me up in the morning so Jackie, Sophie, and I can run. We're going to run around Vizzolo Produce. Mark laughed. That's a pretty good run. The dirt road inside the fence line should be easy on your joints, and it's pretty smooth. Chester, Carrie, Sammy, and Sophie picked Trish up about 6:30 Saturday morning. Gwen then left to go to Sunny Hills Nursing Home in the yellow station wagon, and as usual, Mark laughed. That's a pretty good run. The dirt road inside the fence line should be easy on your joints, and it's pretty smooth. There were no teens at the bus station that night. Chester, Carrie, Sammy, and Sophie picked Trish up about 6:30 Saturday morning. Gwen then left to go to Sunny Hills Nursing Home in the yellow station wagon, and as usual, she prayed while she drove. Gwen recognized the pastor's car from Sunny Hills Church. She knew he must be a little sad with tomorrow being his last service as pastor there. But faithfully, every morning, he parked in the same place and spent a good deal of the day with his wife, Honey, dressing her and at least encouraging her to eat her breakfast, just visiting with her and talking to her. Sometimes she responded, sometimes she didn't. Sometimes she responded correctly, but most of the time she didn't. The pastor was waiting for Gwen to open the office. Good morning, Pastor. Is everything okay with your honey? Good morning, Gwen. Everything's just fine. She's still asleep, but I need to talk to you or Mrs. Fitzgerald. Sure, she's off today, but I'll certainly be glad to talk to you. Come on in and have a seat. I'll get you a fresh cup of black coffee, just like you like it. Gwen invited the slightly older man to sit down while she went the short distance to the coffee bar. She got a cup of decaffeinated tea for herself and an extra large cup of black coffee for the pastor. Thank you, he said as she handed him his cup of coffee. Gwen, I'm not sure what to do. Honey used to take care of things like this, and now she can't, and I simply don't know what to do. Pastor, what is it that you don't know what to do about? Gwen asked, sipping her tea. Well, tomorrow's my last Sunday as pastor at Sunny Hills Church, and the new pastor will be coming next week, he said, and took a swallow of his coffee. And? She asked. And I forgot to find a new place to live. We've been in the parsonage ever since we moved here. Then Honey had to come over here. Well, would you like to move in with Honey? We can move her to a different room, and you can move in with her. You wouldn't have to do more to help her and care for her than you want to. Plus, you won't have to cook or clean or wash dishes or do your laundry, Gwen explained. Or my yard work? He smiled as he took another drink of coffee. And I can come and go as I please. I still want to do some preaching if it's within a couple of hours of here. Sure, Gwen answered. That would be fine. And it would probably be cheaper than getting an apartment or other housing plus insurance, utilities, and groceries. Yes, what do I need to do? Tell you what, go check on Honey and I'll do the paperwork. It'll be ready for you to sign after breakfast. Will you bring some of your furniture with you, like a bed and chair and TV? Gwen asked. I would like to bring some of it, including my desk. Do you have a room in mind? I do. Would you like to see it first? Come on, bring your coffee, and I'll bring my tea. Gwen stood up, opened the key nook, and took a key for one of the rooms. They walked together to a corner room that was a little larger than most of the other rooms. This is really nice. I like it. I love having a view from two different directions. I can picture my desk right here. He walked over to a spot in the corner by the windows. Pastor, are you going to need some help moving things over here? Gwen asked. No, he answered. Some folks have offered to help me move. That's when I realized I had no place to go. He laughed. What I can't bring here, I'll just put in storage. Gwen laughed too. When do you want to move in? Monday morning. I preach tomorrow night too, he answered. It'll be ready for you. We'll wait until your things are moved in before we bring Honey down here. It'll be easier on her for you to already be here. I'll do my best to make this work for you and Honey. So will everybody else who works here, she reassured him. And we will understand sometimes if you need to go out of town to preach or just to rest. And it's okay if you want us to take over doing the things you normally do for her. Gwen watched him walk down the hall to Honey's room. He walked with more spring in his step than he did coming into the office. What a love affair. All these years, and he's still loving on her and taking care of her. And he's the one person she usually recognizes. I hope Mark and I can love each other like that, she whispered softly as she locked the door and headed back to the office. Mark sat at the picnic tables with his Bible, a pen, and his notebook, waiting for the sun to rise. Good morning, God. I thank you that you are my God and that I am your sheep. Your word says so much, and I am listening to you, waiting for your instructions for today. Mark talked to God out loud. Me too. Startled, Mark turned around to see Sean standing there with his Bible. Do you mind if I join you? I promise I won't bother you. I like to talk to God out here too. Help yourself. I just got this Bible back Thursday. It had been missing for over 10 years. Look what I was doing back then. Mark showed the memory verses listed in the back of his Bible. Now I'm going to memorize at least 1,000 verses. Can I memorize them with you? Sean asked. Sure. Let's start with the first verse I wrote down, Proverbs 3:6, just like my dad wrote down in the front of my Bible when he and Mama gave it to me. Before the others gathered for breakfast, Mark and Sean both knew Proverbs 3:5-8 by heart. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thine own eyes, fear the Lord, and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel, and marrow to thy bones. Sophie, Trish, and Jackie each grabbed a water bottle and took off running clockwise around Vizzolo Produce. Within a few steps, they were in rhythm with each other. Everyone else gathered in the mess hall for breakfast. The girls would eat after their run. Jean stood up and clapped her hands together to get everybody's attention. "We have given the kitchen crew off until Monday." Jean stood up and clapped her hands together to get everyone's attention. "We have given the kitchen crew off until Monday. But there are plenty of Plandovers in the walk-in cooler. I have them labeled, and don't you mess with my system. So I suggest you use paper plates and disposable utensils unless you want to volunteer to wash all the dishes by hand. And if you make a mess and leave it, I guarantee you somebody will rat you out. And rightfully so. And that includes the inside of the microwaves." She sounded a lot tougher than everybody knew she was. "Now, since the fence crew and Bobby are also off, we need everybody but Chester and Eduardo out in Tony's shed. Out there, Beth is the boss and Carrie's her assistant. Beth's first rule is safety, and that means no rings, no watches, and nothing dangly that could get caught in any machine," Jean continued. When Jean mentioned rings, Willie noticed Beth had on her watch, but not her wedding band. "I am pleased to announce we produced the first container of dried wasabi, and it's properly weighed and labeled." Jean held up that first container and looked at Wayne. Wayne looked astonished. "Surprise, sweetheart. We're back in business, starting with dried wasabi," Jean said as she looked at him. He stood up and kissed her as everyone clapped. Wayne then said, "Let us pray." After breakfast, Chester and Eduardo went to the tractor barn and got the two biggest tractors and attached giant plows to them. They drove out to the field, meeting the running teens and waving to them. Then they headed out to begin turning under the new field and mixing the sacks of nutrients into the soil really well. "Sophie, your new dad reminds me of my real dad, and your new mom is so sweet," Trish commented after they passed the tractors. "I know," Sophie answered back. "There's something else. Sammy feels the same way." Jackie stopped running, so the other two stopped as well. She took a drink and simply said, "I don't understand any of what you just said." "Let's walk the rest of the way so we can cool down. We don't have very far to go," Sophie suggested. On the way back to the mess hall, Sophie and Trish gave Jackie a crash course in what it means to age out of foster care and what it feels like to be put on the bus in the middle of nowhere with barely more than the clothes on your back, with no place to go, hungry, broke, and then getting rescued by Vizzolo Produce. The girls each grabbed a couple pieces of cold pizza and went out to the picnic tables to eat. Normally, I would love a shower right about now, but we're going to get just as hot and sweaty working in Tony's shed. Willie said they'll hook up the fans as soon as they can, Trish said. Jackie started laughing. "What's so funny?" the other two asked. "Remember my mom laughing yesterday and telling us about the old I Love Lucy show in the candy factory?" "Yeah," Trish said as she took her last bite. "Jean and I watched the rerun of that exact episode last night." "No way!" Sophie exclaimed. "Way!" And we both cracked up laughing. "Jean's a pretty neat lady," Jackie said, jumping down from sitting on top of the table. "Racia." She took off running to Tony's shed with the other two in hot pursuit. "Okay, everybody," Beth started. "A couple of things here. First of all, stay out of the way of the forklift. Willie may not be able to see you even though you can see him. Second, we need to get all the dried wasabi ready to ship before we quit today. Third," she counted on her fingers, "we will quit early, clean up, rest, and then climb on the bus and help our football team win tonight." Everyone shouted, "Go Iguanas!" "Willie, on the drawing for the layout of equipment out here, you show that we will not need 100 foot. Is that right?" Beth asked. "And there are also 30 feet on the wall by that side of the door, which will end up being offices, restrooms, and a break room. The rest of it can be whatever Wayne and Jean decide for it to be, right?" "Yes," Willie nodded as he answered. "The equipment needs to be close together for efficiency. Then we need to mark off that back section. Wayne, would you and Pastor Russ grab some pink paint and the 100-foot measuring tape and maybe a straight board and do that marking?" Beth asked. "Yes," Wayne replied. "Come on, Russ. We have the pink paint left for Mark's pink crosses. It's out in the tractor barn." He turned and left, and Russ beside him. On the way over, Russ asked Wayne, "What do you mean by Mark's pink crosses?" Wayne laughed and told him the story. Beth continued, giving everyone work assignments. As Willie and Mark worked on pallets, they uncovered prep tables and stools. Mark called the guys over to move them to the wasabi packing area and take their makeshift table down. You can put the wood over where the office is going to be, and you can stack those sacks of fencing supplies over by the other fencing supplies. Watch it. Those sacks are heavy and they bite. And don't ask me how I know, Mark warned as he rubbed scratches on his arms. On second thought, find a two-wheeler over in the shipping and use it to move those sacks. Soon Parker was back. "Mark, could you bring one of the trailers hooked up to a tractor over to the shipping bay?" "Why?" he questioned. "Well, we amigos thought it would save time if we all had the rest of the fencing supplies loaded up on a trailer for Monday. They have enough help doing the wasabi right now. Once we get the fencing stuff out of the way, we can organize the wasabi and get it loaded on a truck too," Parker explained. "Sounds good to me," Mark answered. He motioned time to Willie. Willie turned the forklift off and hopped down. Mark and Parker repeated the plan. "That's a good idea. I'll go tell Beth and then wait on the forklift until you can come back to be my eyes." Willie pivoted in Beth's direction. Parker went with Mark to help hitch up a flat trailer behind a tractor in the barn, while the amigos went back to shipping and got 3 more two-wheelers. Parker jumped up on the trailer and sat down as Mark moved it out of the barn and backed it into the shipping bay. The trailer perfectly lined up with the floor inside Tony's shed. Soon the guys put leather gloves on and began loading fence supplies and barbed wire. Parker, Eli, Jaden, and Sammy insisted that Colton and Sean direct the two-wheeler traffic instead of moving heavy items. The ladies and girls were enjoying the stools and metal prep table. Colton and Sean had moved Mark's kitchen chairs over by the side door nearest his apartment, while the others went to get the two-wheelers. Soon Beth and Carrie had the conveyor belts moving at a speed so everyone could keep up. Barb and Jean talked, Jackie folded boxes, and Sophie and Trish loaded them. Carrie and Beth packed the remaining wasabi. When all the leaves and stems were packed and on the inboard conveyor belt weighed and labeled, Beth called for a break for everyone. Mark and Willie had gone to the kitchen and brought back leftover birthday cake, plastic forks, paper plates, napkins, and water bottles. Normally, Mark and Willie had gone to the kitchen and brought back leftover birthday cakes, plastic forks, paper plates, napkins, and water bottles. They all sat down at the open shipping bay with their feet dangling down to catch as much of a breeze as they could. "Well, guys, the counter says we have 765 containers of dried wasabi leaves and stems. Now we will start doing the dried tiny roots." Jean looked at Willie, sitting next to Beth. "Willie, how much do you think it's worth?" "Jean, all I can respond with is a big whistle, but I've got cake in my mouth. That stuff is very, very expensive, and I'm thankful to know that you already have it all sold," Willie answered. "Well, one mixed case of half leaves and stems and half tiny roots is not for sale," Jean answered. "We have a half case saved for you, Jean. We'll set another aside when the roots come tumbling down," Sophie assured Jean. "Thank you, ladies. I appreciate all of you," Jean answered. After break, since the guys have loaded the trailer with fencing stuff and Mark's moved it back into the barn, I would like you to get the food handling gloves on and help pack the tiny roots, Beth instructed. They all nodded yes and gave her a thumbs up. Wayne the amigo said they would load the wasabi cases in the back of a truck. "Would you mind backing the truck you want to use Monday up to the dock?" Beth asked. "You amigos are something else. Be sure to let Bobby know your hours this week for next week's paychecks. Come on, sweetheart, you can ride with me. It'll be like the old days when we did deliveries together," Wayne smiled at his wife. "I thought for a while I was going to deliver Tony between deliveries." Jean laughed as Wayne helped her up, even though she didn't need help. "Thank you, darling." He gave her a quick kiss, and they walked, holding hands and swinging them over to shipping to retrieve the newest white delivery truck. It was scheduled to go to the paint shop next week and get adorned with the signage. He gave her a quick kiss, and they walked, holding hands and swinging them over to shipping to retrieve the newest white delivery truck. It was scheduled to go to the paint shop next week and get adorned with the signature Fazolo produce signage on both sides. "Look how pretty you look this morning, honey," Gwen greeted Honey and Pastor Lorimore back at her office. Honey just beamed. "Come on, honey, sit down so we can talk to Gwen a little bit," the pastor pointed to a chair. "I know Gwen. She likes spaghetti and meatballs and buttered garlic bread," Honey replied. The pastor and Gwen just looked at each other. "Yes, I do, and you remembered," Gwen replied. "I'm moving in with him, but I don't know where our house is." She turned and looked at her husband. "We ought to get married first, don't you think?" Gwen had all the papers ready for Pastor Lorimore to sign. He read them and signed everything. He pulled out his checkbook to write the difference for the rest of the month. "Wait a minute, Pastor. Do you have the same long-term insurance policy that Honey has?" Gwen asked. "As a matter of fact, I do," he replied. "Then I need you to go see your doctor and have him write out an order for you to live here," Gwen explained. "But I'm not sick," Pastor Lorimore protested. "No, you are not, and I am glad you are not. I've reviewed Honey's policy, and there's a clause that says after a certain age, with orders from a physician, the insured qualifies for assisted living. And, Pastor, I am certain you passed that age some time back." Pastor Lorimore was silent for a few seconds, then he spoke. "It really is very hard for me to handle the yard work anymore, so I need to bring you my policy. It's all paid up just like Honey's is. And I need to go see my doctor and bring you back the orders." "Looks like it to me, and if not, we'll get a check from you next week. Is your doctor's office closed on Saturday mornings?" Gwen asked. "No," Honey answered. "Dr. Wagner's office is open until noon on Saturdays. Call him." The pastor and Gwen looked at each other again and shook their heads. "Well, Pastor, here's his phone number. Call him." Gwen shoved the phone toward him, pointing to the number on Honey's chart. "Yes, I can come on in." The pastor hung up the phone and pushed it back toward Gwen. "I'll take her to the TV room," he said as he stood up and helped Honey up. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Honey asked Gwen. "My name is Gwen," she answered. "Gwen, that's such a lovely name. I've never heard it before," Honey replied. Pastor Lorimore smiled at Gwen and nodded his head. "Thank you, Gwen." "You're very welcome," Gwen answered as she handed him the key to the corner room. Gwen made all the rounds at Sunny Hills Nursing Home and greeted each resident and staff member just like she did every day. When she got to housekeeping, she told the staff about the new resident and that he would be moving in Monday morning and asked if they could do a quick once-over in there. She kept an eye on the various clocks in the 4 connecting hallways. It really didn't matter which way anybody headed back to the rooms, they would eventually come to it. The building was square with a nice outdoor patio in the center. Every room had at least one window. Just as she finished greeting everyone, she noticed a familiar-looking lady and a slightly older lady with a walker come up to the front door. Gwen quickly opened the door and greeted them. "Hi, Gwen. I was hoping we would be able to see you today," the younger of the two said. "I'm sorry. You look so familiar, but I simply cannot place you," Gwen replied. "I'm Debbie Fetterholt, and this is my Aunt Bertha Ruppel. I heard you speak at the Fazzolos a week ago. Did you get my boxes I left at your apartment Thursday?" "They were from you?" Gwen hugged her and invited them into the office. "The items were so needed by a young lady we got from the bus station that very night. And my clothes, thank you so much," Gwen said as she closed the door to the office. "Aunt Bertha, this is the young lady I was telling you about with Faith, Hope, and Love," Debbie told her aunt. "And you've got a girl you rescued Thursday night. Where is she?" Aunt Bertha asked. "Right now she's over at the Fazzolos. After I get off this afternoon, she'll spend the night with me again." The Fazzolos are really good people. I like Wayne and Jean. They have been rescuing young men for a long time. What do they do with the girls? Surely they don't leave them at the bus station, do they? Aunt Bertha asked Gwen. "Oh, no. Wayne and Jean have found homes in various places for these girls to go," Gwen explained. "Do they have a home for this newest girl?" Aunt Bertha asked. "Unfortunately, no. Looks like she will be staying with me for a while." Gwen was not really sure as to how much information she needed to give, nor where this conversation was going. "Do you live in a house or one of these apartments?" Aunt Bertha continued. "I live in an apartment," Gwen answered. Debbie, you told me she has a valid 501c3? Aunt Bertha turned toward her niece. Debbie looked at Gwen, and Gwen nodded her head yes. Well, show me my room. I want a private one if I can. Aunt Bertha changed the subject. Yes, ma'am. Gwen opened the key nook and took out 3 keys. How far do you want to be away from the dining room? Close, Aunt Bertha answered. Okay, come on, ladies, and let me show you some choices. Gwen opened the door and invited them to come with her. Right over here is our dining area. She pointed to her left. This first room is right across from it, Gwen said as she unlocked the door and escorted the 2 ladies inside. Aunt Bertha looked around while Gwen and Debbie waited. Aunt Bertha checked the closets and the bathroom. She turned around and asked one question. Did the other rooms look the same? Pretty much, Gwen answered, nodding her head. Let's go back to the office, then. Aunt Bertha led her way back to the office, went inside, and sat down. Gwen, do the paperwork for that room, and I'll write you a check for a year. If I kick the bucket before then, will you refund what I didn't use back to my estate? Aunt Bertha, no one has ever asked me that question before, but I can put that in the paperwork. Would that be okay? Gwen answered. When does bingo start? Aunt Bertha asked. Right after lunch, Gwen answered. Can Debbie use your phone? Of course. Gwen pushed the phone across the desk to Debbie. Debbie, call the moving company. I want them to bring my bed, my dresser, my rocking chair, my TV, and the table beneath it, my file cabinet, my desk, and my chair. You can meet them in a little bit, and get my clothes and everything in my bathroom. I'm going to watch a program in the TV room while you do that. My show is going on, and Gwen, when my show is over, I will come back in here to sign the papers and write the check. With that, Aunt Bertha got up and went to the TV room, leaving both Debbie and Gwen astonished. When she left the room, Gwen quietly asked Debbie, is she competent? Oh, yeah. And she makes up her mind really quickly. Sometimes Aunt Bertha is a little quirky, strange, eccentric, peculiar, downright odd, but not incompetent. Trust me, Gwen, and her check will be good, Debbie interrupted. I have no doubt about that, Gwen answered as she started to pull out the paperwork. Debbie picked up the phone and called the moving company. This is Debbie Federhoff. I talked with you Thursday afternoon. Bertha Rupel wants her things moved in a little bit. I had tentatively set up the appointment with you about 10:30, and I just want to confirm that you will be there. Yes, I'll meet you then. Thank you. Debbie hung up the phone and smiled as she shoved the phone back across the desk. Look, Gwen, I was pretty certain she wanted to move in today, so I set it up in advance. Tell them I would call one way or the other, she explained. Aunt Bertha knew I needed to leave this afternoon. My lips are sealed, Gwen laughed. Debbie pulled out several sheets of paper with all the information Gwen needed for the admission paperwork. It was neatly printed. Thank you, that makes it so much easier, Gwen said as she took the papers. Don't thank me, thank Aunt Bertha. She put all this together, and the phone company is scheduled to install a phone in her room really early Monday morning, and she's the one who set that up. And know that Aunt Bertha likes faith, hope, and love. She's been talking to her lawyers and financial planner about it. And Gwen, if she ever gives you advice on the stock market, do what she says, even if you only have a couple of bucks. Colton watched Wayne and Jean cross the road holding hands to get the truck. Boy, my real parents never did that. Neither did my foster parents. All any of them did was fight and argue and whip up on me. Mine too, Sean agreed. Parker commented, my biological parents did. My foster parents never beat up on me, but my real parents, Wayne and Jean, always act like that. I hear you, man. The other amigos, except for Trish, agreed about their own biological parents, but said their foster parents didn't beat them. Well, my foster parents never beat me, Trish said. My real parents were loving like that. Carrie interrupted. Guys, I've been around the Vazzolos a long time. While I'm certain they must disagree sometimes, they never do that in front of anybody else. They have been examples of what a Christian couple should be at all times. What's their secret? Sean asked. No secret at all, Sean, Carrie answered. They both are lovers of God with their whole hearts. They each found someone who loved God as much as the other did. They pray and read their Bibles together and separately daily. Then they both try to outdo the other on all the principles in 1 Corinthians chapter 13. That would be a good passage for you guys to memorize, she said, looking at all of them. Believe me, Jean is quite capable of getting up by herself and opening the door by herself. Wayne is kind and a gentleman. Jean is kind in letting him do that. They laugh with each other and smile a lot at each other. They talk, they hold hands, they kiss often, and are genuinely delighted to be in each other's presence. It's really more a right heart thing. What's on the inside is what bubbles out on the outside, and they both have the love of God on the inside, and they always tell the truth. And one more thing before Beth tells us our break is over. Carrie stopped and looked at Beth. Please continue, Beth replied. There have been over 200 guys come to Vizzolo Produce over the years. The vast majority had never experienced the love Wayne and Jean gave them, much less that kind of living. Biblically based marriage class right in front of their eyes. I know they are the reason my own marriage is great. Every guy would say that they saw and experienced the right example to base his own marriage on, regardless of the multiple wrong examples that he had experienced earlier. There, except for saying, if you are wise, you will learn all you can from them about everything, including marriage, before you fly the coop and move away from here. I believe I am finished with my sermon for this morning, Carrie said, hopping up and clapping her hands. Now, back to work. Beth, I'm going to put our linens from the apartments in the dryers. I'll be right back, Barb said as Russ helped her up. And I'll be right back, too. I'm going to help Barb, Russ replied as he gently grabbed her hand. As he kissed her, he whispered, That's one sermon I'm stealing. You should, Barb whispered back. My lady, may I help you up? Willie asked Beth, extending his hand. Most good sir, that would be much appreciated, she replied, smiling while taking his hand. Saturday afternoon, as they drove back home, Russ and Barb talked about how God must have led Gwen and Mark to Vizzolo Produce. Sweetheart, it is such a place of faith like I've not seen in any church in a long time, Russ said. Did you hear Sean and Mark quoting the verses from Proverbs 3 back and forth to each other? Barb asked. Jackie interrupted. Mark and Sean said they're going to learn 1,000 verses together. The other amigos said they wanted to do it too. I really like working with everybody and running with Sophie and Trish and Jean. Excuse me, young lady, why are you calling her by her first name? Barb asked. Because she told me to, Jackie answered, defending herself. Okay, that's okay then, Barb replied. Anyway, Jean's a really neat person. Mom, remember how you two laughed over the old I Lucy show? Yes, Barb answered. Well, she and I watched it that last night, and it was hilarious, Jackie said. And that Wayne, he's one more working machine. I'm still sore from yesterday afternoon, but he didn't even act like it fazed him at all, Russ added. I need to really focus on those verses from Proverbs chapter 3, he said as he began to quote them. Dad, I think I know what you'll be preaching tomorrow, Jackie laughed. Well, Jackie, I need to hear that sermon myself, Russ laughed as Barb joined him. After working until Beth called time to quit, Chester, Carrie, Sophie, and Sammy took Trish back to Gwen's apartment. Gwen had given her spare keys so she could get inside. Gwen came home a little later after stopping by the locked mailbox. How'd it go today over at Vizzolo Produce? Gwen asked as she put some letters down on the kitchen table and greeted a freshly showered, still with wet hair Trish dressed in an orange Go Iguanas t-shirt and black pants. Trish started crying. What's the matter, Trish? Gwen asked. Please don't find me someplace else to live. I want to stay here. It's the first time I've felt at home since the fire, she sobbed. Oh, Trish, I told you I would find you an address, and I have found one. I already wrote it down for you, Gwen answered as she gave Trish a quick hug. You did? Yes, I did, Gwen answered as she took a piece of paper from her pocket. Here. Trembling, Trish took it out and looked at it. But this is your address, Gwen. Yep, it's now your address, too. If you don't mind sharing a room with baby things for the time being. And school starts Wednesday. I'm off Tuesday, but we'll ask Mrs. Fitzgerald if I can leave early Monday so we can go see your brother and your grandparents. Trish just sat down on the floor and cried. Wayne drove one of the Vizzolo Produce buses and made the rounds to pick everyone up for the game except for Eduardo and his family. He had elected to stay home and spend time alone with his wife and kids and to put the finishing touches on his Sunday sermon. Mark hopped off the bus to retrieve Gwen and Trish. When they got back on the bus, Mark asked Wayne if he could take off Monday and Tuesday. Son, your current boss and I both told you to take off a few days, and you only took off one day, so why now? Wayne asked as he closed the bus door. Mark sat down behind him next to Jean. He told both of them of Gwen's decision for Trish to live with her and her desire to take Trish to see her brother and grandparents. And I want to go with them just in case they have any car trouble. Only if you take the new truck with the camper. You can sleep in it while the girls get a motel room, and if Gwen needs to lie down and rest a little, she'll have a place to do that. The air works in the camper and in the cab. Okay, son? Thank you both. I'm headed back to sit with Gwen. All the amigos had on their new shirts and really stood out as they entered the football stands. Most everybody arrived early, and the Vazzolos bus was no exception. The game wouldn't start for another 30 or so minutes. The coach went up to where the amigos were and asked them if they would be willing to sell T-shirts all over the home side stands. Even before time for the pledge to the flag, they had sold every shirt the coach ordered. The amigos sat down together The amigos went down together to the players' bench and gave all the money in empty boxes to the assistant coach. He thanked them and gave each a coupon from the concession stand for 2 hot dogs with chili and cheese, a bag of chips, and a large soda. The coach motioned for them to come over to where the cheerleaders were holding the Go Iguanas banner, and the team would run through as they ran out on the field. The cheerleaders gave up their spots to let the amigos hold the banner. The announcer thanked the amigos from Vazzolo Produce for selling the shirts and being supportive of the team. Afterwards, Parker, Eli, Jaden, Sean, Colton, Sophie, Sammy, and Trish beamed with excitement as they brought their food up in the stands and cheered as the Go Iguanas said adios to the opposing team and won the game 18-6. It was Sunday morning at Beth's Old Country Church, mostly filled with cattlemen and their families. Pastor Jordan Gorman opened the service with Proverbs 3:6. He preached using the illustrations from Mark's dusty leather Bible that he had found Thursday morning on his top office shelf. He closed by calling Grace up to the platform with him and telling folks that God had directed them to immediately take another church, Sunny Hills Church. Bill Blankenship, chairman of the deacon board, was the first to hug both Jordan and Grace. I hate to see you two go, but I have no doubt that God is directing your steps, and those steps are leading you there. Bill took the microphone. Folks, he started, and the congregation quieted back down. Folks, there will be a fellowship after church tonight to say our goodbyes to these wonderful, godly people God gave us 2 years ago. In God's mercy, they led us out of a very dark place. They love us, they love the Lord, and follow His leading. Trust God, He still has kisses of mercy for our church. Now I need to meet with all the deacons for a really quick meeting. Bill turned, put the microphone on the stand, and hugged them both one more time. At the same time, Pastor Eduardo Gonzalez preached in the mission church across the border. It was mostly filled with workers from Vazzolo Produce and their families, along with a few guests. This has been one more busy week for me, but not too busy to spend time with my Lord. Please open your Bibles to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, as I share with you what God has laid on my heart for this morning. Some of you were wondering what was going to happen to your jobs at Vazzolo Produce. I am pleased to announce that the Vazzolo bus will be picking you up at your normal time starting tonight. Everyone began praising God and cheering. I know Liliana met with several of you ladies and prayed a number of times this week. She told me the verses that kept coming to her heart were these verses from Proverbs chapter 3 that we are about to read. God, again, burned those scriptures into my heart when I was talking to her when I was plowing yesterday. But first, let us all pray, thanking God, for He indeed knows our ways and is directing our steps. Every pew at Sunny Hills Church was filled with, as Wayne led the congregation in singing the doxology. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Praise Him, all creatures here below. Praise Him above, ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. As the last phrase faded away, Pastor Lorimore stood. Wayne walked down and sat by Jean, picked up his Bible in one hand, and held her hand with his other hand. Thank you, Wayne. Folks, as you know, I am retiring after tonight's service. Pastor Lorimore spoke. As you also know, the pastor continued, the love of my life lives apart from me and has for most of this past year. She was so wonderful to everyone she encountered and loved God so much. I could certainly preach a message on choosing God while you still have soundness of mind, but I won't today. Nevertheless, it is true. Today is the day of salvation. You may not be able to make that forever decision tomorrow, so don't put it off. I know God directed our paths these many years, and He will continue to do so. He is also, with kisses of mercy, sending you a godly man with a godly wife, Jordan and Grace Gorman. Love and support them like you have loved and supported Honey and me. Early yesterday morning, God made a way that I didn't even realize was possible. But tomorrow morning, I have a place to live. I'm sure the Gormans will be glad to hear that I'm actually moving out of the parsonage before they move in. Everyone clapped and a few laughed, knowing that he had not thought about his own housing earlier when they asked him about helping him move. I'm moving in with my Honey over at the nursing home. I think she's forgotten we've been married for almost 50 years because she told me we needed to get married before I could move in with her. We'll see if she holds me to that come Monday morning. There were a few muffled laughs. It's okay. You can laugh. We have laughed all these years, and I think I'm going to just continue to laugh all the rest of the way to heaven. I think there's going to be a lot of laughing there. Just remember, God directs our every step if we but take the time to listen to Him and then obey. Please stand and open your Bibles to Proverbs chapter 3 as I read, beginning in verse 5. Early Monday morning, Chester, Carrie, Sophie, and Sammy picked up Trish. She had on her running clothes but also brought clothes to change into long sleeves and blue jeans and different shoes. Sophie did the same. As soon as Chester parked, the two girls grabbed water bottles and started running around the road inside the fence post line. This time they had to watch for tractors coming and going. Vizzolo Produce had come alive again Sunday night as the evening pickers showed up. At daylight they were joined by plowers, planters, shippers, and the original fence crew. The pickers helped the shippers pack the produce according to the different orders for each of the restaurants in the city. Wayne made sure he and Jean had copies of each order, directions, plus all copies the government agency had given them with the all clear and safe for human and animal consumption notice. When the truck was loaded, he and Jean headed to the city. The guys who normally drove the trucks had already donned leather gloves and were working with the fence crew. "Ever fenced before?" Sophie asked Trish as they ran by the fencing crew and the other amigos stretched barbed wire by the outside highway. "Nope." "You?" Trish replied. "Nope. I guess we won't be doing it any younger," Sophie laughed. "But it will be an interesting skill to add to our resumes." Trish also laughed as they both continued their steady running rhythm. Mrs. Fitzgerald was surprised to see a phone truck at Sunny Hills Nursing Home so early on Monday morning as she drove up. But she wasn't surprised to see the yellow station wagon parked next to Pastor Lorimore's car. A phone instiller came out of the first room across from the dining hall. "Excuse me, ma'am, do you work here?" he asked. "Yes, I am the director," she replied. "Can I help you?" "Yes, Aunt Bertha, Mrs. Ruppel insisted I also install a line for Pastor Lorimore in his room. Would you be so kind as to show me where it is and unlock it?" Mrs. Fitzgerald looked confused. "Certainly, let me get the key." She went into her office and saw a stack of paperwork and a note from Gwen. Immediately she got the key from the key nook and escorted the phone installer down to the empty corner room. "Do you have any idea where he might want his phone?" he asked. "No, but there's a note taped on the floor over here by the two windows," she answered. "The desk goes here and the phone goes on the desk. GW." The nursing home had phone outlets in every room. The installer had to connect the phone to it, run an ample line, and secure it safely to avoid a trip hazard. Then he had to call it over to his phone mainframe building, then have them make the connection live, and finally verify the phone number. Before he was finished, Mrs. Fitzgerald made the square and saw Gwen hugging everybody. Honey and Pastor Lorimore headed back to the office with Mrs. Fitzgerald and Gwen. The phone installer came out of the room, walked toward them near the office. "It's all done. Anything else before I leave?" Before Mrs. Fitzgerald could say no, Gwen spoke up. "Yes." Mrs. Fitzgerald looked surprised. "I need you to pretend you are a minister and marry these two. They've only been married close to 50 years, but she insists they get married before she moves in with him." Aunt Bertha appeared with her walker and a small bouquet of cheap plastic flowers. "I'm the maid of honor. I was at their first wedding, and now I am again," she announced as she handed Honey the gaudy flowers. Other residents on their way to breakfast gathered around them. "Okay," he said. "Beloved," he began. "Where's your Bible?" Honey stopped him. Gwen reached past the cage of finches, grabbed a Bible off the bookshelf, and handed it to the phone installer. "That's better," Honey said. "Beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and men and ladies to renew the wedding vows of—" "Now, what are your names?" he asked. "He's Pastor Lorimore, and I'm his wife, Honey," Honey answered. "Thank you. We are gathered here this morning to renew the wedding vows of Pastor Lorimore and his lovely wife, Honey. Pastor, do you still take Honey to love and honor and cherish and be your wife as long as you both shall live?" "I still do," the pastor answered. "And Honey, do you still take Pastor Lorimore to love and honor and cherish and be your husband as long as you both shall live?" "I do." Before the phone installer could say anything else, Honey reached over and kissed the pastor, said, "I'm hungry. They never feed me around here. I want my breakfast." She handed Gwen the bouquet and turned toward the dining room. "Well, the guys will never believe this one," the installer said as he laughed and handed the Bible back to Gwen. "And it looks like you called the bouquet." He said goodbye to Aunt Bertha, nodded his head to Mrs. Fitzgerald, and left. As everyone returned to the dining area for breakfast, Mrs. Fitzgerald said, "I think I need to see you in my office." "That's good, because I need to talk to you about something, too," Gwen replied as she put the Bible back on the bookshelf. The phone installer met the rest of his crew over at Vizzolo Produce to figure out the best way to add a line of Tony Shedd, but set it up so that all the lines could be answered on any phone, from the house to the mess hall kitchen to the office and finally to Tony Shedd. The major problem was all the telephone poles were on the opposite side of the dead-end street from Tony Shedd. The second major problem was keeping all the other lines live while installing the new phones. By the time the installer arrived, his crew had put up another pole across the street just opposite the mess hall. Then they all took a break with their coffee thermoses. He told them about the wedding at which he had just officiated. A few laughed so hard they choked on their coffee. "That almost tops you telling us about running a line around the dead cat behind a couch since nobody would move the cat," said one of the crew. "Well, the lady wouldn't touch it. She said it had been missing since they rearranged the furniture." The installer replied and shook his head, "And I sure wasn't going to touch that dried-out feline." Before lunch, the telephone wire was installed on the new pole attached to the building and ran inside to where the offices would be. The pole and line crew moved on to the next work order while the installer stayed. Now he needed to install 2 phones, one for Beth's non-existent desk and one for Carrie's non-existent desk in their non-existent offices. Well, Jean did it. She made that cookbook, Jean's Fabulous Mug Cooking for One, plus it includes low-carb substitutes. This mug cookbook is made for solo cooks who want quick, easy, and comforting meals without the hassle. Designed for one person, each recipe is mixed, cooked, and enjoyed straight from a single mug. Perfect for small kitchens, busy schedules, or late-night cravings. With minimal ingredients, simple steps, and little cleanup, this cookbook proves that delicious meals and treats don't need a full kitchen or long prep time. From cozy breakfasts to savory dinners and sweet desserts, every recipe is proportioned just right for one satisfying serving. You can find Jean's Fabulous Mug Cooking for One with low-carb substitutes over at LindaLCalbreth.com. Bobby ran across the street from the office to Tony Shedd. Soon Mark sprinted back to the office with Bobby just behind him. He picked up the phone and pushed the flashing button. "What's the matter, Gwen?" Mark quickly asked. "Nothing's wrong, Mark. Mrs. Fitzgerald thinks it's a great idea to take Trish to go see her brother and grandparents. I will be out there in a few minutes to pick up Trish so she can get cleaned up and packed. Then in about an hour you could meet us and we'll take the yellow station wagon back to Sunny Hills Nursing Home. Okay? I love you too." Mark replaced the receiver and breathed a sigh of relief that everything was okay with Gwen. "Pregnancy's hard on a fella," he told Bobby, who just burst out laughing. Bobby was glad the office crew came back. Wayne had been right. The phones were busy, but not like he hoped with customers. The early calls came in from guys who had received their letters in the mail on Saturday. "Bobby, 4 of us are riding together and we'll be there this afternoon with our tools. Do I need to bring my tent?" one of the callers asked. "No, got you down for apartment 1, she replied. "But if you've got some cots, some of the guys might need to borrow them. We're going to put the overflow crowd out in Tony's shed." "No, we changed the name from Tony's Misfit Toy Shed to Tony Shed. You'll see why when you get here." Willie's installation crews called. They would arrive Wednesday morning about noon. The office crew made outbound calls to current clients checking for orders. Oddly enough, the clients all declined. After 6 or 7 of those calls, one of the office workers asked, "Why?" "What? No, we haven't seen the morning paper. There's a big front page article. Thank you for telling me." The phone rang again. It was Matt. "Bobby, is Wayne there or Jean?" "No, Matt. They're making the deliveries, including taking the dried wasabi to those restaurants." "Why?" Bobby asked. "Well, Rizzolo Produce has been slandered like you wouldn't believe on the front page of this morning's paper for selling tainted and poisoned produce. Jonathan and I are headed over to the newspaper office to see the reporter and the editor, and then to the DA's office." Bobby took the old white truck and picked up Mark to take him to get the pickup. She told him about the newspaper report and left him at the new truck while she gathered Chester and Eduardo from the field and took them to Tony's shed to have an impromptu meeting with Beth, Carrie, and Willie. Mark took the pickup truck with the camper and the outhouse, then unhitched the trailer with the outhouse closer to the fence crew. Then he quickly cleaned up and packed his green duffel bag and left. Wayne and Jean made the first restaurant stop where the chef was. "I'm so glad you didn't bring a marked truck," he exclaimed when he saw the white truck. "By the way, the wasabi was a major hit at the convention. Do you have the dried wasabi with you?" "Yes, we have cases of it divided for each restaurant's delivery," Wayne replied, "and the all-clear credentials we promised to bring." Wayne handed him a copy of the certificate. The chef looked at the credentials. "Do you realize you have the highest possible government credentials for raising commercial produce in the United States?" "I'm curious, why are you glad that we were in an unmarked delivery truck?" Jean asked. "You haven't seen today's paper?" the chef asked. "Come inside and I'll show you." Wayne and Jean followed the chef as he grabbed the morning paper and handed it to them. "Oh, no," Jean exclaimed as she shook her head. "See the name of that reporter? Do you know who she is?" the chef asked. "No, but I know she certainly did not interview us," Wayne answered, shaking his head. "She's my ex-wife. Guess what produce company owner she started hanging out with a few weeks ago? I just found that out this weekend at the convention." "Keeps getting goodier and goodier, doesn't it, sweetheart?" Wayne said to Jean as he thanked the chef and went back to the truck to unload the day's order. "Jean, the reason I'm glad you're in an unmarked truck is because my customers don't know what I know and my other restaurants know," the chef explained. "And they are all still expecting you in spite of seeing this paper." "I get it." Jean nodded as she followed Wayne to help unload the delivery. "Thanks for the paper." Jean folded the paper and waved it at him. By the time Wayne and Jean unloaded the first delivery, they had quoted Proverbs 21:12 multiple times together. "The righteous man wisely considereth the house of the wicked, but God overthroweth the wicked for their wickedness." "By the way, chef, it might be a couple of our regular delivery guys tomorrow morning," Wayne told him as they shook hands. As long as they bring me such lovely produce in an unmarked truck, that's fine," he said as Wayne and Jean headed to the truck, holding hands. Wayne and Jean both turned around. "Yes?" Wayne responded. "When you get through with the last delivery, come on back as my honored guest in my private dining room. I'll feed you some of Bill's steaks and some lovely produce I just had delivered." The chef laughed. "And don't worry, you're dressed plenty fancy enough for me. Besides, you will have to park here and come in this way." "Thanks, we'll see you then," Wayne and Jean both said as Wayne opened the door for Jean and helped her up into the unmarked truck. Mark stopped at the bank on the way to pick up Gwen and Trish. "I need to withdraw as much cash as I can without closing this account," he told the teller. Soon he was on his way with what money was left, which wasn't much, after he bought his mother the diamond cross necklace for her birthday and gave money for maternity clothes. "Come on in," Trish answered the door and invited Mark inside Gwen's apartment. Gwen was on the phone. "Hello, this is Gwen Whitaker." "Fine, and you?" "Good. Do you still have Home and Cedarville Todd there?" "Great. Would you get a message to them, please? Their granddaughter Trish will be visiting them this afternoon. I just didn't want them to have a heart attack when they see her. No, we'll have lunch before we arrive, and we will leave before the evening meal." "Thank you. Goodbye." Gwen hung up the phone and greeted Mark with a hug and a kiss. I need to make one more call, but my bag is over there if you want to load it for me, she said to Mark. You got it. Mark smiled and picked up the bag. Hello, this is Gwen Whitaker. Do you still have Travis Todd there? Great. Would you give him a message, please? Would you tell him his sister Trish will be visiting him in the morning? I just didn't want him to go into shock or something when he sees her. Yes, she will be eating lunch with him, and she'll be paying for that visitor tray in the office. No, I will eat lunch elsewhere. No, we'll be leaving way before the evening meal. Thank you. Gwen hung up the phone, realizing she just made 2 long-distance phone calls that would make her bill even higher. God, you got this phone bill too, and this whole trip, she whispered as she picked up her Sunny Hills Nursing Home beeper and put it in the bright yellow briefcase with Sunny Hills Nursing Home printed on the side. Gwen, Mark, and Trish laughed and talked and sang on the way to Trish's hometown. Mark, before we go visit Pappy and Sassy Belle, do you mind if we go by my old church and my school and then drive by where the house was? Trish asked as they passed the city limit sign. Not at all. Just tell me where to turn, Mark replied. Take a right at the next road, Trish pointed. It's just before my favorite eating place, Bob's Barbecue. Good. Then we know where we'll be eating lunch. My treat for all, Mark replied as he turned the corner. Is this the church? Gwen asked as she saw a steeple. Yes, and according to the marquee, they still have the same pastor. Trish could hardly contain her excitement. Mark pulled in beside the car, parked in the pastor's reserved spot. Tell you what, Trish, why don't you see if he can visit with you for a little bit? We'll come with you to stretch out our legs and find a bathroom, Gwen interrupted. Gwen, you should have said something. I would have stopped as many times as you needed me to, Mark replied. I'll keep that in mind, she said as he helped her out of the truck. At least I still fit past the steering wheel, she and Mark both laughed. Not for long, he replied. Trish had already scrambled out on the other side. They walked up the sidewalk to the office, and Trish rang the doorbell. Surprised, the pastor greeted them and invited them in. Gwen saw the ladies' room and made a mad dash for it. Soon they were all in the pastor's office, visiting for a little while. I never could find out what happened to you. Believe me, I tried. No one knew anything, and social services wouldn't give me any information. Your grandparents had your address because of your letters, but you never answered any of my letters. You have no idea how delighted they were over every letter. And I try to go up and see Travis as often as I can. Boy, he loves his baby sister. The pastor commented. Where are you living now? I never saw any of your letters. As of last Thursday, I turned 18 and aged out of foster care system. My foster parents bought a one-way bus ticket for me and stuck me on a bus headed to the middle of nowhere, Trish answered. The pastor bowed his head and slowly shook his head no. And these two found me at the bus station in the dark, Trish continued. The pastor looked up and gasped. It's okay, Pastor. Mark works for Zolo Produce, and they rescue boys. And Gwen, who works as the assistant director at Sunny Hills Nursing Home, has started a 501c3 called Faith, Hope, and Love to rescue the girls like me. God protected me and led me to a very safe place, Trish explained. The pastor asked Gwen about both the nursing home and her ministry. Then he looked at the clock and said, Tell you what, why don't all of us go down to Bob's Barbecue? I'll call my wife to meet us, and we'll just take care of the bill. Then I'm sure Homa and City Belle would love seeing you and visiting with you as long as possible. Wow, this is delicious. I can see why it's your favorite place, Trish, Mark said. And pastors, the pastor's wife said as she wadded her napkin up and put it on the thick paper plate. Come on, Gwen, I'll go with you to the bathroom. She picked up her empty plate, and the pastor's nodded her head in the direction of the restroom and headed to the trash can by the restrooms. That would be fine. It seems like I'm spending more and more time there. Gwen laughed as she took the remaining empty plates and followed. Before they left the restroom, they took a few minutes to talk while they washed their hands. Gwen, is it in your power to move City Belle and Homa and maybe even Travis down there to your nursing home so the family could be together again? Asked the pastor's wife. Mark and I have been praying about that since Trish told me her story. And on top of that, her best friend in the city was also a foster kid who aged out of the system. She and her twin brother came to the bus station a few weeks ago and were rescued by the Vizzolos. Sophie spent the first night with me, and now the twins are living with one of the managers at Vizzolo Produce. I was told Trish and Sophie's reunion was something to cry over. It would be so very bad. Mark and I have been praying about that since Trish told me her story. And on top of that, her best friend in the city was also a foster kid who aged out of the system. She and her twin brother came to the bus station a few weeks ago and were rescued by the Vizzolos. Sophie spent the first night with me, and now the twins are living with one of the managers at Vizzolo Produce. I was told Trish and Sophie's reunion was something to cry over. It would be so very bad for Trish to be separated again from any of them, Gwen answered as she dried her hands. I'm going to do my best to get Trish's family down to Sunny Hill so they can all be together. Gwen, Pastor wants you and me to come back to his office for a few minutes after we take Trish over to the nursing home, Mark said as the two ladies came back to the table. That's fine. We will meet Pappy and Sassy Bella a little later on, Gwen replied as Mark took her hand and they left Bob's Barbecue. The original fence crew quickly divided the amigos and the other workers into teams. As a few of the teams removed the remaining post braces and put them on the flatbed trailer, two teams started unrolling the wire for the bottom two strands. One team stretched the bottom strand while another team attached the wire clips with the clip benders, and then they repeated the process with the second strand of wire. When the wire unrollers ran out of their quarter mile of barbed wire on the roll, they learned the fine art of splicing barbed wire together with new rolls and continued to unroll those bottom two strands. Chester, Eduardo, and the other tractor drivers were careful to watch for the fence crew as they planted seeds of various produce. Each driver had a clipboard on his tractor where he kept a careful record of what they planted, the date, and in which plot he planted. Because several plots had been left unpicked and had been plowed under by the cattlemen, the normal pattern of planting was slightly altered, but doable. Afterwards, Bobby carefully transferred the information from the clipboards to a giant blackboard in the office and into the permanent planting and harvest logs. When the kitchen crew showed up in the old white pickup truck with stacked lunches and iced tea, they were a welcome sight to both the fence crew and the tractor drivers. Pappy and Sassabelle were sitting in well-worn chairs by the front door waiting for Trish to show up. Mark and Gwen watched as hugs, kisses, and tears flowed freely between the three. After a quick introduction, Mark and Gwen excused themselves and promised to be back after a while. Oh, take your time. We'll take good care of our granddaughter. I promise you that, Sassy Belle exclaimed as she waved them off. Gwen smiled, nodded her head, and turned around to leave. As soon as she and Mark got outside, she stopped smiling. What's the matter, Gwen? Mark asked. Did you look at how gloomy that place is, how worn the carpet and furniture are, and even worse, did you hear a couple of staff members in the background holler and curse at some residents? That makes me so mad. This place takes in a fortune, but they are not spending it on the facility or the residents. Bare minimum. Maybe not even that much. That's what's the matter with me, Gwen ranted as she stomped her foot. Okay, Mark cautiously responded as he realized how much Gwen's temperament reminded him of his mother's. He carefully turned his head away, scratched his ear, and smiled. I can live with that, he mouthed without making a sound. Mark and Gwen soon arrived back at the church. The door was propped open for them to enter. Again, Gwen quickly headed to the restroom, although on the phone the pastor motioned Mark to come on in. Thanks, Russ. I appreciate the information. Give my regards to Barb. Yes, my wife and I will pray about it. God's blessing on you and yours. Goodbye. The pastor hung up the phone and pointed for Mark to sit down. He did and said, Gwen will be back in a minute, I think. The pastor laughed. Mark, I have gone through this myself when my wife was pregnant with our kids. I understand. Soon Gwen joined them. So sorry, she said. Gwen, no need for apologies, the pastor laughed. I just got off the phone with your father-in-law, Russ Whitaker, Sr. My wife and I met him and Barb a number of times at various preacher functions. He told me you two are the real deal if he's ever seen a real deal in his lifetime. With that being said, Gwen, can you come back Sunday night and present faith, hope, and love to our church? And definitely, Mark, we want you to come too. And I have a pastor friend close to where Travis is placed, and he visits Travis too. I just got off the phone with Brother Randy before I talked to. And I have a pastor friend close to where Travis is placed, and he visits Travis too. I just got off the phone with Brother Randy before I talked to Russ. He wants you to come Sunday morning and take a few minutes to tell his folks about faith, hope, and love as a possible mission project for them to do. Mark and Gwen were silent. And a couple more things. That church has a house they call the Prophet's Chamber. It is furnished and has 3 bedrooms. Randy has extended an invitation for you 3 to spend the night there tonight and again next Saturday night. Your supper will be ready in the fridge for you to heat up. Breakfast fixings will also be in the fridge for you to eat in the morning. I would guess, Gwen, that about the only thing you actually have for faith, hope, and love is Trish? The pastor asked. And a few nightgowns, toothbrushes, combs, brushes, and shampoo. Gwen laughed as she answered. Mark added, and a 501c3. Well, that's certainly a start. Gwen, did my wife tell you what she does? No, we never talked about that, Gwen answered. She owns and runs a screen printing shop, and she's going to print some shirts that she's going to give you. She wants you to swing by next Saturday and pick them up here in this office. Do you have a logo yet? Pastor, I didn't find a logo among the gowns and toothbrushes, Gwen laughed. The pastor joined her in laughing. Probably not, but my wife is pretty good at designing that sort of thing, so we'll just leave it up to her, if that's okay. Yes, it sounds incredible, Gwen agreed. The pastor continued, a lot of churches will allow you to set up a display table in their foyer. Some won't. Those shirts might provide some seed money to go along with the nightgowns and toothbrushes. I don't know how long you will feel comfortable traveling, but I can contact a number of churches to present your ministry within 3 or 4 hours of Sunny Hills. One more thing before you go. Please figure out how to get Homa and Cedybell Todd out of where they are now and move them down there with Trish. And maybe tomorrow, could you try to do the same with Travis, okay? Oh, Homa and Cedybell have a lifelong friendship with another couple in that nursing home. Get that couple to move too. Their kids live in the city, and it's just about the same distance down to Sunny Hills there as it is to here. That friendship is the reason any of them refused to move to the city. There was silence. Finally, Gwen spoke. Could I please use your copy machine to make a few more copies of the application form for Sunny Hills Nursing Home? Sure, I'll get it warmed up for you. The pastor rolled his chair over to the copier and turned it on. And I'll go get your yellow bag. Mark jumped up and headed to the door. And I'll be right back in a minute or two, Gwen said as she got up and headed back to the restroom. One by one, the trucks of men trickled into Vizzolo Produce after lunch. Each driver parked by Tony's shed, and the men, including the drivers, walked across the street to see Bobby in the office. She hugged each one, and they hugged her back. After assigning beds in the apartment, she sent them all to Tony's shed. The men met and greeted Beth and Willie. Then they all hugged Carrie, retrieved their tools, and went to work. They were careful to follow the directions of Willie and Beth. By 3 o'clock, the workforce in Tony's shed had swollen to more than 20 men, all skilled in various trades needed to install the equipment. Beth, if this continues, I will need to cancel my work crew and just pay the Vizzolos the labor my crew would not be doing, Willie informed Beth. One of the electricians overheard that statement. Willie, it's not going to continue. No way. By Wednesday, this place will be swarming with guys, many of them skilled in the trades. There's a phone on the floor over there. Go ahead and make your call to cancel your crew. Beth called for break time so the building would be quiet while Willie was on the phone. Let's go to the mess hall and get a snack and something to drink, she said. Carrie, the last straggler in line, hollered out, Beth, you look somewhat like a mama duck with a bunch of babies waddling behind her. About that time, the white unmarked delivery truck pulled up and stopped. Wayne and Jean looked at the mama duck and ducklings and burst out laughing. "Sweetheart, I believe homecoming has started early this year," Wayne said as they both waved at the smiling and waving ducklings. "I think we need to put up a duck crossing sign," Jean said as she continued laughing. Mark and Gwen entered the nursing home and found Trish playing games with her grandparents and another couple, Dwight and Daisy Davidson. "Hey, Gwen. Hey, Mark. Join us. I'm getting whooped up on by these four," Trish laughed. "And these two," she pointed to Dwight and Daisy, "I've known all my life. They have been like the other set of grandparents I never had." Proper introductions were made, and Mark and Gwen joined in the fun. About 3 o'clock or so, Trish made the statement, "Pappy and Sassy Belle and Mr. and Mrs. Davidson, I wish there was a way for you four to move to Gwen's nursing home so I could see you really often." Dwight and Daisy began to ask questions about Sunny Hills Nursing Home and how far it was from the city. Suddenly, Pappy got up and went down to their room. In a few minutes, he came back with some paperwork, which he handed to Gwen. "Take a look at this. Dwight and Daisy have the exact same policies we do. We bought them the same night at the same time from the same insurance salesman." Gwen laughed as she looked at the papers. "What's so funny?" Sassy Belle asked. "I'm sorry," Gwen answered as she laid the papers aside. "But Saturday I just went over 2 policies exactly like this one. There is a clause on page 2 that says the insured can relocate one time to another licensed nursing facility within 500 miles of the first with moving expenses covered. Other relocations are permissible with the insurance paying all the moving fees. Monthly coverage will then resume on the next first of the month at the new location upon move-in." Dwight picked up Homa's policy and flipped to page 2 and read it. "Gwen, I don't think you missed even one word," he said, and handed the policy to Daisy. "Dwight, go get our policies. I want Gwen to look at them too." Daisy pointed to the door. Sassy Belle asked, "You mean to tell me, Gwen, that we can move close to Trish and you can make it happen?" She looked at Gwen. "I mean to say that your valid paid-up insurance policies that I hold in my lap will move you in the next few days without it costing you anything. And if the Davidsons' policies are the same, yes, they can move too." Gwen smiled as she replied. Trish put her hands over her mouth and started crying. Sassy Belle and Pappy hugged her tightly and patted her. Daisy reached over and patted her arm. Mark pulled out his handkerchief and blew his nose. I think I got some allergy," he said, wiping his eyes. Soon Dwight came back with both policies. Except for names, birthdates, and addresses, the 4 policies were identical to Pastor Lorimore's and Honey's. "Let me ask a few questions," Gwen started. All eyes turned to her. "Yes?" Sassy Belle asked. "Did you move straight from your home to this facility?" Homa, Seedy Belle, Dwight, and Daisy all replied, "Yes." "Have you ever been a resident of any other nursing or assisted living facility?" Gwen asked the second question. All 4 shook their heads. "No." "Good. A couple more questions. Does the furniture in your room belong to you or to this facility?" Gwen continued. "We brought ours," Dwight said, "and they brought theirs." "Can you make your own decisions, or do any of you have to have an appointed legal guardian?" Gwen asked. Home and Dwight both answered, "Not legally, but we do ask our wives first." They all laughed. "One more question then," Gwen said. "Let it rip," Daisy exclaimed. "Do you want to move by the end of this month?" Gwen looked at all 4. Dwight and Homa looked at their wives. Trish held her breath. Seedy Belle replied, "Do we have to wait that long?" Daisy agreed. "Then Mark and I need to find a payphone and make some calls. When we get back, we'll do the paperwork," Gwen said, standing up. Mark stood up as well. "We'll be back in a little while," he said as Gwen made her way to the visitors' restroom. Mark and Gwen soon found a payphone down the street. She put a quarter in and dialed 0 for the operator. "Operator, how may I help you?" "I need to make a collect call to Sunny Hills Nursing Home." Gwen answered and provided the phone number. Soon the phone was ringing, and Gwen could hear the operator asking Mrs. Fitzgerald if she would accept a collect call from a Gwen Whitaker. When she said yes, the operator chimed in with, "Go ahead, ma'am," as a quarter rolled into the change slot. The operator hung up as Gwen quickly told Mrs. Fitzgerald that 2 couples wanted to move in and both had valid insurance policies like the Lormers. "Do you have their names?" Mrs. Fitzgerald asked. "Yes, Homa, yes, with an A like an apple, and Cetie Bell Todd, and the other couple is Dwight and Daisy Davidson," Gwen replied. "Go ahead and fill out the applications. Are you still coming back tomorrow?" Miss Fitzgerald asked. "It will be late, but yes," Gwen answered. "Then tell him I will take care of everything starting Wednesday morning when I have the applications. I will call and talk to them then." "Good job, girl. Good job." After relating the information to the 2 older couples and filling out the 4 applications, Gwen told Trish, "I'm sorry, Trish, but we need to go so we can see Travis in the morning. We still have a couple hours drive." The 2 older couples hugged Trish, Gwen, and Mark. "Thank you so much, Gwen. This just makes everything so much better. We haven't seen Trish since a few days after the fire, and now we're going to get to see her real often," Sassy Bell said, hugging Gwen again. "You're welcome," Gwen replied as she, Mark, and Trish turned to leave out the front door. This time Gwen was smiling as she walked by the shabby furnishings. Even before Mark drove past the city limit sign and began the 2-hour journey to visit Travis, Gwen leaned over on Mark's shoulder and went sound asleep. Mark smiled as he felt her relax up against him and heard her steady breathing. Soon Trish leaned over against the window on her side and also went to sleep. About an hour later, Mark pulled over to a gas station. The stop woke both Gwen and Trish. "Girls, we need to get gas," he said, pulling up to a pump. "Good," Gwen laughed as she yawned and stretched. Trish hopped down on her side as Mark got out and helped Gwen down. "Thank you," she said. "Mark, do you have any money?" "Yes, I have plenty to fill the tank up. This will also get us back home tomorrow," he assured her, thankful for the place to sleep tonight, the waiting food, and the meal at Bob's barbecue, courtesy of Trish's pastor. A little over an hour later, Mark pulled up to the church and Brother Randy came out to greet them. "Welcome to the prophet's chamber. I know you are tired," he said, noticing Gwen's maternity clothes. "We all are," Mark replied. "Thank you so much for letting us stay here. It was so unexpected, but so much appreciated. Maybe tomorrow after you take Trish to see Travis, you 2 could stop by and visit with me a little bit," Brother Randy suggested. "Certainly," Gwen replied. "We would be glad to. Do you know when visiting hours start?" 9 o'clock until about 7 in the evening, the pastor replied. "Oh, we can't stay that long," Gwen answered. "I know Trish would like to, but we simply can't." Mark grabbed all the bags and followed the girls and the pastor into the prophet's chamber. Which bedroom do you want?" Mark asked Gwen. "Whichever one is closest to the bathroom," she laughingly answered. "Okay, I will put your bag there." "Trish, which one do you want?" Mark asked. "Whichever. This is all so unreal to me. Are my grandparents and their friends really going to move to Sunny Hills Nursing Home?" Trish asked. "Sure looks like it. Mrs. Fitzgerald will complete the process Wednesday. My guess is the moving company will bring their belongings by this weekend. If any of them has to be transported by ambulance, that will be arranged at the same time. If not, then Mrs. Fitzgerald will come over and get them in the station wagon." "I really think they'll like Sunny Hills Nursing Home a lot better, much less getting to be around you," Gwen answered as she opened the fridge door. "Look, spaghetti and meatballs and salad and the makings for toasted garlic bread." Mark and Trish looked over Gwen's shoulders. "Yes, green olives. I will cook breakfast in the morning. Green-eyed monsters. Gems for all of us. Do you like green olives?" Mark asked. "I do," Trish answered. "Me too," Gwen said. "Mark, are you trying to spoil me?" "Who, me?" "Maybe just a little," he laughed. Soon the aroma of toasted garlic bread filled the kitchen as the spaghetti and meatballs were heated in the microwave. Trish did a little bit of snooping and found the plates and forks and napkins. Mark pulled out the salad and a variety of dressings and set them on the kitchen table. Gwen found 3 glasses and fixed ice water using the ice trays in the top of the fridge freezer. Mark and Gwen held hands as he prayed, thanking God not only for the food but also for the bed, the visit with the grandparents, and especially for those who had the foresight to provide the prophet's chamber. After supper, Mark and Trish cleaned the kitchen while Gwen propped her feet up. "And there's enough meatballs left over to make sandwiches for tomorrow, just like Brother Randy said. Here's a sour cream container in the freezer labeled ice, and the small ice chest he told us to take," Trish said as she put the meatballs back in the fridge. She refilled the ice tray and put it back in the freezer. "Mama always said to leave a place cleaner than you found it," Mark said as he started cleaning. "My mama must have read the same book," Trish laughed. "Anybody want to play a game of bat? Mama showed it to me, and we enjoy playing it, Mark asked as he hung the towel on the hanger. "She even brought me one." "Anybody want to play a game of bat? Mama showed it to me, and we enjoy playing it," Mark asked as he hung the towel on the hanger. "She even bought me my own deck." After more than an hour playing, Trish got up and retrieved the game she had for Travis. "Look at this, Mark. Gwen has already seen it," Trish hinted for the love of baseball to Mark. "If Travis has ever liked baseball at all, he will love this, Trish," Mark replied. "Trish, I need to warn you that Travis may cry when he sees you. None of us really knows what his injuries are nor how they may have affected him mentally and emotionally. Just prepare yourself for the unexpected. He may not be as you remember him from before," Gwen warned her. "Doesn't matter. He's my brother and I love him. Thank you so much for this trip. It means the world to me," Trish said. "You're very welcome," Gwen replied. Mark added, "I'm glad it worked out for us to come." The supper bell rang and everybody gathered in the mess hall. The homecomers were glad to be back on the property of Azola Produce, and the kitchen crew was well prepared for all. The apartments were almost full. The latecomers would have to set up their cots behind the pink line in Tony's shed. While there were bunks available, the men all knew that the new teens would be traumatized with a whole bunkhouse full of men. Each one remembered very vividly their first night in the bunkhouse, regardless of how long ago that was. After supper, the men, Willie and Beth, went back to Tony's shed. Beth sent Carrie home with Chester and the twins. "Now, show us exactly where you want the offices, the restrooms, and the break room," one of the carpenters told Beth. "And which one do you want first?" Beth laughed. "The absolutely most important thing is the restrooms, particularly when others will probably end up spending the night out here. The plumbers are finished until those fixtures arrive. We're going to make both of them 2-seaters, 2 sinkers, 2 showers, and the men's 2 urinals. How does that sound?" he asked. "Like a great plan," Beth answered. "We'll be swiping your office lumber. Is there more lumber out in the tractor barn?" "I think my son left some out there when he brought this pile in here," she replied. "He moved this pile of lumber all by himself? Wow, that's a pretty tall order." "Well, it was a pretty tall struggle, too, and he stopped," Beth laughed. "I don't blame him. I wouldn't have even started. I can't wait to meet him." "All the carpenters over here," Beth hollered as she waved her hands. "Thanks." Wayne and Jean wandered inside Tony's shed before going to the bus station. They hugged everyone as they made the rounds and just shook their heads at the amount of progress they could already see. The intake loading area actually was beginning to look more like a production facility. Willie coaxed the equipment into the right places so the plumbers could connect the washing machines. The plumbers were busy running pipes, setting up drains, and installing hot water heaters from their fully loaded supply trucks. Another plumber would come tomorrow with the bathroom fixtures. The electricians were able to uncover the elusive giant fans. Some of the electricians were mounting them and wiring them into the ceiling. Others were running the wires for the switches. "Sweetheart, it looks like Tony's shed is going to be a lot cooler tomorrow," Jean told Wayne as they left, holding hands for their nightly bus station rendezvous. Tuesday morning, Mark was up early reading and learning 1 Corinthians 13. His sheets and towels were already in the washing machine. "Lord, thank you for this prophet's chamber. Whoever planned it really knew the things that are important to someone traveling in the ministry, maybe with little means. Lord, thank you for that example over in 2 Kings. He turned in his Bible and read the account of the original prophet chamber. I am so grateful that you have given Gwen and me a second chance, and you know I missed my best friend Rusty. I thank you for his faithfulness. Thank you for the visit yesterday with Trish's grandparents, and I know you've got today's visit with Travis. Lord, you've opened the door for faith, hope, and love. Help me to be an example and the man you want me to be. I ask you that you give Mama the joy and happiness I've seen over the last few days for the rest of her life. I know she misses Dad, but I also know she trusts you for every moment and hour. Help them get Tony's shed squared away and also the fence done. Gwen sat down by him at the table and took his hand while he was praying. Gwen, how long have you been there? Mark stopped praying and asked. Since you opened your Bible to 1 Corinthians chapter 13, she answered as she smiled and leaned over and kissed him. I'm going to go put my sheets and towels in the washer. I just heard it click off, and I'll put yours in the dryer, she said, jumping up. You promised a green-eyed monster, whatever that is, and I am famished. 3 green-eyed monsters coming right up. Is Trish up? Mark asked as he stood up. Yes, I heard her rattling around, Gwen answered. Mark not only made breakfast, he also fixed sandwiches from the leftover meatballs and put them in plastic sandwich bags. Just as they got to the nursing home, Gwen reached into her bag and pulled out a $10 bill. Trish, this is some of the money that was in the box for Faith, Hope, and Love. This will pay for your lunch. You need to pay for it in the office when you first walk in. Gwen handed her the money. Nope. Trish shoved it back. Gwen and Mark looked rather surprised. Trish smiled. I saw that stack of sandwiches Mark made, and that's what I want. And I'm pretty certain Travis will want one too. I know there's plenty and then some. Use this for shampoo or something. She jumped out of the truck with her framed blue jean flower pitcher and the card game for Travis. Gwen laughed. Okay, but tell them at the office to cancel your lunch plate. We'll be back after we visit with Brother Randy. More and more graduates from the bunkhouse showed up at Mazzolo Produce, even after supper. A few found themselves behind the pink line in Tony's shed on cots. After breakfast on Tuesday morning, Beth clapped her hands to get everybody's attention. Wayne handed her the microphone. If you are a plumber, an electrician, a carpenter, or work as a helper to any of those, I need you over at Tony's shed, and I am pleased to announce that the bathrooms in there should be working before tonight. She was interrupted with claps and cheers, especially from those with cots. It is my understanding that everyone else has become a fence installer. Would the original fence crew please stand up? Meet your new bosses. The loaded, unmarked produce delivery truck left for the city, 5-star restaurant deliveries. The kitchen crew had ample produce to feed the small army of men and workers for lunch. Wayne drove the bus to take the night pickers and delivery truck loaders back home across the border. Jean went with him. They picked up the day-filled crews and brought them back. Beth sat down next to Willie in the empty mess hall for a final cup of coffee before crossing the road. Willie, do you think we might be able to get one line up and running today? Honey, Beth, I don't know why not. Willie turned a little red at his snafu. After all, he had only known Beth a few days, but they had spent hours working together. Beth turned a shade of pink also. Good, she said, gulping down the last sip of her coffee. Then she jumped up and took her mug to the kitchen. Oops, Willie whispered as he washed her head to the restroom. The fence crew met together and broke up into teams similar to the teams yesterday. Chester drove one of the buses out to the fence line and let each team off. Eduardo drove the tractor with the loaded trailer behind the bus. At each stop, men grabbed rolls of wire, heavy bags of clips, clip benders, and smaller boxes of splicers. Sophie, how do you feel being the only girl out here? Sammy asked as he picked up a clip bender. Not too bad, brother, not too bad, she laughed. Although I do wish Trish was out here too, she replied as she picked up a clip bender. The other amigos were also assigned to use the clip benders because it was the easiest job to do. Chester went back to the kitchen and loaded up all the yellow water jugs and grabbed cups and garbage bags. Soon he took some of each out to the workers in the produce plots, and the others he divided among each fit's team. When he got to Sophie and Sammy, they came over to talk to him. Look, we will soon be reaching as high as we can on these poles. What if we took the wooden braces apart and put a nail at the top? One person could then thrust the wire up and keep it in place while standing on the ground. Those with clip benders would still need ladders to reach the higher strands of wire, Sophie added. Sophie, that's a brilliant plan. I don't think anybody else has thought about how to hang barbed wire that high in the air, Chester replied as he hugged both of them. Chester picked up the original fence crew and brought them over so Sophie, to Sophie and asked her to repeat the plan. They all agreed that would be a great solution for a looming problem. Chester delivered the bosses back. On the way to the tractor barn where the braces were now stored, he stopped by Bobby's office. "Hey, Bobby, it's only Tuesday morning, and look at this place," Chester said. "Send any more new guys to the tractor barn, and I'll put them to work recycling braces into barbed wire keepers." "I have no idea what a barbed wire keeper is, but I will send you fellas until you tell me not to," Bobby replied. An hour later, Chester and several guys loaded the barbed wire keepers into the bus and walked across the street to Tony's shed. The men greeted each other. Many of them had shared the bunkhouse at the same time. Chester went over to Beth and asked a question. She nodded her head and called for a short timeout. "Guys, Beth and Carrie, it's looking great out here. If any of you guys brought ladders that you are not using or not likely to use, we need them out in the field. Just make sure they're marked." Chester said, "We need them loaded on the bus." "Everybody go ahead and take a break over the mess hall. They just told me warm cookies are ready," Beth added. "And Chester, you can take back some to everybody in the field." "I'm sure they would love that," Chester replied as he went across the street to grab cookies while ladders were clanging on the bus. Tony's shed was now empty except for Willie and Beth. Willie watched her go to her tool chest and unlock it. Beth picked up her watch and put it on. She then picked up her wedding band and put it on. Willie turned and slowly made his way across the road to the mess hall as he mumbled, "I knew it was too good to be true." Beth grabbed the manuals for the washing stations and the cutting stations. She looked around but didn't see Willie. "That's odd." She scratched her head. "I thought he was waiting for me." "Apparently not," she said out loud to no one. She went over to the Vazzolos' house. She put the manuals down on the kitchen table and went to her bedroom. Peace and quiet. "They've got to work on my office next and soundproof it. I can't hear myself think over there." "Darling," she said, picking up her favorite picture of her late husband, "I will love you until my dying breath. I now know my heart is big enough to also love someone else until my final breath on this earth. I believe you approve." With that, Beth laid the framed picture face up inside her top dresser drawer, took off her wedding band, and placed it on top of the picture. In the stillness and quietness of the kitchen, she studied the manuals. "I wish Willie was over here to help me with these. I so respect him and his opinion," she said to no one as she poured herself a glass of iced tea and munched on an apple. Brother Randy welcomed Gwen and Mark into his office. "Thank you so much for the prophet's chamber and the meals," Mark said as they shook hands. "You're very welcome. Sit down and let's talk. Tell me a little about the work you're doing and this new ministry you're starting," Brother Randy replied as he motioned to the chairs. He listened to their stories and was pleased they lined up exactly with what Pastor Whitaker had told them on the phone the evening before. "This sounds great, but I do see a problem. Not with me, but with others. You're traveling around together, spending the night, but you are not married," Brother Randy said, "and I'm going to guess you did not sleep together last night, but in separate rooms. But Gwen, you are pregnant and wearing another man's wedding ring." There was silence as Gwen and Mark looked at each other. Mark saw the tears form in the corner of Gwen's eyes as she twisted her wedding band. "Look, I am only giving you a real heads up from Proverbs 22, verses 3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil, and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. In short, you both need to prepare so you can answer that scenario biblically, and you need to be really upfront about it. Maybe you even need to pray about someone else going to churches and presenting faith, hope, and love. I know 2 preachers who believe in faith, hope, and love and would jump at the opportunity to present it to churches all over if they were but asked. And Gwen, the closer to your due date, the harder it's going to be on you to travel, and most churches don't have anything like a prophet's chamber. You both are wise and cautious, and I know, Mark, you want to protect Gwen from unnecessary hurt that could be repeated over and over again." Mark answered, "No, we did not sleep together last night, and yes, I don't want anybody to hurt Gwen in any form or fashion." "Brother Randy, who are those 2 preachers?" Gwen asked. They are both in your backyard. Pastor Lorimore is one, Brother Randy answered. I know he wants to continue to preach some, and I also know he's going to need to get away ever so often, he replied. I know he wants to continue to preach some, and I also know he's going to need to get away ever so often, she replied. But I hadn't put that together with Faith, Hope, and Love. He's prayed with me and Wayne and Jean Fazolo about this ministry a number of times, and he really is for it. Don't forget, he knows a lot of pastors and churches, and he could get inside the churches a lot easier than you could because they know him and know his reputation. Besides, he's a great man of God and a great preacher, Brother Randy answered. Brother Randy, who's the other preacher in our backyard? Mark asked. Russ Whitaker, Brother Randy answered as he looked at Mark. I kind of guessed that. Rusty, his son, and my best friend, and Gwen's deceased husband, and I prayed with Pastor Whitaker about going into some sort of evangelism before I went to the Philippines. Then Rusty died. Pastor Whitaker and I haven't talked about that since, but I do know he seldom turns down meetings in other places, Mark acknowledged. He seems to thrive on traveling. Mark and Gwen, all the pastors in this area respect both of these men. You two are blessed to have them as part of your lives, Brother Randy continued. Since yesterday, I've been asking God how in the world I could travel and drag girls around with me. They may have just arrived a day or a few days before, Gwen admitted. I need to be at home with them, encourage them, and helping them deal with so much baggage from their lives. In Trish's case, this trip was strictly to see her folks, and she grew up in what it sounds like a great home, so she doesn't have as much baggage as some do. I know I was invited to speak at Jean Fazolo's ladies' meeting, but I hadn't really considered speaking anyplace else before I was asked yesterday, Gwen added. Speaking of Trish's folks, Travis wants to meet both of you and thank you for taking care of his baby sister. That's what he always calls her, Brother Randy commented. By the way, his grandparents were counselors. They and their friends are responsible for him avoiding post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD like so many of our Vietnam veterans face. He's got some devastating injuries, but PTSD is not one of them right now. Ask him about their visits, and he really needs to get back to his family. The quicker, the better. Let's pray together and ask God for wisdom and leadership, thanking Him for directing our every step and for ears to hear Him speak and the courage to obey immediately. Back at the Zolo Produce, Jean took some chalk and wrote on the chalkboard in the mess hall. Preaching, 7:30, Friday night, Pastor Lorimore, mess hall, and Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m., Pastor Jordan Gorman, mess hall. Do not attend Sunny Hills Church due to lack of room. Well, Mark broke the silence on the way to see Travis. Gwen, that was pretty straight shooting back there with Brother Randy, wasn't it? Yes, but I think he just saved Faith, Hope, and Love. He's right. People, even should we tell our story, are pretty unforgiving, Gwen replied. And it is misleading to let people think Rusty is this baby's dad, even though I am his widow. I know. I feel the same way. I'm so glad God is totally forgiving. And you're right, you can't lug the girls around. How many girls have you and the Vazolos rescued since you started working with them? Well, there's Sophie and Trish, and she started counting on her fingers. Including Sophie and Trish, there have been 5, and there were many others over the years before I came. That's what I thought. Faith, Hope, and Love is an important, life-changing, for all eternity ministry that God has given you. And the wise counsel from Brother Randy just kept it going, Mark stated as he pulled into the nursing home parking lot. You're right. God's already reassured me that He's going to give me whatever the ministry needs and when it is needed. Gwen smiled as Mark helped her down from the truck cab. Hey, Mark and Gwen, over here. Mark and Gwen looked over in the direction of Trish's voice. She was pushing Travis in a wheelchair down the path toward a little stream. Come meet my big brother, she waved them to her. Mark and Gwen held hands as they strolled over to Trish and Travis. Mark stuck out his hand to shake Travis. Travis just struck out his left hand and awkwardly shook Mark's hand. Mark was stunned and not sure how to respond. Sorry, man. Travis laughed. It's okay, Mark. I used what I got left. It's so nice to meet you, and this must be Gwen. Hey, Travis. Gwen smiled and waved. Look, I want to thank you so much for taking care of my baby sister. That means the world to me. Look, shh. He put his left index finger over to his mouth. There's a mule deer fawn over there. His mom's got to be close by. They all watched as the mom appeared, and then the two ran off. Do you get to see that very often, Travis? Mark asked. Not too often. I can't come out here by myself. It's like paddling a canoe with one paddle on the same side all the time. I only go in circles, he laughed. I have a buddy who comes about once a month, and Brother Randy comes every couple of weeks or so. Since Pappy and Sassy Bell and the Davidsons don't drive anymore, in short, no, not as much as I would like to. Gwen spoke up. Tell me something, Travis. Travis immediately sat up straight and replied, Travis Todd, age 34, ensign, U.S. Navy, serial number. He burst out laughing before he gave his serial number. I should be sorry, but the look on all your faces was worth it. Yes, ma'am, what would you like to ask? He smiled. How did your grandmother become Sassy Bell instead of Seedy Bell? Well, everybody tried to get me to say Grandma Seedy Bell. I could manage Pappy, but Grandma Seedy Bell was a mouthful, and it came out Sassy Bell. And it stuck. She's often told me I am the one who is sassy, not her. Travis laughed. Did they come to see you very often before they had to move into the nursing home? Mark asked. Attention, scallywag. Aye, sir. With what was left of his left hand, Travis saluted the man coming down the walk to the stream. After break time was over, the workers in Tony's shed went back to work. The fans generated spontaneous cheers and applause as each was turned on. Willie climbed on board the forklift. I wonder where Beth is. Not that it matters anymore, he said to himself as he looked around. He started the forklift and followed Carrie's guidance to know exactly where to place the next piece of equipment in the first line. Back at Vizzolo Produce, Willie turned off the forklift and jumped down. He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his eyes. I must have some dust in my eyes, Carrie, he explained as he pulled his handkerchief back in his pocket. How's it lining up? He asked as he inspected the location with Carrie and the electricians. Looks good, Willie, Carrie replied. Then let's bolt her down, Willie said as he grabbed the concrete drill and started drilling holes. Carrie watched as he put too much pressure on the drill and the drill bit broke off. The end of the drill bit ricocheted and sounded like somebody pulled the trigger on a gun. Willie looked around to see if anybody got hurt. No one had, but they all had stopped working and were watching him. He handed the drill one of the electrician's helpers. Here, I need some fresh air. He turned and walked outside. Wonder what's eating him, the helper asked as he grabbed a new bit. I don't know, but this is the first time I've seen him upset since he got here, Carrie replied. Willie went across the street and sat down at one of the picnic tables. That's what I need to do. Pack my stuff and drive out that road the same way I came in, go about 3 hours, return the rental car, and climb on an airplane. I need to find out if somebody else can drive the forklift. I don't think I can stay another day or night, he said to himself and put his head in his hands. Lord, I don't know what to do. Help me, Lord, please. Willie walked over to Bobby's office. Bobby, do any of the guys have forklift credentials? He asked. Bobby checked her list. Nary one. Why? Willie sighed. Just thought I would give somebody else the opportunity to drive if they wanted to. Thanks. Anytime, Bobby replied. He started back to Tony's shed and saw Beth coming from the Vizzolos' back door. She waved, he waved back, a small courtesy wave, and walked quickly back to Tony's shed. Beth stopped in the middle of the road. What in the world? She asked herself, shaking her head. She came back inside and took her watch off and put it in her toolbox, but left it unlocked. Willie had already climbed on the forklift and started it. Maybe I can get these all in place by tomorrow and leave tomorrow night, he muttered to himself. Beth started fiddling with the equipment that was all installed and learning exactly how to use it per the directions in the thick manuals. In between pieces of equipment, Willie turned the forklift off, but uncharacteristically stayed seated on it, watching Beth as she made minute adjustments. Out at the fence line, various groups of men and Sophie worked in teams to quickly put up the many strands of barbed wire. Some of the homecomers knew each other, many did not. All knew Chester and Eduardo. Many knew Bobby. All had spent time living in the bunkhouse, and all had worked alongside Wayne and Jean Vazzolo. Chester and Eduardo hitched up one of the outhouses to Chester's truck. They took a good supply of snacks and water from the kitchen and started to make the rounds from one fence team to the another. As they got closer to the first team, they heard hymns and gospel songs. They stopped long enough for everyone to get a snack and water and take advantage of the outhouse. As they drove off, the singing grew harder and harder to hear. Just about the time it faded away, they could hear the next team also singing. Sounds just like Wayne leading us last Friday, Chester said. Yes, Eduardo replied. Can you imagine how great this choir is going to sound come Friday night and Sunday afternoon at the services in the mess hall? Like the windows of heaven opening up, Chester answered. Anytime the work pace slowed down a little, one of the homecomers for the team started singing a faster-paced song, and the work pace picked up again. Tomorrow and the rest of the week, the homecomers would work without the amigos until the school bus dropped them off every afternoon. Back at the nursing home. Woody, this is my baby sister, Trish Todd, and this is Mark, and this is Gwen, the folks who rescued her from a spooky, dingy bus station a few days ago. And this is Woody, my Navy buddy, who comes to see me about once a month, Travis introduced everybody. After proper handshakes and greeting, Travis turned to Woody. You never come on Tuesdays, but on Wednesdays. What's going on with you? Well, I have some official business down south tomorrow, and so I decided to come see you today, Woody answered. Good deal. Thanks for not coming, Travis said. Are you kidding? How could I not come and visit my friend and hero? Woody turned to Trish. I bet this scallywag didn't tell you, his baby sister, that he's a real hero, did he? No. Trish hesitated and looked at her brother. We were both in Vietnam at the procurement and logistics office late one night when some VCs managed to sneak past the guards and charge inside the office shooting. Your brother here heard them just outside the front door, knocked me down, and took the bullets. He saved my life and returned fire with his left hand, not realizing his right arm and right leg were basically missing. I bet he didn't tell you that he was awarded the Purple Heart either, Woody shared. He received it after you lost your parents, but he also didn't tell you that he was awarded the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal either. Travis turned a little pink and turned toward Mark. So, Mark, you were asking me a question when Woody showed up? Oh, yes, about the visits from Pappy and Sassy Belle. Let me tell you this, Mark. From the time I landed here after the war, they and the Davidsons came to visit me 2 or 3 times every week. They would stay for hours on end and exchange World War I war stories and listen to me for hours. The military doctors were surprised that I never had some of the serious emotional problems like others coming back from Vietnam, and especially with the injuries. It didn't hurt that both Pappy and Sassy Belle were licensed counselors either. Sassy Belle and Mrs. Davison were both U.S. Army nurses who served together. Both fell in love with their patients, who also served together and shared some sort of flu that landed them in the hospital together. I went from working late one night finishing reports to waking up in a hospital missing some parts I thought were important, so being put on a plane headed for Germany. Then, when I was somewhere stable, put on another plane and landed in San Diego a few hours later. Basically, I went from a horrible war zone to home without counseling. Pappy and Sassy Belle started visiting in what I call qualified counseling mode, with the bonus of grandparents' love. The nursing home where they lived didn't want to take me in because of my injuries and age. Man, I miss all 4 of them, and I miss you too, Trish. I wish we could all be together. Trish burst out laughing. Woody and Travis looked at her. Gwen, tell them both. I'm too excited to, Trish said. Gwen told them about Sunny Hills Nursing Home and how Pappy and Sassy Belle and the Davidsons would be moving soon, even as early as Thursday. Do you have another one of those applications? Travis asked. Yes, Gwen answered. Are you guys hungry? I've got some awesome meatball sandwiches out in the truck, Mark offered. Man, that sounds good, Travis answered. Woody, take me inside while Mark gets the sandwiches and the application. We'll bring back drinks from the soda machine. Do you have napkins? Yes, and chips, Mark answered. I'll go inside too, Gwen said. And I'll go with her. I need to go to the bathroom, too, Trish answered, laughing. Okay, we'll all meet back here at the picnic table in a few minutes, Woody said. While Woody brought sodas, Travis went over to the director's office. I will need a copy of my records just after lunch to give to my sister. They will be ready for you, the director replied as he started rumbling through a file cabinet. Thank you. Oh, I just need the records on my injuries and routine days, Travis answered as Trish walked through the open doors and started pushing his wheelchair out. Not the whole file. Hey, Woody, will you still come to see me down at Sunny Hills? Travis asked as he took a sip of his soda. Man, that's a couple hours closer. I may even get to see you more often, Woody answered. So, Mark, what do you do? Travis asked as the group regathered around a picnic table. I work at a place called Vizzolo Produce. Currently, I'm supposed to be working with my mom setting up a dried produce packing facility when I'm not playing hooky, Mark answered, laughing. Vizzolo Produce, huh? Woody asked. Yep, Vizzolo Produce. Speaking of that, Gwen, you need to fill out Travis's application soon so we can get back, Mark reminded her. Your mom does dried produce? Woody asked. Well, she's got a great recipe for dried soup, and Vizzolo Produce is going to use her recipe. Wow, it's delicious, especially when you add some of her hot buttered cornbread to go along with it. Mark said as he finished his chips. Gang, like I said earlier, I have some business down that direction. I could follow you down there and check out the nursing home for you in the morning, Travis, and still make my 1:30 appointment tomorrow afternoon, Woody offered. Gwen laughed and asked, Where are you planning on spending the night down there? Motel or hotel, Woody answered with a question. Well, that's none of that there, but you're welcome to sleep in the camper on the back of our truck. The sheets are clean, Mark said as he wiped his face and finished his soda. Shake on it. Woody struck out his hand and Mark shook it. Oh, Woody, we will be stopping ever so often, particularly after these sodas, Mark warned. I'll stop when you stop. Do you think you could talk your mama into making some of that soup and cornbread for supper? Woody asked. I don't see why not if I call her now. Mark leaned over and gently kissed Gwen on her cheek. You take care of the paperwork here and I'll go throw away the trash. Bobby answered the phone. Yes, I'll accept a collect call from Mark Tompkins. What you need, Mark? Is everything okay? Yes, it's all going great. Would you ask Mama to fix a pot of her dried soup and cornbread for supper? Travis's friend wants to check out Sunny Hills Nursing Home and said he would love to sample some of her soup tonight for supper. Oh, he's going to spend the night in the camper. Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate you. Goodbye. Bobby went over to Tony's shed to find Beth. Willie, where's Beth? I don't know. He shrugged his shoulders. Ask Carrie. Maybe she knows. Bobby was surprised at his answer and went over to Carrie. Carrie. Bobby was shocked at how noisy it was in there with all the workers busy at once. Carrie, do you know where Beth is? She's in the house, the only place she's found to be quiet enough to look at the manuals. Thanks, Carrie. Bobby nodded her head and left, and as she walked out the door, she said to herself, No wonder Beth retreats to the house. These guys really need to get her office up and soundproof like yesterday. As Bobby crossed the street, another loaded plumbing truck drove in and stopped. So, Bobby, where do you want these toilets? The driver asked after he got out and hugged Bobby. They need to go right over there, she pointed. Tony's Misfit Toy Shed, he replied. Nothing misfit about it anymore. Bobby laughed and headed to the house. Beth came back over to Tony's shed, found her largest crock pot among her stored items, and took it to the mess hall kitchen. I don't know why, but Mark called and wants me to fix a pot of dried soup for one person to sample. Is this spot out of your way? Beth asked the kitchen crew. It's fine, they replied. Beth emptied a pint-sized jar of her dried soup mix, labeled Grandma Maud's soup, into the crock pot. She added water and turned it on high. There, she'd be ready by supper time, and I'll fix one pan of cornbread to go with it. It won't be enough for any of our homecomers, but I can't help but spoil Mark just a little, she laughed. The head cook also laughed and said, Knowing Mark, he's got a real dandy reason for this request. You're probably right, Beth replied. She went back to the house to study the manuals. Ever so often, Beth would return to Tony's shed and fiddle with the equipment. One time, she motioned Willie down off the forklift and asked a question about one of the pieces of equipment. Yes, Beth, if you start at first and then adjust here with a 7/16 Allen wrench until it clicks, you should have it set up right, Willie answered as he showed her a hidden spot. Thank you, most good sir, she said. You're welcome, Beth. That's my job, to get this place up and running. He turned and got back up on the forklift. He blew his nose and wiped his eyes on his handkerchief and then started up the forklift. Beth nodded her head and went over to her tool chest and took off her watch. I liked him better before everybody came, she muttered to herself as she picked up her 7/16 Allen wrench. Soon she had that piece of equipment running in sync with all the equipment already installed on the first line. She turned everything off, grabbed the next manual, and stormed back across the street to the kitchen table at the house. Some days feel ordinary until you learn how to truly see them. This book on gratitude is the best attitude, isn't about having more but appreciating what's already yours. Through simple words, beautiful pictures, powerful ideas, it reminds us that joy often lives in the smallest moments. Gratitude begins here. You will find Gratitude is the Best Attitude over at lindaLculbreth.com. Woody's white car bearing U.S. government-issued tags followed Mark, Gwen, and Trish all the way back to Sunny Hills. True to his word, Mark stopped ever so often and helped Gwen get down so she could head to the restrooms. At one stop, Woody got out to stretch his legs and walked over to Mark. When is your wife due? The baby's due in February, but unfortunately, Gwen is not my wife. The baby is mine, but she and my best friend thought I was dead in the Philippines, so he married her, keeping a promise he made to me to take care of her, but he died in a car crash at the beginning of September, Mark answered. Woody was speechless and went back to his car, shaking his head. In spite of several stops, they made it back to Vizzolo Produce before the evening meal. When Willie moved the last piece of equipment in the first line, he hopped down from the forklift. He knew that setting up the remaining production lines would go much quicker. He headed to the bunkhouse to clean up for supper. Colton had placed a quickly sketched drawing on Willie's bunk of Willie and Beth laughing together at breakfast that morning. Wow, that kid can flat draw. This is a gorgeous picture that I will cherish of a gorgeous woman whom I wish I could get to know better. I will always treasure this memory, but as long as she wears that wedding band, I can't. I just can't, he whispered. Willie carefully placed the drawing between some folders in his briefcase and wrote a quick thank you note and placed it on Colton's bed. I do still wonder about his bicycle, he whispered as he gathered his things for the shower. Wayne grabbed the microphone in the mess hall. Wow, he exclaimed. Homecoming has started so early this year. I am told we now have one production line up. As long as there's construction, a forklift, and folks sleeping in Tony's shed, we will not run the line because it needs to exceed the guidelines for food production and cleanliness and sanitation. With that said, we still might give it a tiny test run knowing that the results will only be for display, not consumption. That little test may just happen in the morning, if Beth, Willie, and Carrie says it's ready. We'll try to cool the place down before bedtime tomorrow night. Thank you to everyone who has worked on it, and a special thank you to Willie, Beth, and Carrie. You were invited to join us over there after supper and see the progress. The fence line is actually looking like a fence. You guys, the amigos interrupted, and Sophie and Trish. So corrected, Wayne laughed. You guys and Sophie and Trish have worked together and have done more than Jean and I could possibly dream. And those of you spending the night behind the pink line in Tony's shed will be delighted to know that tonight both bathrooms out there are working. Feel free to use both of them during the night. We'll keep our ladies out after 9 o'clock. Okay, ladies? The guys sleeping behind the pink line broke out into cheers, and the ladies nodded their heads. Many of you guys know each other, some of you don't, and we will have more guys here tomorrow and the rest of the week. Every one of you has been pastored by Pastor Lormore. He retired from Sunny Hills Church this past Sunday, but has graciously agreed to preach Friday night. Who all was in the bunkhouse when George Gorman was out there? Yep, I see those hands. He is now the new pastor and will be preaching here Sunday afternoon. As Jean wrote on the blackboard, and as you all know, Sunny Hills Church is simply not big enough for all of us. I want to welcome our newest teen, who just happens to be a girl. Trish, these are some of your big brothers. Woe to the person that dares mess with you or with Sophie. Sophie and her twin brother Sammy are living with Chester and Carrie. There was clapping and cheering and a few, way to go, Chester. Trish's brother, Travis Todd, is a wounded Vietnam warrior and hero. All the men stood and applauded. A few had been in any branch of the military. All the men stood and applauded. A few had been in any branch of the military saluted. Trish started crying. Sophie, so many others have treated him so badly, Trish whispered to Sophie. Wayne continued, I would like Vizzolo Produce to give Travis's Navy friend Woody a big Vizzolo welcome. The men stood again and hollered out, thank you for your service. If you're wondering, he's sleeping in a camper tonight, but make him feel at home, and if you get a chance to give him the nickel tour, he's only staying with us tonight and in the morning. Be sure to give your thanks to Jean's kitchen crew. There were more applause and cheering. Let us thank God for his blessing, and let's allow our Navy friend the privilege of going first. And let's let the head table and Trish go first tonight. I think Mark needs to get Gwen home, Wayne observed. Mark nodded his head. Long trip, long day. Everyone at the head table was treated to a small bowl of soup and a piece of hot buttered cornbread and whatever else they wanted. Willie sat at the opposite end of the table from Beth. It was the first time Willie and Gwen had tasted the soup. Man, this is delicious, Willie said. So this is what's going to be coming out of Tony's shed? Wayne nodded his head. It's one of Beth's recipe. Woody agreed. How long do you think this dried soup would last if it in an airtight container and kept in a cool environment without bugs or mice? He asked. I don't know for sure, Beth answered. What do you think, Willie? She asked, leaning her head forward to see him. Probably you can only label it for a year or so, but my guess it would be good for years. But this bowl has a life expectancy of just a few short minutes, Willie answered. Woody, after supper, you feel free to wander around with any of the guys, even the amigos. Beth, would you and Willie like to go with Jean and me to the bus station tonight? Willie asked. Thanks, but I really need to look through a couple more manuals, Beth replied. Not tonight. I'm tired too, but thanks, Willie replied and stared down at his plate. After supper, everyone, including the second shift kitchen crew, was over at Tony's shed to see how things were going. Then Eduardo took that second shift kitchen crew back home across the border. Chester, carrying the twins, went home. Mark left his key to the camper with Woody and got his mom's keys. Oh, Woody, there's showers here in the mess hall bathroom and towels and soap and shampoo, so help yourself, Mark told him. He turned and talked to Wayne and Jean. We'll meet you over at the bus station, Mr. and Mrs. V. Then I'll get the girls back where they need to be. Woody asked a number of the men questions as to how they came to live at Vizzolo Produce, and when they actually lived there. Beth grabbed a couple of manuals, including a government-issued dry produce handbook. She looked around for Willie, but he was already out at the picnic table, sitting there alone in the moonlight. Colton marched as Beth walked over to the tables. Good night, most good sir, she softly said. Good night, Beth. He stood up and went toward the bunkhouse. Colton took his unused paper napkin and a sharp pencil out of his pocket and sat down at the moonlight picnic table. Fortunately, on this night, the dingy, empty bus station was indeed empty. Sophie bounded up to Gwen's apartment driveway before daylight on Wednesday morning and knocked. You ready to run, girlfriend? I am, Trish answered. That's so nice of your folks to pick me up so we can run around Vizzolo Produce and shower before breakfast. I'm excited about enrolling in school this morning. I'll give you a list of what I'm taking in the class periods. Maybe we can be in the same classes, Sophie said. Bye, Gwen. I'll catch the bus to Vizzolo Produce and work on the fence this afternoon. Are you still planning on eating supper over there? Trish asked. We have been invited every night from now on, so just plan on riding the bus there unless I tell you different, okay? Gwen answered back. You got everything you need for school? I do, Trish replied. Thanks to you. After the door closed, Mark said to herself, no, thanks to God and Mark. The next morning, Woody was already out in the field when Sophie and Trish started running. They soon caught up with him, and Trish asked more questions about Travis. He was delighted to fill her in on many of the gaps. Sophie just listened. I feel like I know him better now. Thanks, Trish said. You'll really like Sunny Hills Nursing Home. So will Travis. I'm so excited about my family. being put together again. I had lost all hope, especially when I got tossed on that bus to the middle of nowhere. After one complete round trip, Sophie and Trish took off to the ladies' showers in the mess hall. Woody ran down the night pickers and watched them work. Woody ran toward the night pickers and watched them work. He followed them to the shipping area and watched as items were weighed, recorded, and sorted into the most efficient delivery protocols on the back of the unmarked Vizzolo produce truck. "Where's this one going?" he asked. "To some 5-star restaurants in the city," someone answered. "What about the other trucks, the ones that have Vizzolo produce marked on them?" Woody asked. "Big mess, lots of lies. Ask Wayne, Jean, Chester, or Eduardo," the workers answered as he loaded the last crate into the truck, closed the doors, and padlocked them. Woody watched as the driver and his second worker climbed into the truck to head to the city. He was certain these two were American citizens because both were carrying firearms. Before he could finish this final running lap, he watched as Eduardo drove the bus and stopped at the mess hall kitchen door and let out the first kitchen crew and the fence crews. Eduardo then picked up the night pickers who had unloaded the remaining picked produce at the kitchen mess hall. The fence crew met Chester on another bus by Tony's shed. They loaded it up with wire and clips, gloves, clip benders, ladders, and the handy wire holding jigs. Woody wandered past the racks of the fresh produce in the kitchen and watched the first shift kitchen crew wash their hands and start the ovens to cook the breakfast casseroles waiting in the walk-in cooler, prepped by the kitchen crew the evening before. He watched them fix several large pots of coffee and a small one for themselves. He noticed the kitchen itself was spotless. Satisfied, he went back to the camper and got the things he needed to take a shower. Back in the bunkhouse, while Willie took his shower, Colton laid the napkin picture he drew in last night's moonlight on Willie's bed. In it, Beth was crying as she walked away. Willie's shoulders were slumped as he turned his back. Colton left the bunkhouse and met the other amigos already assembled with their Bibles at the picnic table to work on memorizing 1 Corinthians chapter 13 together. After the girls were ready for school, they joined them with their Bibles. Soon Mark met them all there with his Bible. Gwen was just a few minutes later to work than normal. "I'm sorry," she said to Mrs. Fitzgerald as she entered the office and handed her a large stack of papers. "I'm going to go get some hot decaf tea and an egg and cheese biscuit. Would you like for me to bring back something for you?" "No, Gwen, you sit down. You look a little tired this morning. Are you okay?" "I'll go get our breakfast. It's my turn anyways." "Thank you. I'm fine. I just didn't realize traveling with extra baggage," Gwen patted her growing tummy, "can make one so tired. It's like I ballooned overnight to the size of a cow." "Really think that a little later on. At least I did." Mrs. Fitzgerald laughed as she left for the dining room. Gwen saw Pastor Lorimore and Honey heading to the dining area. She stepped into the hallway to greet them. "I missed you." Honey came over and hugged Gwen. "We just got married. Now, what is your name?" she asked. As Gwen hugged her back, she replied, "My name is Gwen." "Oh, what a lovely name. I've never heard it before. This guy's taking me to breakfast." She pointed to Pastor Lorimore. Quickly, Gwen gave Pastor Lorimore a report and then asked if he would be willing to preach Sunday and present faith, hope, and love at both churches. She told them about the search for the first church. "I would be honored to do so," Pastor Lorimore replied. "As a matter of fact, I've been praying about asking if I could be one of Faith, Hope, and Love's ambassadors. I'll call both of these pastors after breakfast." "They never feed me around here. I'm so hungry." Honey tugged on her husband's arm. Pastor Lorimore and Gwen both just smiled as Gwen said, "Thank you, Pastor." "No, thank you," he replied. Mrs. Fitzgerald and Gwen enjoyed a peaceful breakfast while they went over all the paperwork. "Let's see here. I leave you alone over the weekend, and I come back to 2 more residents that Sunny Hills Nursing Home is more than ready to take care of. Then I give you a day and a half off, and you come back and put 5 applications on my desk. Is that about right?" Mrs. Fitzgerald laughed and took a sip of coffee. Gwen laughed and sipped her tea as Mrs. Fitzgerald started with Travis's application and medical record. "Tell me about Travis." With Travis's application, I have a copy of his medical records and his daily routine. There's also a handwritten note in there giving you permission to talk to his sister, Trish, and his friend Woody, Elwood. As a matter of fact, Woody will be over here after a while to check us out. Mrs. Fitzgerald furrowed her brow. I can't believe this. Have you seen his daily routine? Physical therapy once a month? No outings to anywhere? The more I read, the madder I get. For crying out loud, he's a war hero and he's treated that way? She laid the papers down and picked up Homa's application. Gwen, explain the same last name thing here with Travis Todd. Gwen started explaining when Mrs. Fitzgerald stopped her. All 4 of these are also war heroes. That's it. Good job. I am proving all 5 applications in Sunny Hills Nursing Home is more than qualified to take each one with their current medical conditions. Girl, you must have taken me very seriously when I told you I wanted a waiting list. Well, thanks to you, we now have one starting with the next applicant. I'm putting Travis in a room by himself. He doesn't need an old codger in there to keep him awake at night snoring. Gwen giggled. That's what he's got now. I heard him, and that was in the middle of the day. Are you finished with your breakfast? Yes, thank you. Mrs. Fitzgerald picked up the phone and started dialing the nursing home with the 4 best friends. You're welcome, Gwen replied as she picked up the dirty dishes and left the room. After putting them in the kitchen, she started making her rounds, greeting everyone and giving away hugs. Honey wanted another hug and easily got it. Bertha caught her attention. Thank you for getting me here. Honey and I went through grade school together, and I know some of these other residents too. Can you come by my room for a little bit? I want to talk to you about something in private. There's lots of ears out here, you know, she whispered to Gwen. Sure. Gwen walked with Bertha to her nearby room. 30 minutes later, Gwen heard her name over the loudspeaker. Go on, dear. I'd hate to get you in trouble with the boss lady. Thank you, Aunt Bertha. You have no idea what all this means. Gwen was interrupted by the loudspeaker. Gwen Whitaker to the office, please. Honey leaned over in the dining area and asked Pastor Lormore, do they want me in the office? No, honey, I need you right here with me. He picked up her wrinkled hand and tenderly kissed it. Gwen hugged Aunt Bertha and went to the office with a large brown envelope full of papers. Mrs. Fitzgerald and Gwen both escorted Woody on the complete tour of Sunny Hills Nursing Home. He saw the room for Travis. He saw the rooms assigned to Homa and City Bell and the Davidsons. He saw the barber beauty shop. He toured the kitchen and sampled a freshly baked cookie. He heard laughing in the activity room and saw that the calendar was filled with outings, bingo, other games, high school homecoming, preaching, and birthday parties. He also noticed the staff and how they treated each resident. They stopped and talked with a full-time physical therapist. Mrs. Fitzgerald showed the therapist the injury chart and the daily record for Travis. Oh, man, this is so not right. We can get him to where he can get in and out of his electric chair by himself and... Woody interrupted. He doesn't have an electric chair. He has a well-worn regular wheelchair. The therapist stared at him. Please tell me he has an electric bed with an overhead lift and an electric left-handed lift recliner. If I tell you that, it would be nothing but lies, Woody replied. Look, Woody, I completed special training to help our vets. The military has programs that will provide all of this for our heroes like Travis. He showed Woody a list of items, each designed to make life a little easier. But most of them don't even know what's available. Do you mind if I make a copy of this? Woody asked, handing the paper back. The therapist pushed it back. This is your copy, man. Thanks, Mrs. Fitzgerald and Gwen. I believe I've seen all I need to see. Let's return to your office where I will need to borrow your phone, Woody said. Sure, Mrs. Fitzgerald answered. Gwen was unusually quiet. I'll meet you in a minute or two, she said as she headed to the restroom. Gwen splashed soap on her swollen left ring finger. The ring refused to bulge, and her finger was getting redder and hurting more by the second. She entered the office just as Woody made his first of 2 calls. Hey, Scallywag, Sunny Hills Nursing Home is a go. Woody spoke to Travis. I don't know. Let me ask. He turned the handset over to his chest. When can he come? I can bring him back here tomorrow, Friday. Not tomorrow. I'm already set to bring his grandparents down here tomorrow, and I can get a bed for his room, but it will be like the one he's got now," Mrs. Fitzgerald answered. "Okay, scallywag, I'll bust you out of the brig Friday and deliver you down here to this awesome duty station." After goodbyes, he hung up the phone. "One more call, please. This one will be collect." "Sure," Mrs. Fitzgerald nodded her head. Woody dialed "Operator, I need to make a collect call to this number, thank you." As he waited for the operator to connect the call, he pushed the speaker button and hung up the headset. When the number connected, the operator asked for his name. "Certainly, Lieutenant Commander Elward J. Anderson." "You may go ahead, sir," the operator said. "Thank you," Woody told her before she hung up. "I need you to find a copy of this form, order everything on it, and make sure everything is left-handed and delivered to Sunny Hills Nursing Home in Sunny Hills tomorrow." "You may go ahead, sir," the operator said. "Thank you," Woody told her before she hung up. "I need you to find a copy of this form, order everything on it, and make sure everything is left-handed, and deliver it to Sunny Hills Nursing Home in Sunny Hills tomorrow." Aye, sir. What is the form name and number, please?" Woody read off the form name and number. Then he read each item listed on the form. It even included special eating utensils for those with missing fingers. "Thank you, sir. What color would you like his electric chair and lift recliner?" "Red," Woody answered. "If I need any directions or any other information, should I call Sunny Hills Nursing Home direct?" Aye, sir. I need the name of the veteran hero." "Ensign Travis Todd." Woody rattled off Travis's birthday and serial number. "I will be back in the office on Monday. I want to get Ensign Travis Todd." Woody rattled off Travis's birthday and serial number. "I will be back in the office on Monday. I want to get Ensign Todd settled into his new home. Thank you." Woody hung up the phone and pushed it back over to the spot on the desk. "Lieutenant Commander?" Mrs. Fitzgerald asked. "Yes, ma'am. I'm head of my naval department on the West Coast and Pacific," he answered. Gwen started crying and holding her hand. Surprised, both Mrs. Fitzgerald looked at her and saw her swollen finger. "Girl, that ring's got to come off right now before you lose the finger," Wood exclaimed. "I tried so, but it didn't work," Gwen sobbed. "Mrs. Fitzgerald, I'm taking her to Mark's mom." "Mrs. Fitzgerald, I'm taking her to Mark's mom. Beth has all kinds of tools and they know how to use them." "Good idea, thanks." "Come on, Gwen, get your things. You won't be back today." She's still tired from the last 2 days. Woody helped her up and took a purse with the... "Come on, girl, get your things. She won't be back today. She's still tired from the last 2 days. Woody helped her up and took a purse with a big brown envelope sticking out of it. He quickly opened the white government car and took off in the direction of Tony's shed. "Hello, this is Vizzolo Produce. Bobby speaking. How can I help you?" Bobby answered the ringing phone in the office. "Yes, just a minute and I will get Mr. Vizzolo." She pushed the hold button and Wayne picked up the phone. "Yes, this is Wayne Vizzolo. How may I help you?" Wayne listened as the caller made an explanation. "Let me round up Jean and we will be right there." Wayne hung up the phone. "Bobby, do you know where Jean is?" "She was in the mess hall a little while ago. Is something wrong?" Bobby replied. "I don't know. It's the school. The principal wants to talk to us about Colton. Apparently he did something Friday. Today's Wednesday, the first day back after teacher work days." "Oh, no. Most of these guys never get into any kind of trouble." "Well, only Tony," she said with a grin. "Truer word you have never spoken," Wayne replied. "Getting into trouble would be the last thing I would guess that Colton would do," she commented. "Oh, you and Jean have an appointment with a government official at 1:30 this afternoon." "If it's not one thing, it's another," Wayne said as he walked out the door of the office, shaking his head. Wayne went over to the kitchen and grabbed a few cookies. "Where's Jean?" he asked the kitchen crew. "She was headed to the house," a staff member answered. "Thanks. These cookies are great," Wayne said as he took a bite of cookie and headed over to the house. Jean, I have not felt this way about anybody since Mark's dad died. I never even thought about the possibility of there ever being someone else. I know he's only been here since Friday, but we have spent all day, every day together, and even Sunday at church. It's obvious to everybody that he loves the Lord. Oh, excuse me, this must be a private conversation, Wayne said as he opened the kitchen door and heard a few words. Come on in, Wayne. Beth motioned for him to join them at the table. Beth, we can only stay a minute. He turned and looked at Jean. The principal needs to talk to us about something Colton did Friday. We'll meet him in a little while. Wayne turned back to Beth. So you like Willie, huh? Yes, I really do. But what will Mark say about that? Beth asked both of them. Jean answered first. Beth, I believe he will be fine with it. Why don't you ask him? Right now you're getting to know Gwen. There's no reason why Mark can't get to know Willie and everybody get to know each other. He seems like a good man to me, and he's got a great sense of humor. I agree. Ask Mark. I'm sorry, but Jean, we need to leave. Let's bring this matter to the Lord. He knows the way and will guide you, Beth. The three held hands as Wayne prayed. Just after they left, Mark came in and sat down with his mom at the table. He thought he was there to learn about the equipment. At least that's what Carrie had told him. Woody helped Gwen out of the car and rushed her inside Tony's shed. Beth! Beth! Woody shouted. Mark! Beth! Willie saw them come in and heard the shouting. He turned off the forklift, jumped out, and darted over to meet them. He took one look at Gwen's figure and raced to Beth's toolbox. He opened it and saw her watch and quickly found a small cutting tool. Carrie raced over to the house to get Mark and Beth. Mark sprinted back with Beth and Carrie close behind. Together, Beth and Willie quickly removed the wedding band Rusty Whittaker Jr. had placed on Gwen's finger a few months earlier. They were careful not to hurt Gwen's finger as much as possible. Gwen, you are going to need to put ice on this for about 15 minutes and off for about 15 minutes and repeat until the swelling goes down. Mark will go with you over to the mess hall kitchen, Beth said. Thank you both, Gwen said to Willie and Beth as she stood holding her left hand. Woody got her things out of the car and handed them to Mark as he said, Get used to lugging the purse around, Mark. 'Tis a lot of a married man. Mark laughed and took it. Well, Beth, I hope you didn't mind me getting into your toolbox, Willie said as he walked Beth back to her toolbox to return the small cutter. I'm just glad I left it unlocked. I knew it would be safe there. Here, she replied. I'm sorry, but I think somebody may have taken something, Willie said. Beth quickly looked at him. What's missing? Willie pointed to her watch in the fuzzy compartment. Your ring. No, Willie, I took it off. I put it on yesterday just to carry it across the road. It's in my top dresser drawer together with the picture Mark's dad. I have worn it long enough. I am certain Mark's dad would approve of what? Willie asked. Beth looked at him for the longest before she answered, You. But, she blushed and quickly turned and headed in the direction of the door. My lady, stop, Willie commanded. He stepped over to her, turned her around, and gave her a very long kiss. Every worker had stopped when Woody and Gwen rushed in. Now they were looking at Beth and Willie. Beth looked around and laughed. He kissed her again and called break time. The coach was in the principal's office along with the sponsor of the yearbook and the art teacher. They each greeted Wayne and Jean. Thank you for coming, the principal started. The coach interrupted him. Wayne, do you have any idea what your boy Colton did Friday afternoon in your film? I just thought he was keeping score for you, Wayne answered as he gripped Jean's hand a little tighter. He did that perfectly. See? The coach handed Wayne a clipboard. Wayne and Jean both looked at it. The artistic style lettering flowed. Around the edge of the score indicating who took how many sacks of soil nutrients was a very detailed sketch of the football team racing with the sacks. The fields were penciled in with a shadowy sketch of the buildings in the distant background. The art teacher then spoke. Colton's artwork is at a very high level. If he can do that in just a sketch with a number 2 yellow pencil while standing in the field watching the race, what could he do with proper tools and concentration? I am certain he will be winning at art competitions the rest of the year. Look, when Coach Ryan showed me that clipboard this morning, I wanted to ask Colton to illustrate the entire yearbook in a similar fashion, the yearbook sponsor said. But I thought I should ask you first. Stunned to see the artwork, Jean finally broke the silence. You need to ask Colton. He will make his own decisions. The principal flipped the switch on the microphone setting on his desk. Colton Weingarten, come to the office. Colton Weingarten, you are needed in the office. The message carried over the loudspeakers throughout the school. In less than 2 minutes, Sophie, Sammy, Eli, Parker, Sean, Jaden, and Colton entered the office. Whoa, I only called for Colton. What are the rest of you doing here? The principal asked. Wayne and Jean smiled. We're a family and we stick together. If you need Colton, then you need all of us. Parker asked as the rest of the amigos surrounded Colton and nodded in agreement. Wayne, can you please teach this team mentality to my football team? Coach Ryan asked. I didn't teach it to them, Wayne replied, patting Jean's hand and smiling. The rest of you can go back to your classes, the principal started. No, sir, we're staying. We're here for Colton, Sean spoke up. Well, then let's go to a bigger conference room, and it's a little crowded in here. The principal stood up, and everyone followed him. Wayne Vizzolo, in all these years, every time I've called one of your kids down here, even Tony, the rest of your kids all showed up. And here comes the welding teacher, one of your older kids, all grown up, right on cue. And who is this young lady that just locked arms with Sophie and Colton? I'm Trish Todd. I just enrolled today, the student answered. Let me guess, Wayne and Jean, she's one of yours too? The principal laughed and shook his head. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Bobby caught up with Willie and Beth sitting at a far table alone in the dining hall, eating their cookies and sipping iced tea. Willie, one of the guys who just checked in, put down certified for forklift. Thank you, Bobby, but I got it, Willie answered, holding Beth's hand. Okay, and your office called, Bobby said. Thanks, I'll take care of it, Willie answered, not taking his gaze off of Beth. Okay, looks like you do have it. Bobby agreed as she turned and headed back to the office, munching on a hot cookie. Mark and Gwen came over and sat down across from Willie and Beth. Mark looked at Willie in silence. After an uncomfortably long bout of silence, Mark spoke. If you ever hurt my mom again, you will answer to me, and you won't like it at all. There was more silence. It was more than Gwen could take. I think I'm going to have Trish make a couple of memorial flowers from some of Rusty's clothes. One for me and one for the Whitakers. I'm going to ask her to put this cut ring inside the center of my flower. Beth, if you would like, I'm sure she'll be glad to do one for you too, with your ring. All four burst out laughing. Mark reached over and shook Willie's hand. Beth made a comment. Looks like the four of us will be spending a lot of time together. No, the five of us. Did you two see that baby just kick the daylights out of Gwen? Mark asked. See it? Nothing. You should have felt it from my side. Gwen laughed and patted her tummy. Ouch. Wrong hand. The four stayed talking and laughing until the lunch bell rang. The Vizzolos returned from the school before lunch and saw the four sitting at a far table. About time, don't you think, dear? Wayne asked. Past time. Come help me decide what's for supper. Jean led Wayne to a shelf of cookbooks in the kitchen. Until lunchtime, the work never slowed down in the mess hall, kitchen, Tony's shed, or around the fence line. As a matter of fact, the work crew swelled significantly and more cots were stuffed behind the pink line. The other certified forklift driver hopped up on the forklift and moved equipment under Carrie's directions. This is easy to just match up the equipment with the first line. That one must have been a real booger bear, the forklift driver told Carrie. It was. Believe me, Carrie replied. Woody went back to Tony's shed. Ever so often he held some wood for the carpenters while the office area began to take shape. It was the only thing he was qualified to do out there. The lunch bell rang, summoning those at the fence line and those working in Tony's shed. After everyone settled down, Wayne picked up the microphone and said, "Let us give thanks to our Lord Jesus Christ." When the mess hall quieted down, he prayed. Usually Wayne and Jean were last in line. Today it was Willie, Beth, Mark, and Gwen. Wayne, we'll be gone for a little while this afternoon. Carrie knows, and it's good with it, Beth said to Wayne, who was standing in front of her. He nodded his head, turned back around, and smiled at Jean. Okay, no problem. Woody, Jean, Wayne, Eduardo, Carrie, and Chester sat together for lunch. Well, we got the go-ahead from Jonathan and Matt a little while ago, Wayne said. Vizzolo Produce as a corporation stays intact, but will be doing business as a DBA, 5-Star Gourmet Fresh Produce. A second DBA is Grandma Maud's Dried Soup, and we will be repainting the delivery trucks all white with no identification except what's required by law, Jean added. What about the sign out by the road? Chester asked. Well, if you can safely dismantle it, then take it down after lunch, but I'd like to keep it in the tractor barn. Maybe one day we can put it back up. Woody listened intently. But I'm not repainting the old white truck nor my truck. The commercial bus drivers and everyone at the bus stations know to tell these kids to only go with someone from Vizzolo Produce. Their safety is more important than the threats and lies against Vizzolo Produce, Wayne solemnly stated. May I ask who Jonathan and Matt are? Woody asked. 2 guys who lived in the bunkhouse and are now lawyers in the city. They are forever on retainer lawyers. As a matter of fact, these 2 lawyers and these 2 rascals, Wayne pointed to Chester and Eduardo, are responsible for this place crawling with workers. Jean added, all these extra guys at one time lived in our bunkhouse. Saturday is homecoming at the high school. Chester and Eduardo both shouted, Go Iguanas! And the whole mess hall erupted with loud Go Iguana yells. Okay, Woody, everyone who just shouted lived here at one time or another. They usually show up on either the Friday before homecoming or on Saturday to visit with us, then go to the game. Usually they leave on Sunday afternoon, Jean explained. Rumor has it no one is leaving this year until the fence is done and Downey Shed is finished, Eduardo added and laughed. Oh, I see, Wayne and Jean. Is it okay if I stay in the camper and get Travis settled in Friday, then take him to the game Saturday? I know he would love to see it. I don't think he's been to a live ball game since before Vietnam. I plan to leave sometime Sunday afternoon, Woody explained. Sure, you might as well stay until after preaching Sunday afternoon. It's not that far back to the city, Wayne invited him. How did you know I live in the city? Woody asked. Trish said you mentioned that you live there, and it would be closer for you to visit Travis down here than where he is now, Jean answered. Woody looked at the clock on the wall. Excuse me, I need to leave. Lunch was delicious, thank you. He nodded his head and took his plate to the wash station and left it. By the time he came back from the camper with his suit bag and his toiletry bag, everyone who had eaten lunch in the mess hall was back at work either at the fence line or across the street at Tony's shed. Even Willie, Beth, Mark, and Gwen were gone. The only ones left in the mess hall were the kitchen crew cleaning up. Wayne and Jean went to the office and waited for their 1:30 appointment with an unknown government official for unknown business. From a distance, Woody watched them go inside their office. Then he slipped inside the mess hall kitchen to use the phone. Is it clear? He asked. Yep. Turn here, Mark. I think it's down that way, Gwen directed as Mark drove his mother's car. Willie and Beth were sitting next to each other in the back seat. What's the address again? Willie asked. Gwen looked at the paper from the large brown envelope Aunt Bertha had given her. 1602 Connerville. There it is. Beth pointed to a large house with an immaculate yard and white picket fence. Are you sure? It's more like a mansion than a house, Gwen said. 1602. That's what it says on the mailbox and the plaque by the front door, Willie confirmed. An older man with hedge clippers came around from the side of the house and walked over to the vehicle and motioned for Mark to roll down his window. Mark cautiously rolled his window down. Oh, I'm sorry. I must look kind of scary with these clippers. The man lowered the clippers. I'm Slim, one of Bertha's neighbors. I've been doing her yard for decades. You must be Gwen and friends or family. She told me to expect you and to spiff up the place a little. Come on and get out. Bertha told me she gave you the key. I hope so, because I've never had one. Yes, thank you. I have it right here. Gwen held up the key. The guys helped their ladies out of Beth's car. I'll just finish up and go home. Oh, Bertha told me to tell you I do the yard every Wednesday, and she will be paying for it herself, so you don't have to pay me. The tall, slim man turned and went back around the edge of the house. Before they could go inside, they heard the steady snip-snip of the clippers on the side hedge by the white fence. At exactly 1:29 p.m., Lieutenant Commander Elward J. Anderson left the office restroom dressed in his uniform and carrying a very expensive briefcase. He smiled at Bobby and nodded his head. Wayne and Jean were in their office with the door shut, praying. Bobby grinned, picked up the headset, and buzzed the office. Wayne, Jean, your 1:30 has arrived. She hung up the phone before Before she could ask Woody to sit down, Wayne opened the door, looked around, and burst out laughing. Jean quickly stepped to his side to see what provoked the laughter. "Woody, I'm sorry, sir. I should say Lieutenant Commander," Jean said. "Nah, you got it right the first time. Woody, can I come in so we can talk?" "Certainly," Wayne welcomed him in. "Please have a seat." "Okay, I am Travis's friend. Actually, he saved my life, and in the process, he lost a leg, an arm, a few fingers on his other hand, a girlfriend, his career, and certainly promotions. In doing so, he gave me my life with everything intact, career with promotions, my health, my wife, and children. I am actually the head of the West Coast and Pacific Naval Department for ration procurement of Navy ships, submarines, and distant bases like in Alaska and Pacific Islands. I'll get it right to it so I can get back out there and haul wood for the carpenters. That's about all I can do out there." "Are you aware of your commercial produce certification?" Woody asked. "Yes, we have it. The government issued it after part of our field was poisoned," Wayne answered. "That certification is absolutely not something that anybody can apply for. There's never an application, and only about a small percentage of the 1% of all commercial produce growers get it. When a company gets it, I am immediately notified. It's something I take very seriously, and as a company to investigate, and the owner or owners is someone I must talk to. You've allowed me as Woody access to everything. As Woody, I got to see the real Vizolo produce. As Lieutenant Commander Elwood J. Anderson, I am delighted to offer you a government contract, the rare kind that is never offered for bidding because of national security measures. It states that you are free to continue any current contracts like you have with the five-star restaurants, but you will not attempt to secure additional contracts with either fresh produce or dried produce. You're free to use what you need and to ensure your workers have what they need and to give some to others. But Wayne and Jean, we want the dried produce in large containers for supplies on board ships and submarines, on bases, and also stored in underground safety bunkers for high-ranking military and government officials. Securing a safe and sanitary food supply is utmost in my job description. Unbeknownst to you, you have already been vetted, as well as Bobby, Chester, and Carrie, Eduardo, Liliana, Beth, Mark, Jonathan, Matt, Gwen, and Willie. And I know Willie and Gwen are not technically part of your company, but I like to plan for the future. Now tomorrow I will be over at Sunny Hills Nursing Home as Woody to make sure everything that needs to be done delivered for Travis arrives. Then as Woody, I will pick him up on Friday. And as soon as I leave this office, I am Woody, not Lieutenant Commander. By the way, Bobby mentioned to me earlier this morning that she would really like one more person to help with the payroll and bookkeeping. How do you feel about hiring wounded Vietnam vets? I can attest to the abilities of a certain young hero and recommend him highly. And I have one more question. Are your drivers American citizens? Yes, Wayne answered. All 4 of them are. 2 are legally trained and licensed to carry concealed weapons. These are the 2 on the city run. With the sabotage and threats, we had no choice. The truck is locked, and one of them stays with it at all time, even during deliveries. I have a question, Woody, Jean said. What do we do with our sales crew who are right now getting very well acquainted with barbed wire? They won't have a job. I have thought of that, but I don't have a solution. Maybe we can work together to find jobs for them. Everyone else will keep their job, and you're free to hire as many migrant workers as you need. I need to go see if I can get a few more splinters in my hands, and I will leave my offer with you to consider. Please give me an answer by Sunday afternoon before I head back to the city. It will only come around this one time. Jean, what do you want me to do with my dirty sheets and towels come Sunday? Woody, you can ask anybody where the laundry is and go wash the sheets, dry them, and put them back on the bed. At the same time, you can do your towels and fold them and put them back where you found them, she answered. Aye, ma'am. With that, he got up, shook hands, and walked out of the office. Stopping at Bobby's desk, he said, Bobby, you did not see this. I'm only Woody. Do you understand? I'm serious and national security is at stake. Woody, go change your back and get some more splinters in your hands unless you want to learn how to put up barbed wire. Bobby laughed and shooed him out of the office. I have payroll to finish. I do need some help doing it. I hope you told him that. I did. I promise I did. Woody laughed as he rushed off to the office restroom again and changed back. As soon as he put his suit back and covered briefcase in the camper, he headed to Tony's shed. Gwen, Mark, Beth, and Willie entered the house and were looking around when they noticed there was a note on the kitchen table. Dear Gwen, I have cleaned Bertha's house every Tuesday for years. She told me to tell you that she would like me to continue doing so, and she will continue to pay me, and you won't have to. I have cleaned out the room next to the master bedroom for your baby. I do have a key, but I am the only one with a key besides Bertha and you. Her niece may have one, but I am not sure. Bertha had me stock the refrigerator with some basics. You can move in today, and I look forward to meeting you come next Tuesday, unless you're at work. Bertha specifically mentioned for you to look at the sewing room. Maybe some of the girls know how to sew or can learn. Welcome, your cleaning lady, Gertrude. P.S. She said for you to decorate like you won't. It's all yours, even the rest of the gaudy flowers hidden somewhere in a closet. Finally, maybe they can find a garbage can as their new home. Oh, here's my number if you need to reach me for anything. The four wandered around the large house, noting its many bedrooms and baths. This reminds you of the boarding house I live in, Willie observed. You live in a boarding house? Beth asked. Yes, back east. I've not been home very much. There's so much traveling, and it seems like a waste to have a house that looked more abandoned than lived in. Well, Gwen, do you want us to get you moved in? We'll need to go by the post office and change your mailing address, and I need to stop at the drugstore and get a map of Southern California and Arizona and some colored stick pins, Willie said. Nothing would make me happier, Gwen answered. Next, they checked out the sewing room. Gwen picked up a box of pens with different colored heads. Here, Willie, Faith, Hope, and Love gives you the pens. She handed them the new unopened box. I can't wrap my head around this. Faith, Hope, and Love owns this place lock, stock, and barrel, and it was given with the promise that insurance and utilities will pay until the ministry can pay for them. Gwen, Mama, and Willie, we need to thank God for this open door. Mark grabbed Gwen and Beth's hand. Willie joined in, and Mark said a prayer of thanksgiving and blessings over Aunt Bertha and all those who enter Faith, Hope, and Love. Let's get to the drugstore and post office so we can get you and Trish all moved into this place, Willie said as he headed for the door, letting Beth take the lead. They completed the errands at the drugstore and post office and headed back to Vizzolo Produce. They all four went into the house where Wayne and Jean were sipping a glass of iced tea at the kitchen table. Bertha did what? Jean asked. She gave Faith, Hope, and Love her beautiful house, Gwen answered. That sounds exactly like Bertha, Jean commented. Have you found all the gaudy flowers yet? No, but I was warned, Gwen laughed. Boy, that was a great move on her part and also saved a fortune on taxes for a great niece, Wayne said. They would have taken a tremendous financial hit. Well, Mark started. Like I told you before, son, spit it out, Wayne laughed. Will you drive one of the trucks so we can move Gwen and Trish all at one time, Mark asked. It's not that they have so much, but that this baby is made out like a bandit who cleaned out a baby boutique. Sure, the city truck will be back at about the same time the school bus runs, and Trish will want to move her own stuff. Y'all sit down and relax. Vizzolo Produce is like a buzzing beehive or beaver den. It's running itself right now, Wayne replied. And more of our kids show up every hour. Beth moved her small mountain of manuals over to the counter so the four could sit down around the kitchen table after they each got a glass of tea. Gwen chose the decaf. Willie took out his brand new map. Wayne, about how far out do you think your guys live from here? Wayne rubbed his chin. What do you think, Jean? He asked as they looked at the map together. Well, some of the guys live out this way, Jean pointed, and a number in the city. I don't know. Maybe within 4 or 5 hours from here. Why? Beth laughed. I see smoking coming out as those wheels are turning. Wayne said, tell you what, why don't we ask tonight at supper and let them stick a pin in the map to mark where they live? Gwen laughed. So that's why you wanted those colored pens. Wayne got up and went to Tony's old room. Here, I think Tony would allow you to use his bulletin board for the rest of the week. He handed Willie the bulletin board. It was the perfect size for the map. Willie took off several of the tacks on it and thumbtacked the map to it. Beth got up and went to her room. She came back with several bags of bathing clothes, baby things, and handed them to Gwen. See what I mean? Bandit as the baby boutique. Mark laughed as he, Jean, Gwen, Beth, Willie, and Wayne looked at every baby treasure. Wayne and Willie both acted like like proud grandfathers. Wayne laughed as he said, "At this rate, we might need to make 2 loads in that white truck." "I'll call the phone company and see when they can move my phone," Gwen said. "Help yourself," Wayne replied, pointing to the phone. Willie, Beth, Mark, and Gwen were waiting when the school bus turned in. All the amigos listened as Gwen told them, "Tomorrow, Trish, your grandparents and the Davidsons will be moving to Sunny Hills Nursing Home, and Travis will be there on Friday." Trish and Sophie danced around and hugged everybody. "And," Gwen continued. Trish and Sophie stopped dancing and asked, "And what?" A beautiful, fully furnished house was donated to Faith, Hope, and Love today. We're going to move in just as soon as Wayne and Jean bring the truck around. "No way!" Trish started dancing again. This time all the amigos danced with her. "Way, big time way," Mark said, laughing. "Tell you what, if it's okay with Wayne and Jean and your folks, Sophie and Sammy, why don't you guys help us move them?" Willie offered. "That way Chester and Carrie will know exactly where to pick Trish up in the morning for your run." Sophie and Sammy put their things down in the mess hall and raced over to Tony's shed. Sophie allowed Sammy to keep up with her, but she had to do the asking because he was out of breath even that short of a distance. Carrie quickly gave the okay, and both hugged her as they turned to race back. "It feels great to be a mama," Carrie whispered as she watched them go. When Wayne and Jean brought the truck back, the rest asked both of them if they could all go to help move Gwen, Trish, and the baby things. "How are we going to fit everybody in?" Wayne asked, winking at Jean. Sean answered first. "Some of us ride with Mark and Gwen in Beth's car, and some of us ride with Beth and Willie in Willie's rented car." "Sounds like a plan to me," Wayne said. Jaden announced, "We've been praying for this to happen because we know, Gwen, you don't have room for even one more girl. Us fellas have a great place to go, but the girls, we guys worry about our girls." All of the male amigos nodded their heads in agreement. Wayne took out his handkerchief and blew his nose and wiped his eyes. "All right, amigos, let's get this show on the road. We'll let Gwen and Mark lead the parade, and we'll be the caboose." Gwen opened her locked mailbox. It was stuffed full of letters and small packages. "Trish, take everybody inside while I go talk with the manager," Gwen said. "Sure, this way, guys." Trish led everyone down to Gwen's furnished apartment. Willie stopped Beth from following. "Gwen, we're going to go with you if that's okay." I don't care," she replied. As clothes and sheets and towels and baby things and other goods were loaded, Willie started talking to the manager before Gwen could say a word. "Gwen will be moving out today. Her ministry, Faith, Hope, and Love, has been given a beautiful home. I'm wondering if I can take over her lease and move in this weekend. I will assume full responsibility for any damages that may be there, and I will pay 6 months in advance if you will refund her full deposit," Willie told the manager, "and I don't mind paying a deposit myself." Beth was as astonished as the manager. "My bank back east has already closed today due to the earlier time zone, but first thing in the morning you can easily verify that the funds are in the account and put a hold on them. Here's my driver's license and my employee contact information and my references, including the boarding house I currently live in." "May I fill out the application?" Willie asked. "Yes, I don't see why not." The manager handed Willie an application. "I will verify everything and give you a key tomorrow. Where can I reach you?" Willie gave him the number to Vizzolo Produce. "Vizzolo Produce, huh? They're good people, and Wayne does a good job leading the music at Sunny Hills Church. I will miss Pastor Lorimore and hope that our new pastors have as good. And Gwen, I'm going to miss having you here. You have been an excellent tenant. I'll let you know over at the nursing home if you get any more mail or boxes, okay? Oh, Gwen, this big box was delivered today. I bet it's a baby bed from a church." By the time they were finished in the office, Trish, Wayne, Jean, Mark, and the remaining amigos had the white truck loaded, mostly with baby things. Willie and Mark loaded the box baby bed into the truck. Gwen went into the furnished apartment and looked at every nook and cranny. Nothing had been missed, even from the walls. Jean had even swept the floors. Gwen locked the door, retrieved Trish's key, and returned both of the keys and the mailbox key to the manager. Mark dropped Gwen off at Sunny Hills Nursing Home to pick up the yellow station wagon. Beth rode with her. Trish showed me the memorial flowers that she made. Yes, I think I have some clothes that belong to Mark's dad. And you are right, the ring will look lovely inside the center, Beth said. Well, Beth, I'm going to get one of the yellow shirts for the Philippine trip that Rusty got but didn't ever wear. I'll have Trish use it for the background. I want her to do one for me with the cut wedding band and a plain one for the Whitakers. Gwen replied. You didn't see Wayne and Jean look at that memorial flower Trish had, but I know they must have thought of Tony, Beth commented. You know, I think if Trish would make one for each family from those yellow shirts, and we could have a memorial get-together for all those families who lost sons in the Philippines. That would be an awesome thing. Pastor Russ has everybody's address. I wonder if I could get a pair of jeans from each one. Beth, can you believe today, from my finger trauma to moving to Willie, renting my apartment to the fenced Tony shed, am I dreaming? Gwen, if you're dreaming, then I'm having the same dream. Don't wake me up. Me either, Gwen replied and laughed. Gwen and Beth chatted about everything and nothing on the short drive from Sunny Hills Nursing Home to 1602 Connerville. Wayne picked up the microphone in the mess hall. Greetings from Jean and me to all our kids. We love every one of you. He put his hand over his mouth and tried to hold back the tears. Oh, for crying out loud. Jean took the mic away from him. Now you know the truth. He's a big baby. And he's right. We do love each and every one of you and love what you've done. Now Jean was the one crying. I got it, I think. Wayne leaned over to kiss her and took back the mic. And what you all have done this week is just beyond us, and I can't believe it's just Wednesday night. And we are very grateful. Jean leaned over to speak into the mic and stood next to him holding his hand. But before we pray, we have a couple of announcements. One is the reminder to please not show up at Sunny Hills Church, not even tonight. That certainly sounds strange, doesn't it, sweetheart, to tell these fellas not to go to church. We are bringing church to you Friday night and Sunday afternoon. However, if you currently call Vizzolo Produce your home, then the bus to church will be ready to leave at 7:10. You'll have time to clean up a little, brush your teeth, comb your hair, and grab your Bibles. Second, we have some awesome news. You guys have come back home to Vizzolo. Wayne started crying again, and Jean took the mic. To Vizzolo Produce, over the years, we have also rescued girls from that dingy, dark bus station here in the middle of nowhere. We have had to hand them over to others. Jean started crying again. Mike took the mic. Wayne took the mic. We have had to hand them over like little puppies or kitties for someone else to love. Even since the middle of June, we have rescued 5 young ladies. When the 4th one arrived, we had no safe place left that we knew of. Chester and Carrie took a set of twins, Sophie and Sammy. Then just about almost a week ago, Mark and I found a young lady sobbing about like Jean and I are doing right now. He stopped and handed the mic back over to Jean. Gwen took that young lady back to her small apartment just like she has every other young lady since she arrived. Even when she went through personal tragedies herself, she sacrificially shared what little she had. She has a heart to love the throwaway kids like each of you. With Matt and Jonathan's help, she started a ministry, a 501c3 named Faith, Hope, and Love. Wayne took the mic back. Today, we are pleased to tell you that the Lord used a sweet old friend, and nobody asked her to do this. Jean interrupted, but the Lord. Wayne continued, yes, but the Lord, to give lock, stock, and barrel, and with gaudy plastic flowers, a beautiful, well-maintained home with a number of bedrooms and baths to Faith, Hope, and Love. The Amigos helped us move Gwen and Trish to their new home a little while ago, and we pray that the rooms stay empty, but we realize that will probably not happen. But now we have a safe place for these girls to call home, and it's close enough to Vizzolo Produce for us to love on them too. The men throughout the mess hall were wiping their eyes and noses with handkerchiefs, napkins, and even the back of their hands. One of the men started singing, Praise God, from whom all blessings flow, and was soon joined by everyone else. There was a moment of quiet as the last note died down. On a much lighter note, Wayne began talking when one of the men interrupted. He blurted out, Wayne, what happened to the Vizzolo Produce sign out by the road? I almost missed the turn. Without missing a beat or even a slightest hesitation, Wayne answered, got it down for some much-needed repairs. On a lighter note, Willie wants everyone to do something to this map on Tony's bulletin board. Here, Willie, why don't you tell him what you want and lead us to the throne room and Thanksgiving for our supper? Wayne handed the mic to Willie and then helped Jean sit down at the table. Thank you, Wayne and Jean. I am so very curious as to where all of you guys live now. I have colored pins up here, and I would like all the licensed electricians to stick a yellow-headed pin where you live. Yellow for the lightning bolts. You guys who are licensed plumbers, stick a blue-headed pin. Blue for water. You carpenters, stick a red pin. Red for what happens to your thumb when you miss the nail. All the men laughed, and one shouted, "Ain't that the truth?" Any of you guys who make your living in any kind of sales, put a green pin up there for money. And would everybody else stick any other color pin up there? You can do that on the way to get your supper if you would. Let us pray. Thank you, God, for your provision and miracles all day long, even now for supper and friends and family and the fellowship we all enjoy here tonight. In Jesus' name. And they all said, "Amen," came the response from the entire mess hall. As Gwen and Mark joined the supper line, Wayne and Jean pulled them aside. "Gwen, I'm sorry. It's just been so hectic that I just flat forgot to give these to you." Thankfully, Trish didn't need them. Wayne handed her some papers. "What's this?" Gwen asked. "Sit down and let's chat just a little," Jean started. "Years ago, but after Chester and Edwarda came, we had a young man who came and lived in the bunkhouse. He got sick and we took him to the hospital. He no longer had the medical care that came with foster care. The bill for his medical care was really high. Legally, we did not have to pay it, but it would have been a terrible blight on him for years. We paid it, putting off buying another tractor for we thought we needed, but apparently didn't. That was the beginning of a couple of years of hard times around Vizzolo produce, but we made it through with God's grace." Wayne picked up the story. "That young man became a licensed insurance agent and soon a top seller. We're not sure how he did it, but he managed to convince the top executives in the company to have a special medical policy only for those who aged out of foster care. There's even a provision that is for girls if pregnancy should occur, married or not." "Wait a minute," Gwen stopped. "Did Mrs. Fitzgerald talk to you two about that? Because I think I had that policy myself." "Not exactly," Jean said and smiled. "We talked to her and gave her an application for you." "That young man," Wayne continued, "has asked to remain anonymous. Since this policy was introduced, he has paid the annual fees for every young man who comes to us. He has also paid for Sophie and Sammy. He continued to pay for these fees as long as the young person lives here or goes to college. Either way, they are covered until they can get their own coverage through employment or age 26, whichever comes first. We're both so sorry for being late, but here's an application for Trish and some for future young ladies. She's covered from the moment she signs it. Just make a copy for your files in the office and mail it to this address." Jean pointed to the address on the application. "Our grown-up kid will get it and do all the underwriting. Then a policy with a medical card will show up in the mail in a few weeks. If medical care is needed before you get it, just show the copy of your application. The only thing it doesn't include is injuries from abuse that were sustained in foster care. He pays if necessary for the medical care and then gets reimbursed from the foster care system," Wayne said. "Oh, one more thing you need to know. He pays for all the deductibles, and he says that he wants to extend the same policy to the Faith, Hope, and Love young ladies. This one is Trish's with your brand new address. Hey, Trish, come here a minute." Jean waved Trish over to the table. "Trish, this is an application that is filled out except for your signature for medical insurance until you're out on your own," Gwen explained. "Gwen, you know I can't afford that. I don't have any money." Trish pushed the pen back to Gwen. Mark picked up the pen and application and pushed it back. "It's been paid for by someone who has been in the same situation as you and care, so sign it already. I'm hungry." About that time, his stomach rumbled. "See, I told you my bear was hungry." Trish laughed as she picked up the application and signed it. Gwen looked at her. "But you didn't read it first." "I didn't have to. I trust all four of you totally," Trish answered as Mark's stomach rumbled again. "Now go feed that hungry bear." Some days feel ordinary until you learn how to truly see them. This book on gratitude is the best attitude, isn't about having more but appreciating what's already yours. Through simple words, beautiful pictures, powerful ideas, it reminds us that joy often lives in the smallest moments. Gratitude begins here. You will find Gratitude is the Best Attitude over at lindaLculbreth.com. Martha sat with Pastor Lorrimore and Honey for supper time at Sunny Hills Nursing Home. They were finishing eating and just fishing, as was most everyone else in the dining area. Tell me a Bible story, Pastor. I've missed that so much since I've not been able to drive, Bertha said. Well, today I was reading to Honey the story of Ziklag. As Pastor Lorrimore began to talk and tell the story of King David, others quieted down. Some were moving their chairs closer to him. One man in the back hollered out, "Stand up and speak up, Lorrimore. We can't hear you." This caught Mrs. Fitzgerald's attention just as she was about to leave. What in the world? She came down to the dining area and heard part of the story Pastor Lorrimore was telling. Wait a minute, Pastor Lorrimore. This will never do. She shook her head and retrieved the mic and the stand from a locked supply closet. She put it in front of him, plugged the mic in, and flipped on the switch. Now, please continue, she smiled and whispered. I believe God has sent you a new congregation. She turned and left. For the next 30 minutes, Pastor Lorrimore told one of the stories of David before he was king. Then he noticed Honey was getting very tired. Okay, I think Honey is tired tonight. Would you like for me to continue this story tomorrow night after supper? Same time, same place? Yes, everyone in the room called out. One of the employees took the mic and stand back to the locked closet where it came from. Wednesday night, Bill Blankenship stood at the pulpit in front of the cattlemen. It was dreary and folks were discouraged. The singing, which had grown to be lively when Pastor Jordan was there, was pretty somber. Pastor Jordan left me this cassette tape to play tonight. Is it okay, or do you want to volunteer to preach? Bill asked. Please play the tape, muttered a few of the men, fearful that they were about to be called on to preach for Wednesday evening services. Bill put the tape in a cassette player and placed the player in front of the microphone. With a click, Pastor Jordan began preaching. Turn in your Bibles to John chapter 21. Get your pens out. You need to mark these verses. As husband asked wives for pens and everyone heard the rustle of Bible pages turning, Pastor Jordan's voice started again. I know everyone just heard the rustle of Bible pages and you fellas asking your wives for pens. He laughed on the tape. Please stand as I read our text first for tonight. The disciples were discouraged because they had earlier watched Jesus be crucified. They were not sure what to do next, and the fishermen in the group just decided to go fishing, back to their old ways before they met Jesus. Read with me verse 3. Simon Peter saith unto them, I go a-fishing. They said unto him, We also go with thee. They went forth and entered into a ship immediately, and that night they caught nothing. You may be seated. Now underline, I go, and they caught nothing. Let's talk about the I go. I don't see anywhere in that passage where they stopped and asked God what to do, even though they had seen Jesus talk to God many times and had even asked him to teach them to pray. Pastor Jordan continued on with the comparisons of the I versus God's way. If you'll notice, I way caught nothing for working all night. That's pretty discouraging. Let's see what happens when they got Jesus involved, even if at the time they didn't know the man speaking to them was Jesus. Let's go to verse 6, and I'll read it, and you may stay seated. And he said unto them, Cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find. They cast therefore, and now they were not able to draw in for the multitude of fishes. Now underline the whole verse 6. Man's way resulted in nothing. God's way filled the boat, and then some. Out by that verse, right? See Hebrews 13, verse 8. Turn with me in Hebrews 13, verse 8. This one you should already be marked in your Bibles. Jesus Christ, the same yesterday and today and forever. Just because God moved grace in me does not mean he has changed his mind about this great church filled with great people who love the Lord. It is time for you to seek Jesus and follow his directions and get your boats ready for more fish than you have ever seen before in your life. Okay, Bill, I'm turning it back over to you with a challenge to spend the rest of the service in prayer, especially prayers of thanksgiving. Remember the teaching we just finished on Psalms 45, verse 15? With gladness and rejoicing they shall be brought, they shall enter into the king's palace. The King of Kings is in his palace, waiting for some cattle ranchers to show up. The tape went silent. Bill stood up and punched the off button on the player. You heard, Pastor. Let's show up in the King's palace with gladness and rejoicing. Back in Sunny Hills, Welcome to Sunny Hills Church this evening. We want to welcome our new pastor, Jordan Gorman, and his wife, Grace. If I remember correctly, Jordan, the first time you attended this church, any church, Pastor Jordan interrupted Wayne. I forgot that part, but the first time you stepped inside Sunny Hills Church was on a Wednesday night. Is that correct? Wayne turned and looked at the young pastor on the platform. Jordan nodded his head yes. Let's sing Victory in Jesus. Wayne led the congregation in singing several songs. Pastor Jordan stepped to the platform and said, "Good evening. Thank you for coming tonight. Please pull out a pen." He laughed as men throughout the church asked for pens from their wives. Now, you know, guys, bring a pen to every service as we learn of God from His Word. Now, turn in your Bibles to Psalms 45, verse 15. I never tire of hearing the rustle of the Bible pages turning. It's a sound that must make God smile. Please stand and read with me. With gladness and rejoicing they shall be brought. They shall enter into the king's palace. After church, a Fazolo produce bus made its way to the dark, dingy bus station. Eli, Parker, and Jaden scrambled off and checked every nook and cranny and came back smiling, empty-handed. Wayne drove the bus to 1602 Connerville and let Gwen and Trish off. Soon he pulled into Fazolo Produce and let everyone else off. Chester, Carrie, and their twins climbed into Chester's truck and headed home. The remaining amigos went to their bunkhouse and finished their homework. Willie asked Wayne if he could have the microphone at breakfast on Thursday morning. Thank you, Wayne. Good morning to everybody. Boy, while the cats were away yesterday, the mice went to town. It's incredible how much has been accomplished in Tony's shed. And also, thank you for putting those pins on the map. We've all looked at them with different perspectives. I want to ask those of you who are electricians, plumbers, and carpenters if you would like to work on other similar equipment installations in the future. The mess hall was silent and no hands went up. Finally, Woody jumped up and took the microphone. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Let me rephrase Willie's question. I believe he left out a critical statement. Electricians, plumbers, and carpenters, would you like to add similar equipment installations in the future that are absolutely non-competitive with Fazolo Produce and never will be? The hands of every electrician, plumber, and carpenter shot up. Isn't that what you meant to say, Willie? Woody asked. Absolutely no competition to Fazolo Produce ever. With everybody's permission, I have some index cards that you can get when you put your plates up. And this is for everybody, not just those in Tony's shed. Put your name, your skills, company name if you have one, and your address and phone number, or just toss in your business card. I'll see what I can do to get a directory of sorts together and give everybody a copy, hopefully by Sunday afternoon. Maybe Bobby will let me borrow one of the typewriters in her office, Willie said. Maybe she'll let me borrow one too, Woody laughed. I've still got a couple of splinters to dig out, and I'll help you. Typing is more in my skill set. Everyone laughed at Woody, especially those carpenters who had been working with him. Willie continued, then you'll be able to refer business opportunities to each other. I've already seen several of you exchange business cards. Thank you for bailing me out, Woody. Willie handed the mic back to Wayne. Let us pray. So tell me, Woody, what do you do for a living? Willie asked as he held Beth's hands crossing the street. Just a bean counter, he replied. A counter, huh? Yep, bean counter. So what was your question all about this morning, and what's the real reason for the colored pens? Well, as you probably know by now, I want to stay here in Sunny Hills and avoid all the travel that is required in my current job. Huh? Me? Notice something like that? Look, even a totally blind person could see that you want to stay here, and we even know why, Woody laughed. I guess that might be a little obvious. Well, I needed a network of excellent proven workers intact that I did not previously have. Now, all I need is some trained salespeople, particularly bilingual, and I give my plans a test run, Willie said. Woody broke out laughing. Why don't you talk to Wayne and Jean about renting their salespeople who are currently getting well acquainted with the joys of being stuck with the barbs on barbed wire? I would guess he would even let you rent his phones out there too. But they will be back inside once the fence is finished. Yeah, but wouldn't a couple of days be enough to test it out? This afternoon you could probably get them to speed up on what you want them to offer. For being a bean counter, you're pretty sharp on things outside of bean counting, Willie observed. Go on, my lady. I will go run it by Wayne and Jean. He leaned over, kissed Beth, and turned to find Wayne and Jean. Do you have any ideas on what he really wants to do? Beth asked Woody. Besides being with you, apparently not any more than you do. Look, until lunch I can get more splinters in my hands. Then I need to head over to Sunny Hills Nursing Home. Do you know what's for lunch? Woody asked. Clueless. But worth hanging around for, I'm sure. She smiled, and Woody opened the door for her to Tony's shed. Wayne and Jean, as usual, were holding hands as they came out of the mess hall at the time Willie crossed the road. Hey, Wayne and Jean, can I talk to you for a minute? He called out. Sure, let's sit at the picnic tables in the shade, Willie said as he and Jean strode over to the picnic tables. I'd like to ask you something, Willie started. Wayne burst out laughing. Well, Willie, you certainly don't have to ask our permission to court Beth. No, but is it okay? It is okay, isn't it? Jean laughed this time. Yes, it's okay if it's okay with her and with Mark. What's up, Willie? I've been talking to God about these 2 verses and praying about being able to stay here and not have to travel so much. Let us therefore come boldly into the throne of grace that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help in time of need. Hebrews 4:16. And also 1 John 5:14-15. And this is the confidence that we have to him, in him, that if we ask anything according to his will, he heareth us. And if we know that he heareth us, whatever we ask, we know that we have the petitions that we desired of him. Wayne and Jean both laughed. What's so funny? Willie asked. Wayne answered, we were praying those exact verses just now before we left the mess hall. Wow, that's amazing. Well, here's my situation. I have some real good relationships with several equipment manufacturers like we have out in Tony's shed. A few of them have been begging me to expand their market by becoming an independent, non-exclusive distributor and leaving my current job, or even if I want to, while keeping my current job. Willie began explaining. And? Jean asked. And I never could figure out how to do it without a crew of dependables. As in, I don't have to micromanage installers and salespeople. But seeing your guys, Wayne and Jean, you have taught these men how to work and have a sense of excellence. They listen and follow instructions, and I bet if I were a betting person, they do that every day. Yesterday, it dawned on me when I was with Beth, Mark, and Gwen that I could contact some of these manufacturers and set up ready-to-eat food stations and convenience stores and gas stations. They could offer pizza, hot dog, fried chicken, potato wedges, fried burritos, egg rolls, corn dogs, fountain drinks, and other such stuff. I could design the packages fairly quickly, and your guys in Tony's shed could install the equipment correctly, adding new clients to their other clients in their own areas. It sounds very doable to me, and there's certainly a market for it, Wayne said. But I hear a but coming, Jean said. But I also need some bilingual phone-trained salespeople, Willie continued. Wayne and Jean just looked at each other, and Woody suggested I give it a try by renting your sales team and phone room the rest of today and tomorrow instead of them working on the barbed wire fence. He did, huh? Well, Jean, certainly not a bad idea. What do you think, sweetheart? Wayne asked. What do you need, Willie? Jean asked. First, I need to talk to the manufacturers on their toll-free numbers, draw out some installation packages, ask the guys at Tony's shed what they would charge for installations, put together some prices, and train your sales crew in these items. They already know how to sell. If it works, then go from there, Willie continued. No, I need to talk to Beth first, and then I'll do all the other stuff. And if it doesn't work? Wayne asked. Then I will be here in my furnished apartment instead of my room at the boarding house back east, spending as much time with Beth as I possibly can. Sweetheart, do you think we can pull those guys from the hot sun and ouchie barbed wire and politely ask them to return to their air-conditioned office this afternoon? Wayne asked, Jean grinning. Well, we could try, but I don't know. They seem to like wearing bandages and getting hot and sweaty, Jean laughed. Can you get it together on your end by lunch and get these guys up to speed this afternoon? Wayne asked. Yes, I believe I can, Willie answered. Thank you. Willie, let us know and we'll let you rent whatever you need, Wayne replied. Willie, Jean said, always run things by Beth. That has always been our policy, and it's worked out well for us, okay? Yes, ma'am. It's hard to remember to do that, Willie explained. A little on-purpose practicing, and you'll get better at it. At least I did, I think. Go on, get out of here and go talk to Beth. As Wayne shooed Willie off, Wayne and Jean bowed their heads and prayed with thanksgiving in their hearts. When they finished praying, Jean said, "Sweetheart, we need to go find Eduardo. He needs to change his mind and preach tonight." "I agree. He's somewhere getting jabbed by barbed wire fence. We'll find him." Wayne helped Jean up, and they went over to his truck in their driveway. Beth and Carrie were in Beth's newly furnished office, sitting on the chairs from Mark's kitchen table. Stacks of manufacturer's manuals surrounded them. "Carrie, we will have a total of 3 lines set up and probably just about all installed by tomorrow evening. Each line has 4 ovens. Do you have any idea as to how many folks it's going to take to run this place at full capacity?" Beth asked. "Well, I think first of all, you and I together need to do a run through of every machine on the first line. I need to learn how to do everything too." Carrie answered when the intercom on the phone setting on the floor interrupted their conversation. Beth picked it up. "Yes, thank you, Bobby. I'll see if I can find him." "Well," Carrie laughed, "now we both know they can find us, even when we are hiding in our offices. No rest for the weary or the wicked." Beth laughed as she stood up. "Oh, there he is, coming in the door. The guys did a superb job of insulating the office area. I can even hear myself think." Beth stuck her head out the door and motioned for Willie to come in. "I'm sure I can find something to do out there," Carrie hugged Beth as she left the office. "Feels like we've been working together for years and years and have been good friends all that time. When you're finished, I want to run a couple of Sophie's ideas past you and Willie." "Okay, I'll call you back in here, and I totally agree about feeling like longtime friends," Beth responded as Willie came in the door. "Most good, sir. You have a phone call." "Thank you, my lady." Willie pushed the blinking light. "Yes, thank you. I will get the keys between now and Saturday afternoon." He hung up the phone. "Well, it's official. I have a new address, and I need to talk to you about that." "My lady, I am so sorry that I did not talk the apartment thingy over with you first. I am really new at talking things over with anybody else. I have been a lone wolf for so long that I need to work on and practice it. Maybe I need to ask if the apartment thingy is okay with you?" "Yes, most good sir. It surprised me and at the same time pleased me that you want to be here where I am," Beth replied. "Now that that's out of the way, what are you really up to?" "I believe there is a market in the filling stations and convenience stores out of this direction to Southern California and Western Arizona for fast food. I've never had a dependable, ready-built crew to install the equipment. I've seen these guys work and know their standard for excellence. And Wayne and Jean told me I could rent their sales guys this afternoon and tomorrow just to see if it works." "Do you have some plans drawn up yet?" Beth asked. "Not yet, just some rough ideas. Here, let me have the blank sheets in the back of one of the manuals." "Help yourself," Beth replied. Willie picked up the manual for one piece of equipment. He started drawing out some possible combinations of equipment, economy, standard, and deluxe installations. He listened carefully to Beth's suggestions and occasionally erased and redrew the diagrams. The intercom phone rang again. "Hey, Bobby, what you need?" Beth asked. Bobby replied, "Willie's office is on line 1. "Thank you." Beth turned to Willie. "This phone has rung exactly 2 times this morning, and both times it was for you." He smiled and nodded and punched the flashing button for line 1. "Willie asked Green, how may I help you?" The other person on his office began talking, and he interrupted him. "I'm sorry, excuse me?" Beth apologized and got up to leave. "No, Beth, stay." Willie cradled the phone to his chest as he whispered and motioned for Beth to sit back down. "Hold on while I put you on speakerphone. There's someone in the room that needs to hear this, if you don't mind starting from the beginning again. And this time I will take some notes." Beth sat back down as Willie continued to whisper. "My lady, you are so not going to believe this, but it's from the owner and CEO of my company." He clicked on the speakerphone and hung the handset up. Together they listened as the owner offered Willie an exclusive distributorship for the Western Territory to expand equipment sales from the East Coast. Well, I'll tell you what, there's definitely a market out here. On the way out from the city, there are simply no places for people to grab food, get gas, and quickly get back on the road. They can get the gas, but they will have to settle for a candy bar or a salty bag of chips, Willie commented. I don't know. This is my first trip out here, and I live back east. My office is back there, too, Willie said as he winked at Beth. I give you what you are making here for 12 months plus full commission. If you can't make it happen in 12 months, then nobody else can either. You can come back here and pick up where you left off, and I'll pay rent for an office and whatever you need. Look, there's miles and miles of area out here. I'm going to need a company vehicle, especially to deliver the consumables, Willie said. Okay, let me call a dealership out there, and you can return your rental car and pick it up next week. Do you have anything else in your boarding house? As a matter of fact, I do, Willie replied. Call your landlord. I'll pay for her to ship everything to you. Just stay out there. It's taken me a really long time to even get you out there. Well, I'm going to need a crew of salespeople. I will need to pay until they learn the ropes. They will need salary plus commission to start with. Willie almost laughed out loud. Beth put her hand over her mouth and just shook her head. Okay, I will think about it. Why don't you put everything together and ship it overnight to me? I'll take a look and give you my answer sometime next week. Oh, I didn't use our installation crew to put that bakery equipment in. I had access to some really good workers, and I need to refund the installation fee back to Wayne and Jean Vizzolo. Would you put that check in there so I can give it to them? Thanks. If I think of anything else, I certainly will let you know. Good talking to you, too. Willie hung the phone up and looked at Beth and burst out laughing. Remind me to never negotiate with you, Beth said, laughing. Well, my lady, you need certain curtains in your office. I can't just lean over and kiss you in front of God and everybody. Why not, most good sir? Beth replied as she leaned over and kissed him. Oh, Carrie needs to talk to both of us. Beth went out her office door to get Carrie. Thursday morning, Gwen made her rounds at Sunny Hills Nursing Home. She hugged everyone and told them how handsome they looked or how pretty they were. Thank you so much, Gwen whispered in Aunt Bertha's ear. We moved in yesterday afternoon. I am speechless. You are very welcome. Have you found the flowers yet? Aunt Bertha asked. Not yet. Do you have a minute? I'd like to tell you about those flowers. Aunt Bertha pointed to an empty chair at her table. Her breakfast dishes had already been cleared. Years ago, there was a company that began to make metal dyes. They were experimenting with what to use to show their own capabilities to companies that didn't even know they needed these metal dyes in their own manufacturing process. To show some of the uses at a manufacturing show, they had some metal dyes with an injection molder and used cheap plastic that they colored. In spite of the fact that this company was laughed at by the others, some very important people saw the possibilities and invested a lot of money into the stock of that company. One of those was my boss. I didn't have much money at the time, but I had already learned that when he bought stock, I bought the same stock. When he sold stock, I sold the same stock. Since I handled all of the paperwork for his transaction, I knew exactly when he did something in the stock market. That one investment paid off so well that I went and bought a week's salary's worth of the gaudiest, ugliest flowers that had ever been made using that company's metal dyes. They've always been a reminder not to look at everything just exactly like everybody else does, but rather look at the real picture that most people overlook. Now you know the real story behind my gaudy flowers. I've never told it to anyone else. I just laugh and smile when they look at me like I'm the crazy, eccentric one. God has used the education I got there to put me in a comfortable retirement and to bless ministries like Faith, Hope, and Love. By the way, Gwen, when will your phone be installed? Aunt Bertha, it will be installed next Tuesday when Gertrude is there, Gwen answered. That will never do. How dare them? Write down your phone number from the apartment unless you want a new one. Gwen, I own 51% of the stock in that little utility company. Your phone will be turned on immediately. They didn't take the phones out, did they? No, they are still there. Nobody even has to be home since everything is already in the house. With that, Aunt Bertha got up, grabbed Gwen's phone number, and went to her room. I should never be surprised at what God does, but I am flabbergasted. totally flabbergasted by God's mercy. Gwen said to herself as she went to the office. Soon as she was caught up on all of her nursing home responsibilities, she pulled out the bag of mail and packages sent within the last few days for Faith, Hope, and Love. In the bag, Gwen kept a writing tablet and a box of envelopes. For each donation, she noted the amounts on the letters and immediately wrote a handwritten thank you note to each sender, including churches. She also sent a thank you to the church that so lovingly sent her the second brand new high-safety rated baby bed. Lord, I'm thankful that the doctors told me I'm only carrying one baby, but I know you sent the second bed because you want me to be ready for somebody coming to Faith, Hope, and Love who will need it. You promised you will send me what we need, and you are a faithful God. Thank you, Abba Daddy. And Lord, thank you that Mrs. Fitzgerald took sandwiches today because there's no place to get food between here and there. Please give Tricia's grandparents and the Davisons a safe trip, and their belongings have a safe move back here too. Gwen prayed and made her rounds again. Over at Vizzolo Produce. Hey, Carrie, come tell us what Sophie said. Beth went over and got Carrie's attention in the noisy work area. Just as soon as Beth and Carrie entered Beth's office, Willie stood and offered both of them the chairs. Thank you, Willie. Honestly, Beth, we are going to need some furniture in these two offices, Carrie exclaimed. I agree. Now, what did Sophie say? She said we needed to put up netting over the receiving and shipping areas so we could keep those doors open and the bugs out. And she said if we built some sort of little insulated but non-flammable garages, that's what she called them, garages, around the ovens, we would save the whole building from heating up like it will once the ovens are turned on, Carrie answered. Those are brilliant ideas, Carrie. You need to steer her into mechanical engineering. I've already heard about her suggestion on how to hold the barbed wire up high enough, Willie noted. Only problem is, Beth said, where are we going to find either of those? It's not like we can just pop into the corner drugstore and walk out with netting and insulated non-flammable material. Wait a minute. Willie said he's the bean counter in the city. He might even have a couple of clients who handle that sort of stuff. Why don't we ask him? Suggested Willie. It's certainly worth a try, Beth agreed. Willie stuck his head out the door and shouted, Hey, Woody, could you come here for a second? What's up? Woody asked as he shut the office door behind him. Carrie repeated what Sophie suggested. Woody, as an accountant, do you have any clients who handle either the netting or fireproof installation we could use here in Tony's shed that would be safe around food processing? Beth asked. Maybe. Let me think about it a little while. I'll let you know before break time, Woody said as he left the office, pulling out his pocket knife. They watched as Woody walked on out of Tony's shed. There's something about that man I haven't figured out yet. For sure, he's a good man, and he's totally clueless on how to avoid splinters. But he's getting really good at digging them out with his pocket knife. We need to get a pair of those leather gloves they use working on the fences and make him wear them, Willie laughed. Carrie and Beth both agreed. Well, let's go do some measuring, Carrie. Willie, you can commandeer my office, all 2 chairs of it, Beth said. We'll nab Mark to help us. We need to use Sophie's ideas, even if we have to head to the city in search of supplies. If Woody can't come up with something, I guess we'll spend some time looking through that huge city telephone directory in Bobby's office. We certainly need a way to keep the bugs out, and we don't want to heat up this place with all 12 ovens are doing their thing. This would be greatly appreciated by everybody out here, I am sure. And I'd hate to imagine what air conditioning this large of a place would cost. Carrie shuddered at the thought. The fans have made a tremendous difference, but these ovens in the summertime, I don't even want to think about it. Beth went over to Mark. You don't mind? Beth asked. Not at all. Want me to help? Mark asked. Beth and Mark laughed. Soon they were back with Mark's kitchen table, which they promptly lugged inside Beth's office. There you go, most good sir, Beth said as she put the table down by the chairs. My lady, I thank thee and thy son. Mark laughed as he left the office, shaking his head. Soon Woody was back. Beth, Carrie, and Mark were busy measuring the 3 receiving bays and the shipping bay. Good. I do have a client that handles the netting. He needs to know all the measurements and let him know if you want the netting divided so that you only need to open up one at a time instead of all 3 intake bays. And I need to know the measurements of the ovens. The ovens all look the same to me. Well, we need 4 of the netting, each to open individually. They can all be the same size. And all the ovens are the same size, but we need to add a few inches, maybe 6 or so. And as Sophie would probably say, the little garages need garage doors. Let's go talk to one of the electricians and one of the carpenters, Beth replied. In short order, a decision was made as to how big the little garages and the doors should be. Both the electricians and the carpenter thought the little garages with doors was a great idea. Woody left to go back to Bobby's office. Before he could reach for the phone at the empty desk, Bobby spoke. Look, Woody, I recognized you the first time I saw you. I, too, was in Vietnam, but not in your building. One of your ensigns and I got very close and even talked about marriage after the war. All I know is he got injured late one night, and I, along with my entire office, were relocated before dawn the next morning, a little further from the front line. I lost contact with him. But a long time ago, I saw your promotion and picture in the Vietnam Navy news. When I saw you in uniform, I knew you were there as a matter of national security regarding the food chain and not just as Woody. Bobby, you had already been vetted, and I know you had a very high security clearance. Now I know why. Thank you, Woody answered. But I have a question for you. Would you still want that sailor, injuries and all? In a heartbeat, regardless of any injuries, including ones that might force us to live as brother and sister, Bobby quickly answered. Woody picked up the phone and dialed for the operator. The operator answered. How may I help you? I need to make a collect call. He provided the number. Woody waited as the operator asked the person who answered on the other end, Will you accept the charges for a collect call from, give your name please, Lieutenant Commander Elward J. Anderson. At break time, everyone in Tony's shed went across the street to the mess hall with visions of freshly baked cookies calling them like a siren song. Jean laughed as she saw them coming. Wayne, we still need that duck crossing sign. She picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the chalkboard, Tonight, Eduardo preaching right after supper. Willie was already there, showing Wayne and Jean his rough drawings and updating them on the phone call. Wayne and Jean, I would like to rent some of your warehouse space either behind the pink line or where the fence supplies have been. I'm going to need a place to store some installation equipment as well as some consumable supplies. I will pay the going rate for any square footage I use, Woody explained. Since everything is food equipment and food-grade supplies, it will be legal to put in there. The carpenters out there are just about finished. Would it be okay if I hired them to partition off the section where the remaining fence supplies are? Wayne and Jean looked at each other and nodded their heads. Beth sat down next to Willie, leaned over, and kissed him on the cheek. Carrie sat down next to Jean. Woody came in and sat down at the same table and spoke. Okay, I've made a few phone calls, and the netting for the shipping and receiving bays will be here tomorrow, ready to hang. 6 tiny garages, as Sophie called them, complete with doors, will be here Saturday, ready built to contain 2 ovens each. They are being made as we speak out of the same material NASA uses to fireproof the rockets. They will keep the heat inside and out of the whole warehouse, and my client will install them. Wayne and Jean looked at each other, puzzled. I'm sorry, I thought they told you. Woody pointed to Willie, Beth, and Carrie. Told us what? Jean asked. Oops, Beth said, and then explained. Well, they're great ideas, but sound rather expensive. So, Woody, you found one of your accounting clients to handle this? Wayne asked. Woody took another bite of his cookie, nodded his head. Wayne and Jean both saw his mischievous grin and knew he only had one client, the United States government. Wayne, can I take the mic and talk to these guys? Willie asked. I don't see why not. Wayne took a sip of his tea. Woody, if I can get trouble, bail me out, would you? Willie laughed. Nah, you only get one free pass from me, Woody laughed. Yeah, just make sure you don't need me. Willie stood up by the microphone. Gentlemen, I would like to give Wayne and Jean an update on Tony's shed. The room quieted down as he continued. 2 of the 3 production lines are completely installed. The 3rd is getting there very quickly. Beth and Carrie's office are complete, including installation, so they can hear themselves think. Carrie's office remains unfurnished, but Beth is all decked out with Mark's little kitchen table and his 2 matching chairs. Thank you, Mark. Everyone laughed. The 2 restrooms with showers are finished. There is a place in each for lockers to be installed in the future. The break area is also ready for furnishing. You homecomers are an amazing group of men with incredible skills and work ethics. As you all know, I got into deep trouble in hot water this morning behind the microphone, and Woody had to bail me out. But he just told me I could only have 1 free pass, and I already used it. So here I go, with permission of Wayne and Jean, right? Willie looked at both of them. Yes. Yep, Wayne replied. With their permission, I have drawn out some fast food plans for filling stations and convenience stores. The manufacturer of the ovens and some of the other equipment out there has offered me an exclusive distributorship for this area and surrounding areas. I need to find out what you would charge to install these 3 setups. The equipment would come directly to you when a sale has been made close to you. So please take a look and give me some prices so I can start making sales. Also, with Wayne and Jean's permission, Willie stopped and looked at Wayne and Jean. Surprisingly, Wayne got up and took the mic away from Willie. Wayne ran his tongue around his mouth, getting the last bit of cookie out from his teeth, and swallowed. You carpenter guys are about to be sent out to the fence line unless you're willing to get with Willie and get some measurements to partition off where the fence supplies have been and make Willie a warehouse, which he will rent from us. You're bordering on standing around and doing nothing, and you know that's not a Vizzolo produce trait, he said, as seriously as he could. He stepped away from the mic and went back to the table. Before Wayne could sit down, every carpenter was headed toward Willie. What you need, Willie? The first one asked. Willie took a napkin and drew out what he needed, including shelving. Willie and I will take my box truck and head off to the lumber yard when you guys finish up, the same carpenter offered. Willie handed the drawings of the 3 food station models to Beth. Be back a little while. Would you take care of this for me? Sure. Willie quickly kissed her and headed to the door with the carpenter. Wayne, Jean, Carrie, and Woody laughed while everyone else came over to look at the drawings and give Beth installation prices. The table in the lunchroom at the high school was full when Eli, Jaden, Parker, Sophie, Sammy, Sean, Colton, and Trish sat down together. The principal walked by, shook his head, and smiled. Parker stopped him. Sir, can we talk to you for a minute? Sure, here in my office. Together they all said, Here's fine. The principal pulled up an empty chair and sat down at the end of the table and asked, What's up? Trish's brother is moving here tomorrow, Parker started. Eli interrupted. He's a wounded warrior from Vietnam. And he's a hero with all kind of medals, Sean said. And he's never been honored, and Colton said. And, sir, he used to play football in high school and college, and he's not been able to go to a single game since he shipped out to Vietnam. He's either been in a hospital or a nursing home since he got back, and there was no welcome home parade or anything. Actually, for saving a number of lives, including his commanding officers, he's been treated pretty shabby. Trish took up the conversation. The other amigos did not interrupt her. This is homecoming, and Sunny Hills Nursing Home is his new home as of tomorrow. Can you honor him at the football game Saturday night? Trish asked. The principal was silent for a few seconds. I think that's a splendid idea. Trish, write down his name, rank, his medals, and a sentence or 2 about what he did. We will do it at the flag ceremony. Be sure to find me in the announcer's box so I know he's able to be at the game. Yes, that would be a very good idea, and it's long overdue. What branch of the service was he in? The Navy, they all replied. I'll let the band director know. Thanks, guys. The principal got up and put his chair back at the nearby table he swiped it from. Thank you, sir, all the amigos responded. Back at Vizzolo Produce, the remaining carpenters moved all the rest of the fence materials to one side of the shipping bay for ready access for the fence crew. What should we do with these things? A worker walked over and asked Beth. Oh, those are mine. Just move them into my office if you don't mind, Beth answered. Willie and the carpenters were back before lunch, and all the carpenters unloaded the truck and started working from the napkin drawing. Willie gave Woody a pair of leather gloves. Willie went to the office and made copies of several papers for the salesman. He kept an ongoing record of each copy so he could reimburse Wayne and Jean. After lunch, Willie asked all the produce salesmen and all the salesmen working in the fence line to remain in the mess hall. He went over what he wanted, the items, the terms, and financing, the installation fees, the commissions, fees, and salary, and the ongoing commission percentage of the consumables as long as any particular client used them. He went over a simple contract and the time frame of installation from order dates. Finally, Willie took them out to Tony's shed and showed them the equipment from the one company he would be representing as well as similar equipment from the other companies. Then they all went to the sales area in Bobby's office and divided the phone books of the various areas where red, yellow, and blue pens were stuck on the map. 2 salesmen took a couple of phone books and returned to Tony's shed so they could use the phones in Carrie and Beth's offices. The remainder stayed and started calling from the sales area. They left one phone line open for Vizzolo Produce. It rang one time the rest of the afternoon. Occasionally, a homecomer straggled in and unloaded his cot and things in Tony's shed behind the pink line and then went out to work on the fence. Woody left after lunch to go to Sunny Hills Nursing Home. He helped unload the furniture and belongings for Homa and City Bell Todd and the Davisons when they arrived. He also helped unload the things delivered for Tony's room. Then he went down to the physical therapy room. "When you get a chance, could you come explain some of Travis's new equipment to me?" Woody asked the therapist. As they walked back to Travis's room, Woody told the therapist, "Look, to my knowledge, Travis cannot get in and out of bed, in or out of a wheelchair, or even take a shower by himself." "Why not? I've looked at his chart, and he should be able to do those things and even more. Probably nobody has worked with him with the proper equipment and gotten him strong. He's going to so not like me starting next week. I'm going to work his navy blue butt off." The therapist asked and answered his own question and ended with a laugh. "Good. That's what he needs." Woody also laughed. After a briefing on the equipment, Woody wandered down to the office. "Hey, Gwen, how's that finger?" he asked. "Thanks to you, it's still attached," she answered. "May I call over to Vizzolo Produce?" "Sure. Need the number?" Gwen asked, shoving the phone in his direction. "Nah, I think I got it, but thanks," he answered as he began to dial the number. "Hey, Bobby, Woody here. Look, Tricia's grandparents will arrive in just a few minutes. Could you bring her over here when she gets off the school bus? I know she would love to see them as much as they would love to see her." "Sure thing. I just realized I don't have her information for payroll either. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, once the school bus shows up, I'll bring her." She hung up the phone. When Woody heard the dial tone, he laughed. "Bobby, you don't know it yet, but it just may end up being 3 birds with 1 stone. He looked at Gwen. "Don't even ask. But be prepared for the incredible." "Woody, that's all I've experienced this last week," she answered. "The incredible and unbelievable." Jean and Wayne drove around the fence line, stopping at every work area. "What we thought was going to take our very small but excellent crew a very long time now looks like it'll be finished come Saturday, maybe even Friday," Jean said as they stopped at the next work site. As soon as they got out of the truck, Wayne and Jean started singing the same song that each individual crew was singing. They hugged each crew member, including the original fence crew, leading each team. "When I leave here and go to work for the fence manufacturing company, do you think the crews will sing and the bosses give me hugs?" one fence crew leader asked. Jean laughed. "You could probably get away with the singing, but I don't think your bosses will do much hugging. And you can always come visit here and get your hug quota filled." She gave him an extra hug. When they finished the fence rounds, they inspected Tony's shed, talked to every person, and gave them hugs. Jean asked Beth and Carrie, "Could one of you cover the super busy phones for the afternoon and Friday? I would like to give Bobby the rest of the day off so she can have a long weekend with her sister and go shopping in the city." "Why, of course. One of the sales guys can go over to Bobby's desk, and one of us will be working on the manuals," Beth immediately answered, and Carrie nodded in agreement. Jean asked the salesman in Beth's office to come with her and Wayne over to Bobby's office. "Grab your phone book and papers. You can work over there for the rest of the day and tomorrow." On the way to Bobby's office, Wayne asked, "How are the sales going for the fast food equipment?" "Phenomenal and super easy," was the reply. When the 3 of them arrived across the street, the salesman sat at the far desk from Bobby's. Wayne looked at the chalkboard in the sales room with the different cubicles. Instead of cases of different produce listed, it had the salesman names and lines underneath for the number of sales. Every name had at least 1 or 2 lines. The salesman from Bobby's office proudly got up and wrote his name on the board and put 2 lines. He also wrote the salesman's name working in Carrie's office and marked 1 line. "Goodness gracious," Wayne whistled. Jean looked at the board and smiled and turned her attention to Bobby. "Bobby, I'll pass out the payroll envelopes for the fence crew, the kitchen crew, and any other workers. The amigos will get theirs next week. Go on and get a head start on visiting with your sister, and here's your pay envelope. You got a bonus in it, which you have more than earned." "Thank you, Jean." Bobby hugged Jean and started gathering her things. "Oh, I need Trish's paperwork filled out, and Woody asked me to drive her over to Sunny Hills Nursing Home when she gets off the bus. Her grandparents should be there by now." "I got it covered. See you Monday," Jean said. Wayne and Jean took the box of pay envelopes and climbed into one of the Vizzolo produce buses. Wayne stopped at Tony's shed and jumped out so he could talk to Willie about the sales board. "Willie, you and Beth need to get over to the office and look at the sales board while we give Mark and Carrie their pay envelopes." As Beth came out with Willie, Jean handed her pay envelope to her. "Beth, you have done an incredible job, so you have a little bonus inside. Thank you for a job well done." "Thank you," Beth replied as she signed for envelope on the clipboard. Willie waited for her, and then they walked across the street together holding hands. Wayne went inside and gave Mark and Carrie their pay envelopes, both with bonuses inside, and had them sign the clipboard. Next, they drove back around the fence line and picked up all the fence crews, including the homecomers. As each entered the bus, Wayne handed each his pay envelope and had them sign for them on the clipboard. Without fail, each homecomer smiled and handed his unopened envelope to Jean. When they got to where Chester was, Wayne said, "Climb on board, Chester. Everyone has worked long enough in the sun today. I'll drop you off at the other bus, and you can take all the workers back across the border." After Chester signed for his pay envelope, he noticed his envelope also had a nice bonus in it. Soon all the workers who lived across the border had their pay envelopes and were loaded on the bus, as well as the kitchen crew. Supper was ready to heat, and Jean had already decided it would be a paper plate sort of night. By the time they picked up everyone and made it back to the mess area hall, the school bus came. "The timing is perfect," Wayne said. "But where's Trish?" Jean asked the amigos. "She put on her running shoes and was going to run over to the nursing home and greet her grandparents. I've got her backpack, but nobody's got any homework," Sophie told her. "Works for me, thank you," Jean said, and climbed back up on the produce bus. "I get to ride with you," she smiled and sat down behind her husband next to the empty box where the pay envelopes had been. Then she shoved all the homecomers' envelopes back in the box. The night and morning crews, including the drivers, and Eduardo already had their pay envelopes. Eduardo also had a nice bonus inside his. He left much earlier to prepare for the evening service. Woody was waiting for Trish in the lobby. "You ran from school? I thought Bobby was going to bring you," Woody said as she came sailing in the door. "Nah, I needed the run, and I could get here quicker." "Okay, your grandparents, all 4 of them, are anxious to see you," Woody said. "Not nearly as anxious as I am. I think I broke my personal best getting here." Trish laughed as Woody escorted her down to Homa and Cedar's room. The Davisons were already there. Soon Woody left with a brand new wheelchair, a transport board, and a brand new portable urinal in the trunk of his white government car, ready to get Travis the next morning. When he arrived at Vizzolo Produce, the amigos ran to meet him and told him about their lunch talk time with the principal. "Let's keep that a secret, okay?" Woody instructed. They all agreed. Gwen looked at the clock and went down the hall to Homa and Cedar's room. The door was open, and she heard laughter amidst dumb knock-knock jokes, and couldn't resist and said, "Knock, knock." Homa saw her, and amidst all the laughter already going on, he loudly asked, "Who's there?" "Robin," Gwen said. "Robin who?" Homa asked. "Robin, you have your granddaughter. Now hand her over." "Go away," Homa replied as they all laughed, and he waved Gwen inside. "I'm sorry, but Trish, we really do need to go." The 4 grandparents each hugged Trish. I'll see you tomorrow after school, Trish said as she left with Gwen. Just as soon as they got to 1602 Connerville, Gwen picked up the phone and smiled at the dial tone. Ain't Bertha worked her magic. We have a live phone here, Gwen said as she dialed the Whitakers' number. Hello, Pastor Russ. This is Gwen. No, nothing's wrong. Faith, Hope, and Love was given a nice house, and I would like to invite the three of you to come down tomorrow when Jackie gets out of school and spend the night here. We would eat at the mess hall, so just go there first. I want you to meet Pastor Lormore, who's preaching tomorrow night in the mess hall, and Mark and I have something to talk to you about with Pastor Lormore. Great. We look forward to seeing you then. Goodbye. Both Gwen and Trish showered and got ready for supper at the mess hall. The phone rang. It was Jean. Hi, Gwen. I'm glad to see your phone is working. I just wanted to let you know that Eduardo is preaching tonight after supper, so bring your Bibles. Thank you. We'll see you in a little bit. Gwen hung up the phone. A large floor-to-ceiling bookshelf full of empty vases caught her eye. She picked the vase she liked the best and took it to her bedroom. She gently picked up the gaudy bouquet Honey had handed her when she, as the phone installer put it, caught the bouquet, looked at it and put it in the vase. The vase and flowers were given a place of honor in front of the mirrored dresser. They are beautiful, not gaudy at all, Gwen said as she finished getting ready. That evening at supper, Mark brought his cassette tape recorder and several blank tapes to the mess hall. After supper was served on sturdy paper plates with plastic forks, Wayne led the group in several songs, which Mark recorded. When Wayne sat down, Eduardo got up. Good evening, Eduardo said to everyone gathered in the mess hall for supper. I usually preach in Spanish, so this is going to be a little different for me. I may have to translate for myself. Everyone laughed. I believe everyone in this room knows me. Some of you guys look a little different with beards. Many of you filled out those scrawny abs you had when you lived in the bunkhouse. Jean insisted I preach tonight, and I'm wise enough and been around here long enough to know better than to argue with her. There was more laughter. So thank you, Jean and Wayne, for an opportunity to lift my Lord Jesus Christ up. Turn in your Bibles to Colossians 3, verses 10 through 17. I love to hear the rustle of those Bible pages. It must be music in God's ears too. Please stand as I read these verses. And it put on the new man, which is renewed in knowledge after the image of him that created him, where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian, Scythian, bond nor free, but Christ is all and in all. Put on therefore as the elect of God, holy and beloved, bowels of mercy, kindness, humbleness of mind, meekness, long-suffering, forbearing one another, and forgiving one another. If any man have a quarrel against any, even as Christ forgave you, so also do ye. And above all these things put on charity, which is the bond of perfectness. And let the peace of God rule in your hearts, to the which also you are called in one body. And be ye thankful. Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly in all wisdom, teaching and admonishing one another in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, singing with grace in your heart to the Lord. And whatsoever you do in word or deed, do all in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God and the Father by him. Now turn over to Matthew 10, verse 42. And whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water, only in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. Let us pray. Eduardo prayed mostly in English and a little in Spanish. You may be seated. He looked around the room in silence. What I'm about to say may rile some of you guys up, but listen to the whole matter before you throw stones at me. Many people over the years have said the Vizzolos taught us guys a lot of things. I disagree. There were some very startled, angry looks from some of the guys. Some shifted in their chairs. Eduardo continued, They didn't taught us nothing. I know that's really bad English. No, they lived it and continue to live it. Is there anything in those verses of Colossians we just read that Wayne and Jean didn't live fully? No, not a single thing, and they continue to do so. No, they didn't taught us nothing. We caught it from them day by day. We bought into it hook, line, and sinker. And look how God has used them to change multitudes of lives. Your lives, the lives of your wives, the lives of your children, the lives you have touched because you caught how to be godly from two of the godliest people you will ever meet. Look around the room. Am I telling the truth? The one homecomer, who was at first most startled and angry, shouted out, "Preach it, brother, preach it!" A chorus of amens rung out. Wayne and Jean, the men in this room, and others who could not make it, want to thank you. Gentlemen, retrieve your gifts of thanksgiving. Every homecomer got up and went to the men's restroom and soon came out with all kinds of things, including envelopes stuffed with checks and money they put in a basket Eduardo had borrowed from the kitchen. In this basket, Wayne and Jean, are also envelopes from the men who could not join us this week. Others, no doubt, will come tomorrow and Saturday. After arriving at Vizzolo Produce, there was never a time a single man in this room went to school ragged. You provided clothes, shoes, haircuts, shaving stuff, and deodorant. Once we landed here, there was never a single time we went hungry, nor you didn't get the medical care we needed. There was never a time we had no toilet paper in the restrooms, no sheets on the bunks, no towels, no soap and shampoo to shower with. Not a single day did we not brush our teeth because we had no toothbrush or toothpaste. Not a one of us went a single day without an encouraging word. But not a single one of us went to school hungry with no lunch. Not a single one of us failed to see how real men treat his wife, his child, and his Lord. We knew both of you were promised rewards in heaven. But with thankful hearts, we give you these items. I see packages and packages of toilet paper, soap, toiletries, mops and brooms, thick paper plates, paper towels, new sheet sets, blankets, towel sets, spices for the kitchen, jars of peanut butter and jars of jelly, light bulbs, bags of rice, and many other things that you provided for us and no doubt will provide for many others in the future. No, Wayne and Jean, you didn't taught us. You lived Christ every day, and we caught it. And now we've got him, and we all are thankful. We can never repay our debt of gratitude to either of you. And tomorrow, your two offices out in Tony's shed and the break room out there are going to be fully furnished with brand new furniture because we love you and thank God for you. Eduardo wiped his eyes and sat down by Liliana as he watched his three small children climb all over their adopted grandparents, Wayne and Jean, and give them hugs and kisses. Someone in the room started singing "Praise God from whom all blessings flow," and was joined by everyone in the room.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise him, all creatures here below. Praise him above, ye heavenly hosts. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Before Trish and Sophie started their morning run prior to school on Friday morning, Woody pulled out to go get Travis. The night pickers had picked triple the orders for the 5-star restaurants. They would do the same Friday night for delivery on Saturday morning. The unmarked delivery truck was nearly loaded and ready to go with the armed drivers. The amigos and Mark gathered out at the picnic tables. Since they had all mastered 1 Corinthians 13, they started working on memorizing Colossians 3, while breakfast was being prepared in the mess hall kitchen. Willie checked on the sales board and whistled, "Wow!" He didn't notice the partially opened door to Wayne and Jean's office as he picked up the phone and ordered 3 times the number of sales and equipment plus a good supply of consumables. The manufacturer's company order wanted to talk to him. "Yes, I have a brand new warehouse to put them in, and a number of them will be installed as soon as they arrive. No, we are not using the finance company. I'm financing them out of my own pocket. Okay, I look forward to the mail delivery today. I don't know. I'll have to look at it first to see if I agree with it or not. Yes, I'll call you, even at home if need be, as soon as I get it, and have a look-see. Thank you. Goodbye. Lord, please help me find some salespeople as good as the ones I'm renting, Willie said out loud in prayer. The door to Wayne and Jean's office opened. Startled, Willie turned around to see both of them. Now, where do you think you're going to be able to do that? Willie asked, laughing. I don't know. Willie shook his head. But God does. He pointed upward. Well, Matt and Jonathan will be here later today. Maybe you and Beth can meet with the four of us and figure something out, Jean replied. That would be good. Here, let me help you stack your supplies. That was quite a service last night, wasn't it? You're not woofing on that one, Wayne said as he shook his head, a total surprise to both of us. Is it all right for me to do my laundry today? I'm out of clean clothes. Actually, I have on my cleanest dirty ones. Willie started helping Wayne and Jean fill up several supply closets with everything but the food items. Certainly. Have you found the laundry area yet? Wayne asked. Yes. Jean asked Willie, do you know how to use the machines? Yes, ma'am. I've been doing my own laundry since before I went off to college. I don't have any laundry soap, and I didn't want to use the laundry without permission. There's no quarter slots on any of the machines there. We appreciate your asking. There's plenty of laundry stuff out there and in here, too. Help yourself, Wayne said, tossing a package of toilet paper up on the top shelf. Thank you, Willie said. Over at Travis's nursing home. Willie left the nursing home and went to the store to buy a couple of laundry baskets. He returned to the nursing home and packed all of Travis's personal things, including the clothes in them. What's this flower pitcher? Is that made for blue jeans? Woody asked. Just after the fire, my baby sister Trish managed to convince the social worker to take her by the house. She retrieved partially burnt jeans that belonged to all five of us. That little girl made these flowers from those jeans. One flower from each pair of jeans. The background was what was left of her own favorite blanket. Oh, she used to lug that special blanket everywhere. She gave a flower pitcher to Pappy and Sassy Bell, too. She gave me this one the other day. That was the first time I'd seen her since the fire. Travis answered. Please pack it carefully. Gotcha. You about ready to blow this popsicle stand? Woody asked. Maybe blow it up, Travis whispered and then laughed. You didn't hear that because I didn't say it out too loud. Did you say something? Woody laughed. Nah, I didn't hear you say that at all. Woody took the clothes baskets and put them in the back seat of his white government car. He came back inside pushing the brand new wheelchair and helped Travis get in it. Travis said his goodbyes to several residents and staff members as Woody pushed him down the hall. Here, I fixed you a couple of lunch bags. There's not much available to eat between here and Sunny Hills, unless you like candy bars and chips. I will miss you, Travis, and your stupid jokes, said one of the cooks who leaned down and hugged him and put the brown sacks on Travis's lap. Knock, knock, Travis said to the cook. Who's there? The cook answered, shaking her head. Cargo, Travis answered. Cargo who? The cook asked. No, cargo beep beep, Travis replied. Go on, get out of here. The cook laughed and waved him on with her apron as Woody pushed Travis out the door. The physical therapist taught me a little trick on safely getting you in and out of the car, Woody said. Around here, they seldom take me anywhere. I even see a doctor who comes here and sees most everybody, Travis replied. So what's the trick and what's that? He asked, looking at the transport board. The therapist called it a transport board. Look, each armrest portion of this wheelchair swings and even lifts off if necessary. See? Woody unlocked the left side of the armrest and swung it to the back. Then I put this board a little underneath your butt and over to the car seat like this, Woody explained as he put the transport board in place. Like a bridge, Travis exclaimed. Now all I need to do is scooch myself across the bridge. Yep, that's right. Scooch a little more. There, you put yourself in the car. How about that, scallywag? Woody said. Man, I'm out of breath. I need to work on my muscles. They are so flabby. Travis took a deep breath. Next week, remember what you just said when the physical therapist demands the impossible of you. Know that he's only making it possible for you to do things for yourself, and don't hate him too much. Woody laughed as he took the transport board and the wheelchair and shut the door. Once he got everything securely in the trunk, he grabbed the urinal and shut the trunk lid. Here, one of us might need to use this before we get to Sunny Hills Nursing Home. He laughed as he handed Travis the urinal, which he promptly put on the floorboard. "Tell me about the gal in the picture that was on your nightstand," Woody inquired. "By the way, I did carefully pack it." "Bobby Mackenzie Cook, Bobby Mac. A wonderful Christian lady I met in Vietnam. She worked in a different building. We hit it off immediately and saw as much of each other as we could. We even talked about marriage, but before I could have put a ring on her finger, I lost my ring finger and a couple of other limbs. It's just as well. When I got back to the States and was put in that medical ward with seriously injured military guys, I saw what happened to a number of fellas. A guy would get a visit from his wife or fiancé. The guy would take a look at him, see only his injuries and not who he still was. I saw more than one take off a ring and literally throw it on the metal bed table by the bed or even over the bed. The ring would ricochet and dance around a bit. By the time it teeter-tottered to a stop, the door would close behind her. Then all you could hear was the guy sobbing. If he was married, he would get divorce papers in a short time. But not everyone. Lots of guys, wives, and finance just kissed everywhere they could. They came and visited as often as they could. Many of them even moved to where they could live closer to the hospital. And it wasn't unusual for a gal to close off the curtain and climb in bed and cuddle her guy. Woody listened in silence as he drove. Those guys fared so much better. They didn't get so depressed and got stronger quicker. Many of those whose girls left them with only a ring even tried to commit suicide. Some succeeded, even in the hospital. I always pictured Bobby Mack standing there, overjoyed to see me and kissing me. I always picture her pulling the curtain around my bed and climbing in with me. And I have pictured and dreamed more than 1,000 times her taking my ring that we hadn't even bought yet and getting it resized to fit my middle finger. I imagine her getting her ring resized to fit her middle finger so we would match. It's just as well that we never bought rings. But I have dreamed about Bobby Mack every night and thought about her every day, Travis said. They drove in silence for a while. But he spoke first. "Travis, what if I told you she's waited for you all this time, regardless of your injuries?" "Wow. 2 thoughts about that. It could turn my dreams to nightmares, and that scares me to death, or it could make me the happiest man in the world. But you must be serious. You call me Travis, not Scallywag. Why do you ask?" "I've seen her and talked to her. She lives close to Sunny Hills Nursing Home. She told me you got injured late one night, and she and her entire office were moved further back from the front before sunrise. She said she didn't care about the injuries, but you. She also said she was never given access to find you because she wasn't kin, even though she tried." "Does she know about me?" Travis asked. "No. I wanted to talk to you first." Before break time in Tony's shed, the forklift driver parked near the shipping door. Willie, Mark, Beth, and Carrie were busy checking every piece of equipment in lines 1 and 2 to see if everything worked in sync. "Hey, Beth," the forklift driver asked. "Yes," Beth answered. "Look, we are through with the forklift and it can be returned." "Good. That means we can sanitize this place and all the equipment and get everything ready for a test run, even with the ovens," Beth answered. "I hope not," he replied. "Why not?" Beth asked. Mark, Willie, and Carrie stopped working to listen. "I sleep back behind that pink line. Do you realize how hot those ovens are going to be? We will simply cook out here when you use those ovens," he objected. "What if we have a way to keep the heat inside the ovens and not in the room?" Beth asked. "Now, how are you going to do that?" "They're going to have little garages with doors around them." "Oh, I didn't know that." "I've never seen anything like that," he answered as he furrowed his brow. "Neither have we, but the little garages should be here and installed tomorrow." "That might make all the difference in the world." He turned and started to walk away. "Oh, Willie, the key's in the forklift." "Thanks. You've done a great job," Willie said. "Well, you did the really hard part. I just copycatted what you did." He laughed and walked toward the third production line. A white, unmarked small delivery truck pulled up in the receiving bay. The driver got out and came inside. "I'm looking for Beth Tompkins," he called out. "Over here. I'm Beth Tompkins." "Good. Show me exactly where you want the netting to go. We are ready to install it," he said. "Well, you just about parked in the right spot," Beth pointed as they started walking toward the open bay door. "Let me back the truck up to the shipping bay, and I'll get our scissor lift out, and we'll get those nets up in a jiffy." Everybody in Tony's shed stopped and watched. "Hallelujah!" somebody shouted. "Tonight we sleep without the bugs." There was laughter amidst a number of amens. Everyone clapped as Beth signed for the delivery. As quickly as they came, the netting installers left. Carrie shouted, "Let's break and see what's over in the mess hall." Wayne and Jean saw them crossing the road. "Sweetheart, I think you're right. We do need to get that duck crossing sign," Wayne laughed. Before break time was over, the furniture store owner pulled up with his delivery truck and parked by Tony's shed. He jumped down and came over to the mess hall. "Awesome. My timing is perfect," he said as he grabbed a couple of hot cookies and some iced tea. He came to Wayne and Jean's table, hugged both of them and sat down. "I got some pretty things for you to go out in Tony's shed. Sorry I haven't been able to come out this week and help. One of my folks is on vacation, and another just had her baby, and I'm running around very short-handed. But I wanted to be the one to deliver these things. I figured I could nab some guys to unload the truck. Maybe after break time, Jean, you could tell me where you want us to put them?" he said. "Thanks for asking, but I really think Beth and Carrie need to have the final say. What do you think, Wayne?" "Sweetheart, I sit in a chair anywhere you put it and be perfectly happy as long as I can sit close to you." Wayne answered and leaned over, kissed her on the cheek, and winked at the former bunkhouse guy turned furniture store owner. I always knew that you were a very wise man, Wayne Bozzolo." He laughed and finished his cookie. The mail truck pulled up by the mess hall. "Wayne," the mailman called out, "I have an extremely urgent package for Willie S. Green. Do you know where he's at?" Wayne pointed to Willie sitting across from him. "Yep, right there." "Thanks. Mr. Green, I need you to sign for this, please." "Wayne, Jean, there's a bag of mail for you two, and I'll see you after a while with your regular mail. You can stuff that bag in your mailbox and I'll get it." He handed a mail bag over to Wayne. "Okay, thanks," Wayne replied and tipped his hand to his head as he watched the mailman hustle out the door. Soon break time was over and the ducklings waddled back across the road. They unloaded the office and the break room furniture, then the delivery truck pulled out. Wayne and Jean went with Beth, Carrie, and Willie to inspect everything, including offices, break room, and production lines. Willie pointed to the forklift. "Wayne, she's ready to get back home." "Well, let me hook up a trailer and back my truck into the shipping bay," Willie replied. "Well, let me hook up a trailer and get my truck into the shipping bay," Wayne replied. As he and Jean walked to get the truck, Jean shook her head. "I simply cannot believe this. Oh, just a second. I need to ask Beth something." "Okay, sweetheart. I'll be back in a jiffy with the truck," Wayne replied and took the mail bag to the house and emptied it on the kitchen table. "I am flabbergasted." "Yeah, that's the right word. These are from our kids, and I got a feeling they all have checks in them," Wayne said aloud as he shook his head, got his keys. He walked out to the mailbox and stuffed the empty mailbox and put the flag up. Jean returned to Tony's shed and went over to Beth. "Beth?" "Uh-huh." Beth turned around. "Do you think we can have a test run on all these 3 lines tomorrow after the little garages with doors come in?" "I don't see why not. These guys are just about finished. We'll clean and disinfect after the forklift is gone. Mark said the fence guys will probably be totally finished this afternoon too, so if we pull everybody, we can split them up on different lines and fire up all the ovens. It would certainly be a great test to run through and a great thing for Carrie, Mark, and me to put it all together. And we could just see how many folks we really need out here for maximum efficiency." "Sounds good. I would like to give each fella, including Woody, a pint-sized jar of the dried soup, so I thought I would pick up the jars when we return the forklift." "Jean, remember how my landlord cut a fancy little circle of cloth and put it on top of your jar?" "Yes, that was a real nice touch." "Well," Beth said, "I would guess we could ask Trish to cut the circles. There's lots of fabric in that sewing room and a nice pair of pinking shears. I saw them. Now that would be really, really nice. Are you about ready to leave?" "Willie just started the forklift, so I guess they want to go just as soon as they get it loaded," Jean replied. "That would be good. Let me grab my purse from my bedroom. You guys are incredible. Did you know about that furniture?" "We knew about it exactly the same time as you did," Jean laughed. "Hey, Bobby, let's go on and get some shopping done this morning," said Bobby's sister. "That's fine," Bobby replied. "I'm glad I got a little extra time to spend with you. I wasn't expecting it. But we'll need to be back before the school bus runs. Oh, Rodney wants to cook out tomorrow. His cousin's coming over Saturday afternoon after work. Rodney thinks you two will hit it off really good. He's quite handsome, too." Bobby put her hands on her hips. "What in the world are you two trying to do?" "Look, sis, you have waited long enough for your Navy guy. What's his name? Oh, yeah, Travis. Bobby, he is not going to magically appear out of thin air. And besides, Rodney's got tickets for the football game tomorrow night for all four of us. We already got a babysitter for the kids. It's our alma mater. You graduated there, too. It's an out-of-town game, the Stinging Hornets versus the Iguanas." "It's the Iguanas' homecoming," Bobby said. "All the more reason to beat them on their own turf, like they beat us last time. Okay, let's go ahead and leave. I've got some extra bonus money to spend." Back over at Sunny Hills. Soon the forklift was on its way back at Sunny Hills Tractor Company. Wayne and Willie went inside. "Wayne," the owner said, "I went ahead and personally ordered everything you had ordered before on that little tractor of yours. You can take the parts and supplies for the rebuild job. These are genuine parts and not cheap knockoffs. If you need something else on that little tractor, let me know, and I personally will order the correct parts, okay? And thanks for bringing the forklift back so soon." "You're welcome," Wayne replied. "Thank you for the parts. I forgive you for not calling me immediately when you first knew about the sabotage a long time ago." "I'm sorry. I should have." Soon the three men had the forklift unloaded with the tractor parts loaded in the back of the pickup. Beth had decided to stay in the truck so she wouldn't get mad. Jean stayed to keep her company. "I need to go by the store, Wayne," Jean said as Wayne and Willie climbed back inside the truck. "Okay, what you need?" he asked. "I want to buy a number of pint-sized canning jars. Tomorrow, after the little garages are delivered and installed, Beth has agreed to do a test run on all three production lines, and I want to give each of our guys, including Woody, a jar of dried soup. And that is a good reason to stop by the store. Anybody else need to make a stop or two?" Wayne asked. "Well, I could get my apartment key," Willie commented. "Then, Willie, while we're getting canning jars, you might consider getting sheets, towels, cookware, coffee pots, something like a plate and a fork and a knife and a spoon, and maybe a blanket, and oh yes, a pillow or two." Beth laughed out loud when she realized he had not thought of any of those things. "Yes, and all of that too," Willie said. "I'll stay in the truck and babysit old Blue's innards while you three go in and get what you want. Then we'll go by the apartment and you can get the key and take your stuff inside. Willie, does that sound like a plan to everybody?" Wayne asked. They all agreed. At Sunny Hills Nursing Home, when Woody pushed Travis inside the door at Sunny Hills Nursing Home, they were greeted by Mrs. Fitzgerald, Gwen, Pappy, and Sassy Bell, the Davisons, and the physical therapist. "Me first, because I need to leave quickly," the physical therapist said. "Hi, Travis. My name is Roderick. I am your physical therapist. I am your worst nightmare come true, and one day you will hug me and thank me, but not today." He reached down and picked up Travis's leg. "Push as hard as you can against my hand." Travis did. Roderick said. "As of right this minute, your therapy starts. No one will push you anywhere inside this place you now call home. This means inside and anywhere outside in your yard." He turned and looked at everyone sternly. "Grandparents, do you love him?" "Oh, yes," they answered. "Then do not push him unless it's a real emergency." "Okay," they replied. "Travis, you will use your leg and propel yourself along. The store has plenty of shoes, and when you wear this one out, I've got to leave. Good to meet you, Travis. You're first on my hit list. Schedule Monday morning. You'll have one session before your breakfast and a couple more later in the day. Good day, mate." With a smile, Woody turned loose of the wheelchair handles as if they were wrapped in a limb from a thorn bush. Travis kicked up the left footrest. At least he didn't say, "You can't push me out in public." Travis inched his way to his grandparents and hugged their necks. They were standing next to the activity sign. It had "Homecoming Game Saturday Night. Tickets for all" written on it in large letters. Back at Vizzolo Produce, Jonathan and Matt arrived at Vizzolo Produce and hurriedly unloaded their cots behind them. Back at Vizzolo Produce, Jonathan and Matt arrived at Vizzolo Produce and hurriedly unloaded their cots behind the pink line. Just as they finished, the lunch bell rang, summoning hungry workers from every direction. They joined the growing group in the mess hall. Wayne greeted them and said, "Come on over to the house after lunch. We need to give you some things to look at." "And if you don't mind, I have a couple of things for you to look at, too," Willie added. "Bring 'em on," Matt laughed. "We're up for a good challenge, aren't we, Jonathan?" "Oh, yeah, let her rip," Jonathan replied. Several hours later, Jonathan and Matt went over to Tony's shed and retrieved Wayne and Jean, and Willie and Beth. They all gathered around the kitchen table. "Okay, we have both looked through everything you gave us. Jonathan, start with what they didn't give us, but what we already had." "Sure. Matt is talking about the new house for Faith, Hope, and Love. Bertha Ruppel's lawyer overnighted us a copy of the paperwork since we are the attorneys on record for the 501c3, Jonathan explained. "And we are delighted to tell you that everything there is above board and done in an excellent fashion," Matt continued. "Now, first things first, regarding everything else we talk about, the fewer folks who know about most of it, the better. That's why we are only discussing this with just the four of you. Part of it is a matter of national security, and the fewer folks with details, the safer this country is. Clear?" Jonathan asked. All four agreed. Matt picked up the dried produce military contract. "According to this, Wayne and Jean, you have been offered an incredible contract with a very reliable client for as long as we can see in the future. According to the terms, the government will buy all your dried produce, although you're free to continue serving your current restaurant customers in the city. And the only way you can add more customers than what you have right now is if any of the current customers expand and add one or more new restaurants," Jonathan said. "And you are free to use what is needed here and to give away any produce you wish." "However, Jonathan, I found one problem with this contract," Matt said. "Your trained sales crew cannot sell even one lonely carrot or tiny tomato. They can be reassigned to the fields or in Tony's shed." Willie smiled. "Or I can hire them." "Don't get ahead of us, Willie," Matt scolded and then laughed. "We looked at the sales leaderboard out in the sales office, and you would be nuts not to hire everyone out there," Jonathan exclaimed. "Which is a nice segue into this contract." Matt picked up the contract between Willie and Vizzolo Produce regarding the warehouse rental space. "This is a very fair contract, Wayne and Jean, which surprises us after looking over the contract that was overnighted from the manufacturer to Willie." "Willie, we have no idea as to how you managed to get everything included in this contract," Jonathan said. Beth laughed. "I heard the negotiations. He could have asked for the moon and gotten it." "Beth," Matt said, laughing, "he pretty much did. Back to the contract. There is one thing we think should be changed." Willie, Beth, Wayne, and Jean looked surprised, but before anyone could answer, Jonathan continued. "We think that the cost of the materials to partition off that warehouse footage should apply to the rent of it. It was substantial, and Willie paid for it out of his pocket, yet it greatly improved the value of the building itself." Wayne and Jean both quickly agreed. Matt picked up the check from the manufacturer for the installation fees refunded. "This was a very nice touch, Willie. Thank you." Matt handed the refund check to Jean. Wayne looked at it and said, "Wow." Jonathan then picked up the check Willie wrote to Vizzolo Produce to cover his own room and board since he arrived and handed it to Jean. Wayne looked at it at Jean. "No," they both said and shook their heads. "Willie, you've gone so far above and beyond just getting things installed out there until we could never take this check. We probably owe you a check," Wayne said. "No, most of the time I was on vacation, and I think I have the best prize of all," Willie said and leaned over and kissed Beth. "Excuse me, I don't mean to interfere with a good thing like that," Matt interrupted. "But we also looked over the other contracts that you have, Willie. They are very simple and very clear. The one paying your salespeople's salary plus commission until they reach a certain amount of sales is probably already over the need for salary. It, too, is fair. And the ones paying your installers," Jonathan said, "is also above board. And the last one is between you and your buyers. It looks very reasonable and covers all the bases we could think of," Matt said. "One more thing, Willie," Jonathan said. "We have not talked to Wayne and Jean about this, and maybe we should first, but this looks like the opportunity to say it. They can always nix it, but Wayne and Jean are having their remaining delivery trucks repainted white, and they have 2 extra drivers who are also licensed to drive the produce buses. We think you need to hire them per delivery to take your sold equipment out to the installers, and maybe even the consumables, and rent the trucks per delivery from Vizzolo Produce. The drivers can still drive the buses and give Chester, Eduardo, and even Wayne a much-needed break from crossing the border so many times. They would each end up with making a full-time salary between your stuff, Willie, and Vizzolo Produce stuff. Matt picked up the conversation. Wayne and Jean, we have no idea as to how many more folks you will need to hire between field workers and out in Tony's shed. But because you will now be picking produce that used to be plowed under, you will need more workers. And one final thing, Willie, had it not been for the poison produce, your involvement probably would have been minimal. For one thing, there certainly would have been no dried wasabi, which you helped with. We are charging our standard rate fees to read over your contracts. Okay, Willie said, pulling out his checkbook. How much do I owe you? Let me finish, Willie, Matt sternly said. Sorry. Willie apologized. Beth patted his hands. We are charging your fees against the lawsuits that are to come. You don't owe us anything. Matt reached over and closed Willie's checkbook. Wait a minute, Matt, Wayne said as he picked up a pen and wrote across Willie's room and board check. Void. Completely void. He then stuffed it inside Willie's checkbook. Now, Matt, you can close this checkbook. The supper bell rang and everyone gathered in the mess hall. Wayne and Jean stood by the microphone, waiting for folks to sit down. Well, it is with great pleasure that Jean and I announce the termination of several Vizzolo Produce employees. Everyone got quiet. Wow, Jean, I didn't expect that response. He looked at Jean, who shrugged her shoulders and smiled. As of 3:59 this afternoon, we have terminated the entire original fence crew with the exception of Mark. We have severed them from the payroll for several reasons. Number one, they have completed miles, and I do mean miles, of barbed wire installation. There was cheering and applause. Number two, Wayne continued, they are now honored guests because the fence manufacturer is relocating them tomorrow to start their new positions on Monday. These fellows went from knowing nothing about fence installation to becoming experts who are now well able to train and lead crews of all ages and skill levels on the standard procedure of fence installation. They will all now be trained on the actual manufacturing process and then complete intensive sales training. Then each will be given a territory and become certified distributors. They are stepping into a very nice career for as long as they choose. Here you go, Jean. Thank you, dear, Jean said as she took the microphone from Wayne. These men were just boys working at their first job ever when they started working as pickers at Vizzolo Produce as teens from across the border. Now they are men, and they have followed and obeyed Proverbs 24, verse 27. Prepare thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in the field, and afterwards build thine house. Now you guys can easily support a family, and thanks to the mission across the border and Eduardo preaching Christ, you have all asked Jesus to be your Lord and Savior. Gentlemen, take Christ with you for the rest of your lives. Seek him with your whole heart. Be quick to listen to him and to obey. There, that is my sermon for the minute. I reserve the right to preach again, should I decide to do so. The men clapped as she handed the mic back to Wayne and went to her chair and sat down. And to think, Pastor Lormore, you get to follow that sermon. Wayne shook his head. Well, look at it, Pastor Lormore. Well, at least there's a meal between that excellent sermon and my preaching time, the pastor replied, laughing. We're going to pray and allow our fence crew as honored guests to go first in the line. Our other guests, who are now really family and no longer guests anymore, Pastor Lormore and the Whitakers, we are going to... We are going to pray and allow our fence crew as honored guests to go first in the line. With our other guests, who are now really family and no longer guests anymore, Pastor Lormore and the Whitakers will follow them. And as a reminder, everyone please report to Tony Shed at 8 in the morning, except for Willie and Woody, who will be working on our directories out in the office. Speaking of the directories, we will be giving Pastor Lormore one. You guys hook him up as the ambassador not only for Christ, but also for faith, hope, and love. Get him to your churches as a way to support our precious girls. Now let us thank God for his unbelievable grace, mercy, and joy, and for the food. Wayne prayed, and the former Foots crew lined up first. On Saturday morning, just before sunrise, Sophie, Trish, and Jackie were running around Vizzolo Produce. Look, I know what I saw in Travis's room. He has a picture of Bobby Cook in a frame. I was going to ask him about it, but Gwen said we had to leave, and I didn't get a chance to ask him, Trish told the other two girls. And she's not even going to be here tonight for homecoming, Sophie said. What's that got to do with anything? Jackie asked. Well, Trish answered, it's supposed to be a secret, but I think it's okay to tell you. The school is going to honor my brother at the beginning of the game tonight as the war hero he really is. Nobody but Willie and us amigos here at Produce know about it. So what does nobody know but me? Willie caught up with them on his morning run. About honoring Travis, Trish said. He doesn't even know it, but Mrs. Fitzgerald promised me she would have Pappy and Sassy Bell and the Davidsons there, along with all the residents of Sunny Hills Nursing Home who want to come. In the bunkhouse, everyone was sleeping but Colton. He quietly unchanged his bicycle and took it out of the bunkhouse door. I think I've healed up enough to ride my bike without it hurting so bad, he whispered to himself as he climbed on and started riding around the field. It creaked some and squeaked a little. Maybe Woody or Beth or Mark will help me fix it up. The night pickers finished picking the amount they used to pick before they left the poison. The night pickers finished picking the amount they used to pick before the field was poisoned. They separated the beautiful produce from the ugly produce. They then loaded the pretty veggies into the unmarked white delivery truck for the city. Then they put enough crates of ugly veggies in the kitchen for today's meal as well as Sunday's. The remaining veggies, both ugly and pretty, were left on the produce wagons. Pastor Rust and Barb Whittaker met with Wayne, Jean, Mark, and Gwen in the mess hall to discuss becoming ambassadors for faith, hope, and love. Do you know there's a large garage apartment on the grounds of 1602 Connervale? Gwen asked. You could live there and have your own space. It also belongs to faith, hope, and love. Even before the delivery truck turned the corner in the direction of the city, the amigos were gathered at the picnic tables working on their verses and wondering where Colton and his bicycle were. Wayne and Jean met Willie and Woody in the offices. At least you don't have to chase Bobby out today. I'm sure she's having a good time, Jean said as Wayne went into his office. She deserves it. Here, Woody, Matt and Jonathan have looked over these, and it's a go. Both of us have signed them, Wayne said as he handed a large brown envelope to Woody. Only Matt and Jonathan, the two of us, and Beth and Willie are aware of the contents. And Bobby, Woody added. She doesn't know the particulars, but she recognized me and knows my position. I know the information will... And Bobby, Woody added. She doesn't know the particulars, but she recognized me and knows my position. I know the information will be safe with all of you. One more thing, Jean commented as three men looked at her. What do you want the dried produce stored in? That's a really good question. I'll make a call, and I'm pretty sure something will be delivered here Monday or Tuesday, Woody answered. Oh, you have a stack of cards the fellas filled out. This file cabinet has the latest whereabouts we know of every guy who came through here and what they do. The file includes our military guys using our address. And on our current amigos, Willie, you know enough about them to indicate what they are studying. And that might be helpful in their ability to get a job later on. And don't forget to include Faith, Hope, and Love with Gwen as the director and their address, phone number, and Trish's name. Put Sammy and Sophie in as Chester's. And, yes, put Pastor Lorimore as an ambassador for Faith, Hope, and Love. Here's his address and phone number. Wayne turned to Jean. Honey, am I leaving anybody out? We need to check with Russ and Barb Whittaker about being listed as ambassadors for Faith, Hope, and Love. I can't think of anyone else, she answered. Wayne, we need to go over to Tony's shed. Woody had plans for all the dried produce we run today. We won't run the lines again until Tuesday, depending on how many more workers we need. Good. That extra day would be nice, Woody replied. My guess, Wayne and Jean, is you are about to find out exactly how many workers you will need out there on this test run. And you'll have to have at least a night crew for one line because you can't leave the ovens run all night without supervision. as much produce as you've had to toss. I would guess you might even need to run all 3 lines, all 3 shifts," Willie added. "We thought that too, Willie. Thank you, and thanks for hiring our sales guys and renting out some warehouse space," Wayne said as he took Jean's hand and started for the door. "No, thank you for everything," Willie replied. "Man, that's great." Woody leaned over and shook Willie's hand. "I'm glad for these opportunities for you. New place to hang your hat. A great job. A new gal who's great. Willie, that's a World Series home run if I ever saw a home run." By the time Jean and Wayne crossed the road to Tony's shed, Chester, Eduardo, and Mark had already backed the first 3 produce wagons into the 3 receiving bays. Beth gathered everybody over together and said, "Before we begin, I want to ask Jordan Gorman to thank God and ask for his blessings before we turn on a single machine, or unload a single ugly carrot or crooked squash." Everyone took somebody's hand and went to their knees as they had seen Wayne and Jean do. Everybody took somebody's hand and went to their knees as they had seen Wayne and Jean do so many times before in their lives. Jordan started praying, "Lord, we are grateful that we are blessed beyond belief." By the time the little garages showed up and got installed and all the ovens were turned on, the homecomers, Wayne and Jean, Pastor Jordan and Grace Gorman, Pastor Russ and Barb Whitaker, were divided pretty equally into 3 teams. Beth headed one team, Carrie headed up a second team, and Mark the third team. Beth gave everyone directions and reminded them of safety rules. "Get your jewelry off, everyone. Put it in your pockets or on the table or even in your suitcases." Trish, Gwen, Sophie, and Jackie sat at a table marking fabric and cutting out circles to go under the screw caps on the jars. Trish had found 3 different designs, pinking shears, and a compass in the sewing room, along with a bolt of festive fall material. Beth shouted the word "Go!" and produce started flying off the wagons and into the washing stations in each line. Soon chopped, diced, and sliced ugly produce of all kinds adorned huge baking sheets that were headed toward the now heated ovens. Beth had instructed Carrie and Mark to time each part of the process and record the times on clipboards. After a little bit, she told everybody to stop. "Okay, guys, I appreciate the fact that you're trying to outdo each other's teams, but I need realistic times when folks are working long-term, not competing. So this time, I'm just going to softly say the word, not shout it." Beth looked around at everybody. "Go," she whispered. The pace slowed down to a normal, steady, and sustainable rate. Regardless of how fast or slow the workers processed the produce, it was going to take a certain amount of time for each vegetable to dry in the ovens, and there was only so much room in the walk-in cooler to store the ready waiting chopped, diced, and sliced produce. Saturday evening, Woody picked up Travis to go to the game. The principal began the announcements over the microphone. "Welcome everyone to the game between the Stinging Hornets and the Iguanas. We will be having our homecoming activities at halftime, but first we want to welcome a Vietnam War hero home. Yesterday, Ensign Travis Todd made Sunny Hills his new home. In Vietnam, his heroic actions late one night saved the life of his commanding officer and destroyed a plan to ambush everybody in his building and the building next door early the next morning. He was severely injured, and on that fateful night, he went directly to a hospital for surgery, then back to the stage for more surgery. Ensign Travis Todd received 2 medals, the Purple Heart and the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal, but he was never properly welcome home. Come on out, Todd." As Woody pushed him out on the field, the band began to play Anchors Away. "Ladies and gentlemen of both sides, help me welcome our hero home." "Ladies and gentlemen of both sides, help me welcome our hero home." Everyone stood and clapped on both sides of the field and on the benches. "He will be flanked tonight by his grandparents, Homa C.D. Bell Todd, his honorary grandparents, Dwight and Daisy Davison, and by the person he calls his baby sister, Trish Todd. We think it is only fitting for him to be joined by every Vietnam veteran from both sides of the field tonight. Come on down, you two are our heroes, and we want to honor you." Bobby Quickie left her brother-in-law's handsome cousin and raced down to the steps and out on the field. Others from both sides joined her. Please stand and remove your hats as our band plays our national anthem." After the anthem, Bobby made her way over to Todd, leaned down and kissed him. He kissed her back and hugged her. "Well, folks, it looks like Ensign Todd is also flanked by somebody else very special." The crowd cheered and clapped. "We would like Travis, his family, and his somebody very special to stay on the field while everybody else returns to their seat. Travis Todd has a degree in accounting and coaching that he got before he joined the Navy. Tonight we are making him an honorary coach of the Iguanas." The home side shouted, "Go Iguanas!" "That's right. We are presenting him with a coach's shirt and want him to stay by the bench and help us coach tonight." Travis put the shirt on and lifted his hand high and held up 2 fingers in the sign of a V. "Let's give Coach Todd a great big Go Iguana howdy do on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Everyone in the stand shouted, "Howdy do, Coach Todd." Family, return to your seats. "Oh, no, Coach Todd, tell me it's not so. Your special someone is a stinging hornet." The principal asked as Bobby made her way back to the stinging hornet side. "Please, one more round of applause for all of our Vietnam heroes, and it's time we start this football game," the principal announcer said. At lunchtime on Sunday, Wayne and Jean gave every person a jar of dried veggie soup with the directions for cooking it. Even the current amigos, who would eventually make their own lives, received a jar. 48 jars lined a nearby shelf waiting for delivery to all the cattlemen. Willie's directories were on a table so everyone could pick one up, and they did. Pastor Jordan preached after lunch when he had finished at Sunny Hills Church. Once the last homecomer and Woody left, Fazolo Produce was back to quiet again. Wayne and Jean returned to their house and each poured a glass of iced tea. "My evening plans include TV, supper, bus station, and bed," Wayne said. "Somebody else is leading the singing tonight." Before Jean could agree, the phone rang. "Or not," she laughed as he answered the phone. "Hello, Wayne Fazolo here," he said, and then he listened. "My wife and I will be right there. Please wait with her." Jean took a sip of her tea. "Sweetheart, that was the bus ticket agent. He says he has a young lady who just got off the bus and has no place to go. And it's not even the last bus of the evening. I'll give Gwen a call and we'll go deliver her to Faith, Hope, and Love. Thank God she's got a safe place to go." Before Jean could agree, the phone rang. "Or not," she laughed as he answered the phone. "Hello, Wayne Fazolo here," he said, and then he listened. "My wife and I will be right there. Please wait with her." Jean took a sip of her tea. "Sweetheart, that was the bus ticket agent. He says he has a young lady who just got off the bus and she has no place to go. And it's not even the last bus of the evening. I'll give Gwen a call and we'll go deliver her to Faith, Hope, and Love. Thank God she's got a safe place to go." Wayne commented. Before Jean could agree, the phone rang. "Or not," she laughed as he answered the phone. "Hello, Wayne Fazolo here," he said, and then he listened. "My wife and I will be right there. Please wait with her." Jean took a sip of her tea. "Sweetheart, that was the bus ticket agent. He says he has a young lady who just got off the bus and she has no place to go. And it's not even the last bus of the evening. I'll give Gwen a call and we'll go deliver her to Faith, Hope, and Love. Thank God she's got a safe place to go," Wayne commented as he took a gulp of tea and reached for his keys. You've just finished Kisses of Mercy, the 4th book in the Cross Penny series. If this story stirred your heart, challenged your faith, or reminded you that God is still working behind the scenes, even when answers feel delayed, you're not alone. These characters' struggles echo our own, and their hope points us back to the one who never lets go. But the journey isn't over yet. In Book 5, Precious Memories, the consequences of every choice comes more fully into view. Faith will be tested like never before, long-held secrets will be revealed, and the promise God planted at the beginning of the journey will move toward somewhat fulfillment. If you're ready to see how God brings beauty from brokenness and purpose from pain, continue on to Book 5 of the series, Cross Penny Series. Thank you for listening, and may this story stay with you long after the final chapter of the last book ends.